I'll text.
We are live on YouTube.
Thank you. Just so everyone knows, we're waiting for another of the commissioners, and we'll start in just a few minutes, very soon. Thank you all and welcome. Just so people who are joining know, we're waiting just a couple minutes to have all of the commissioners here, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So good morning, everyone. We'll be started very soon. I think that we will go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you all for being here. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and would like to call the December 17th, 2021 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the South Coast in Congressional District 4. We'll introduce the other commissioners, and we are, I would let people know, waiting for one other commissioner to join us, but we'll let her introduce herself when she gets on the line. But for now, could we start with Commissioner Labhart?
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I am the at-large position for Eastern Oregon, and I live in Sisters.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I am the CD2 rep, and I am live streaming from the Fish and Wildlife offices in Bend this morning, which is exciting. And I just wish I could go visit with all the staff too, as well as being here.
Well, thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, again, good morning. Bob Spellbrink, Sluts, Oregon from Congressional District 5, and looking forward to it.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, I'm Kathy Khalil. I'm in Portland, Oregon, and I am the Western Oregon at-large representative.
And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, I'm Jill Zarnowitz, coming from outside of Yamhill and District 1. Good morning.
Morning. Director Melcher.
Yes, good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here in our Salem headquarters office.
Thank you. Michelle Tate, will you introduce yourself and mention any platform or meeting logistics for today?
And Chair Wall, I think she is on the phone right now, perhaps with Commissioner King. So
Okay, then we'll come back to both Michelle and Dr. King then. So the meeting today, for the way it'll play out, there are multiple topics this afternoon on our regular agenda, and we have the regular director's report and those topics this morning. And then after the director's report and a few other pieces, we'll get to the big topic for today, which is the Rogue South Coast Plan. We heard yesterday from about 150 people on the Rogue South Plan, and today we'll consider the plan itself, first several key decisions individually, and then the plan and the rules as a whole. It's an important conservation and management plan that's been a long time in the making. One point from yesterday's testimony that I'd just like to pick up on for a moment, a lot of commenters mentioned their confidence in the staff and their respect for the staff. I and the rest of this Fish and Wildlife Commission share that respect and confidence, whether we agree with staff recommendations, disagree, or something in between. For this item or any of the other items, the high regard and respect for the work is clearly there. We won't always agree. It's our job to listen, ask questions, hear from the public, and to make the best decisions we can with all of the information and perspectives that are in front of us and that we can absorb. But we completely appreciate what has been a remarkable effort also from so many people who are engaged and who helped shape this plan, and that we feel both grateful and a sense of responsibility as we consider all of the comments that we've had, which are at this point in the thousands, and the staff recommendations. So thank you again to everybody for being in here, and to our staff for the preparation and work for this meeting, and to the huge lift of getting the Rogue South Coast in front of us today. It's a remarkable accomplishment. So with that, if we could go to Director Melcher and the director's report.
well, thank you, Chair Wall. And before we do that, I would note that Commissioner King has joined us, and
Great.
and Michelle is back online as well. So I would offer any instructions that Michelle would like to make, as well as offer the opportunity for Commissioner King to introduce herself. And before she does that, I just want to welcome her to the commission in this first meeting and in this virtual world that we've all been living in for the last 20 months. So Commissioner King.
Hello all, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
So I think I've introduced myself lots of times at this stage because I've been on one of the other meetings briefly, but I am Leslie King. I'm a doctor and public health professional. I've been in Oregon for 25 years now. I'm a master hunter, angler, and trapper. My interests include diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, and kind of communication. At this stage, I'm sure that will grow as I learn more about the goings on. But as for the rest of it, not to take time, this is already a long meeting, you can read my bio, which is now on the website. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Director Melcher, I would like to say a few things before we get started.
Yes, please do.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Tate. I'm here providing support to the commission and the director to be able to provide this meeting via Zoom today. I wanted to remind folks that'll be providing testimony that you have entered into the room as an attendee, and when it is time for you to testify, I will bring you over into the panelist room, at which time you will be able to unmute your microphone and your video. I'm asking that you not put comments into the chat. If you have additional comments outside of your testimony, or you would like to provide your testimony in written format, can you please send that to odfw.commission.odfworegon.com, and I'll put that into the chat, that link in the chat. And the other thing I'd like to mention is that the raise hand function is reserved for the commissioners, the director, and legal counsel. So please do not use the raised hand function. If you have logistical questions, please go ahead and put those in the chat and I'll try to resolve any issues that we're having. Other than that, have a good day.
Thank you, Michelle. I think we're back to the director for the director's report.
Yes, thanks. And commissioners and Chair Wall, I did want to also just extend my appreciation to Michelle for successfully and efficiently managing that very large Zoom meeting yesterday. And so I just wanted to recognize her publicly for that and share our appreciation. So we'll move on to the director's report. Yes, we'll move on to the director's report, and we did provide the field reports to you in written format. I understand that there may be a commissioner that has a question or a comment regarding the field reports, so I will pause briefly to see if that is the case.
Yes, Director, I do have some several comments regarding the director's report. So I want to tell staff how much I appreciate the director's reports. Because, as commissioners, we hear a lot about some of the issues that are going on and some of the tough decisions that we have to make. And in the director's report, we see some really positive things that are going on around the state. And I'd like to just highlight for the public that's watching today and a couple other things that I found for the commissioners. And particularly it's around fish. Early returns, component of the Klamath River wild coho population are on track to set a modern day record since counts began in 1958. The run is showing 7,700 early run coho already passed through the PGE North Fork Dam. Based on this year's run timing, this year's return is predicted to reach 10,500 fish. That's the last record was 7,881. So significant number there. Coho counts on the North Umpqua saw the second highest total at the Soda Springs Fish Ladder since it was built in 2012. The trap at 3 Mile Dam on the lower Umatilla has received nearly 7,000 coho this fall, making the return one of the largest on the Umatilla River ever. The recently passed infrastructure package included $162 million in restoration funds earmarked for the Klamath Basin. There are a few details on the package, but it should boost collaborative efforts in the basin to deal with water, fisheries, and habitat issues. And I received some information yesterday from Chris Kern about the Columbia. While we all know wild winter steelhead numbers are very low, we received some good news. While very early in the run at Bonneville, wild steelhead numbers across the dam are the highest they've been since 2016. Of course, again, it's too early to draw any conclusion, but that's still good news. And in addition, at Willamette Falls, the steelhead numbers across the falls are the highest they've been since 2012. So while we hear some doom and gloom at times, that is true, there's some really positive things going on around the state with fish. So I wanted to highlight those as part of the director's report. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, we'll move on then, unless there's any questions or comments on the field reports, and we'll move on to our monthly expenditure report. And before I hand the Zoom microphone off to Deputy Director Hearn, I did want to just, because we have some new commissioners, I wanted to mention that the expenditure report is it really is one of our best management practices that we implement here at the department and with the commission to provide you with monthly updates of our expenditures and revenue tracking so that you're all in the loop on that. And I believe Deputy Director Hearn would like to present you with her report, and you also have a written report in your packet as well. So Shannon.
Thank you, Director Melcher. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners. For the record, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. Indeed, we have provided, as the department, a financial report in writing for your commission packet. A couple of highlights from that financial report. Expenditures and revenue are both on track for the biennium. Deputy Director Kleiner had mentioned typically at the end of the year, we see a seasonal trend where recreational sales taper off. We expected that our unrestricted cash balance would decrease, and it has. As of November 30, 2021, our unrestricted cash balance is $60.3 million. And I'm happy to report, as usual, December 1st, we try to launch the sale of 2022, the next year's new licensing products. That has happened, and we are seeing product purchases for the next licensing year, which is exciting. A little bit on budget development. So 2023-25 budget development has begun. We've mentioned in the past, we begin our review and update of agency priorities and reduction options. So that starts early winter. We also look at development of policy option packages for the 23-25. The agency will also review, and is currently reviewing, projections for revenue and considering whether there's a need for a sport or commercial license fee increase to maintain current service levels. I put in a reminder that the agency's last fee increase was legislatively approved in 2015, and it was implemented on a 2-year incremental from 2016 to 2020, and the department did not pursue a fee increase in 21-23. So we're still doing that analysis. The next step really is once we develop our agency proposed budget, we'll take it to the public and the commission to review. That will start in the spring. We'll convene our external budget advisory committee. We also typically conduct town halls. I did want to mention that this year the agency is reviewing how we conduct our 23-25 budget development under some of the recommendations made by the Racial Justice Council and Governor Brown's Office of Equity and Racial Justice. So we will be making some changes there. It aligns nicely January 19th. We're expected to provide some information to the Racial Justice Council of how we'll conduct that community outreach. That's in plenty of time to begin in the spring conducting that public outreach. Last update I had was on the audit committee. It's not a significant update, but for me, it's an exciting one. We have had a vacant auditor position for almost a year now. We contracted our last risk-based audit. So we are hoping to convene the committee, the ODF&W Audit Committee, which Commissioner Spellbrink is on, and talk about what 2022 risk-based audit we will do, how we will conduct it. And we're hoping, and we're beginning, the recruitment for that internal auditor position. So we hope to have them on board potentially in time to conduct that risk-based audit, but we'll see. Contracting is a backup. With that, I'll happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Looks like Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink have questions. So Chair Wall.
Just one quick question. Is it, Shannon, a safe assumption that there isn't really a pattern for when we ask for fee increases? If the last one it was 2015, which is quite a while ago, and we're in strong financial shape, is there a pattern at all in terms of when we would ask? Like, what? How long was it since the one before that happened?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, that's a great question. There has been a pattern, and it is attached to that analysis of whether we need to increase fee increases to maintain current service level. And the pattern followed, if we did that analysis, we would determine what that fee increase was needed to meet those expenditures, and we would usually do it in one lump sum request. And well, Director Melcher and Deputy Director Colbert conducted a lot of public outreach before the last fee increase, and what they heard was really that folks wanted to maintain current service level, but they wanted an incremental approach. And so that really did help for those 6 years. This last two analysis, this one and the one before it, we are able as an agency to recommend not pursuing a fee increase because we have a healthy budget and we have that unrestricted cash balance. So when you look at that, the trend really is if you can justify not raising fees, that's what we do. And I don't know if Director Melcher would like to add to that.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the question, Chair Wall. I think just if we step back just a little bit, our historic approach has been to seek a fee increase every 6 years. And so we of course, we received the most recent legislative fee increase was pursued in the 2015 legislative session. Prior to that, we sought a fee increase in 2009. Prior to that, we sought a fee increase in 2003. So when we received the most recent legislative fee increase in 2015, we basically explained that we expected that fee increase to last us till 2021. And that in 2021, based on our projections in 2015, that in 2021 legislative session, we would be pursuing another fee increase. We've worked really hard, I think, as you all know, over the last 7 years to improve our financial footing, if you will. And we were in the great position where we did not have to seek a fee increase in 2021. And while it's premature right now, I would say that it's a very, very good possibility that we will not need to seek a fee increase in the 2023 legislative session, which would mean we would go at a minimum 10 years without a fee increase. And that's a good thing. You know, when, as you all know, of discussions of fee increases in the state legislature are very controversial, and they frankly are a distraction from the other important discussions that we like to have on really important policy issues. So anytime we can put ourselves in a position to not need a fee increase is a very, very good thing.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Spellbrink is in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm hopeful our past Deputy Director Kleiner got a proper send off there. And I think I speak for all the commissioners, how much we appreciated her. I know I'll miss her smiling face at the Internal Audit Committee meetings. And anyway, like I say, I don't know if there's anything as a commission we could do, send her a little note or something like that. But I think I speak for all of us. We really appreciated her service.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner King.
Yeah. Yes, it was just a question. You made a brief mention about the governor's racial equity and social justice. Something is in the budget. Could you explain that a little bit to me?
Sure, and I'll also look to Shannon on this, but as part of the governor's budget development process, and of course we, the ODFW, like each state agency, we develop a budget proposal. In our case, our budget goes through the commission because statute requires the commission to approve our budget request. And then that budget request goes to the governor's office for her review and ultimate modifications if she wants to make any, as well as then forwarding to the legislature. And so as part of the governor's budget development process for the 23-25 biennium, there has been the Racial Justice Council, which has been engaging over the last year and a half or so, I believe, they've added some new, I guess, for lack of a better term, requirements for state agencies as it relates to community outreach when developing a budget. And I think, you know, just for background, across the spectrum of state government, you know, many agencies don't have a commission and their budgets are really developed internally and then forwarded to the governor's office. In our case, our budget development process is a very public process in that we do not only the not only do we have the external budget advisory committee, but we also do public outreach. And then there's a public commission process associated with approval of that budget request. So we're working through these new requirements as it relates to outreach. And that is what Shannon referenced. And I don't know, Shannon, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you, Director Melcher. The only thing I would add is this is really beneficial. I mentioned on the timing, but it also, so under the Racial Justice Council is another group called, and it looks at environmental justice, and they're a committee, and they have really looked at recruitment reactivation of hunters and anglers, and in reaching out under outdoor recreation to support wildlife viewing and other wildlife-centric recreation. And so they're also feeding into these guidelines. It fits really well for us to look at R3 at the same time as our budget development and how to extend ourselves further and kind of combine those two efforts. So I think we're going to get some really good feedback on what we report to them and their, as Director Melcher has required, their requirements for our public outreach under budget. So I'm very hopeful. This is kind of a new era for Oregon.
Thanks, Shannon. Seeing no additional hands up, then Chair Wall, I will move on to our next director's report item, which is in lieu of our climate change and ocean change standing monthly update, we're providing you this month with an update on our habitat division. As you all know, we're in the process now of reestablishing that division. And we've very recently, within the last 2 days, Sarah Reif has taken over as the Habitat Division Administrator, and we'll be working to stand up that division. She and Dr. Colbert have a little PowerPoint here and overview of Habitat Division work thus far. So I'll hand it off to Shannon or excuse me, Debbie or Sarah, whichever is going to speak first.
I'll get us started. Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission, Director Melcher. Hopefully you can see the slides up on your screen. Okay, great. For the record, I'm Debbie Colbert, Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife. And with me today is Sarah Reif, our recently appointed administrator for the Habitat Division. As the director mentioned, she just started in this position officially this week. I'm very pleased to have her in this important role. She's well respected within the agency and across stakeholder and agency groups for her work. And as you're going to see today, she's already hit the ground running in her new position. I also wanted to share, I'm very pleased to share that Chandra Ferrari, who currently manages our water program, will be assuming the role of Deputy Administrator of the Habitat Division. This is really an outstanding team to lead the division's work with other agencies and partners to address habitat health, protection, and restoration, and also to prepare for challenges for fish, wildlife, and habitat from climate change, population growth, and other impacts. I'll hand it off to Sarah to fill you in a little bit more about herself.
Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission. Good morning, Kurt. For the record, I'm Sarah Reif. I'm the Habitat Division Administrator, brand new. I appreciate the opportunity and I'm very excited to begin standing up the new division. I bring to this position about 20 years of habitat conservation work, spans a variety of areas, including research on wildlife and habitat relationships, habitat restoration work on public and private lands, as well as many years spent on land use and energy development policy and guidance. As Deputy Director Colbert mentioned, I'm very excited to work alongside Chandra Ferrari in helping lead the division. Her water program expertise makes us a great team to work with all of ODFW's amazing habitat staff. We have a lot of work ahead of us in building partnerships and setting a vision for how we move forward, but we're ready to roll up our sleeves and get started. Thanks, Debbie.
Since today is day 3 in her new position, Sarah and I are actually going to tag team this update for you today.
So as a reminder, some of you have seen this slide before, but for those that haven't, the purpose of the Habitat Division will be to lead proactive, focused, and consistent efforts to protect, restore, and enhance habitat for Oregon's fish and wildlife. The key benefits are that it helps emphasize the broad responsibilities of ODFW and rounds out our organizational structure so that we have a fish, wildlife, and now habitat division. It positions ODFW to more effectively work with other agencies and partners to promote habitat health, protection, and restoration, and focuses our resources on the challenges that climate change presents.
This organizational chart shows you the 5 major programs that are included in the Habitat Division. You'll see that the positions that are located in Salem headquarters are shown in the green boxes, and the positions in the field are in orange. As a quick reminder, the new division largely represents a realignment of existing programs and positions consolidated into a single division, along with a few key investments from the legislature in the 2021 session. In total, the division includes 77 positions. Overall, the majority of the positions are located in the regions supporting the on-the-ground habitat work around the state. Also included in the division are a number of new positions, including our new administrator and executive support position, 5 new water positions, 1 new position in habitat resources, and 5 new habitat biologists and 4 NRCS funded positions. Sarah's going to give you a brief summary of each of these areas.
So within the Habitat Division, based out of headquarters, there are 2 programs, the Habitat Resources Program and the Water Program. And both of these programs provide technical and policy assistance to local, state, and federal agencies and landowners and partners to ensure the habitat needs of fish and wildlife are considered within land and water planning and proposed development actions. There's also a substantial science and monitoring component within the water program currently. And these 2 programs are also responsible for a large majority of the planning, support, and communication around our climate adaptation priorities for the department. Out in the field, we have the Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program, which plans, conducts, and provides technical support for stream restoration projects in Western Oregon, and the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, which mitigates for habitat loss by construction of dams along the Willamette River, and it's a cooperative effort funded by Bonneville Power. Next slide. Also in the field, we have our regional habitat biologists who provide a wealth of expertise for implementation of our Oregon conservation strategy and other species. They perform landowner outreach, engagement with other agencies and conservation groups, watershed councils, and their work spans a wide depth and breadth. So they're everything from project review to habitat restoration to technical assistance. We also are fortunate to have our NRCS liaison positions, our Oregon Conservation Strategy Farm Bill biologists, doing similar work to the habitat biologists, but more on the ground implementation of the Farm Bill programs. So that would be things like the conservation stewardship programs, EQIP, wetland reserve easements, et cetera. And then we also have our Bonneville Power Administration Restoration Program, which implements in-stream and riparian habitat restoration projects to benefit salmonid populations in Oregon.
We wanted to give you a brief update on where we are in terms of the division startup. So I'll hit a couple of the milestones from this fall. Of course, we were able to complete the hire of the administrator. We have the executive support position currently in recruitment. We are also actively meeting, we do have a number of new positions that are going to be located in our headquarters office. So we have initiated the space planning effort with the Department of Administrative Services space planners to set up those offices and cubicle areas. And we've already initiated 5 recruitments in the water program. So a lot of activities happening over this fall. And then Sarah's going to share with you kind of our plans for the winter.
As we transition into winter, we'll complete the recruitments that we started this fall and initiate some additional recruitments in the water and habitat resources program. But our focus is also really going to shift to filling those regional positions out in the field. That's a very high priority for us, the new habitat biologist positions. We'll do the administrative work of reassigning fish and wildlife positions, the cost centers, communication with staff, coordination with supervisors, and we'll begin conducting outreach and communication about the new Habitat Division's role and priorities, both internally and externally with our partners. So now to transition specifically to Habitat Division's role in the agency's climate adaptation efforts. Some of you may recall one of Davia Palmieri's slides from the June 2020 Commission Climate Change Workshop. It's all about habitat, habitat, habitat. As we discussed at that workshop and as described in the Climate and Ocean Change Policy, habitat protection and management really are our best tools to respond to climate change. Fortunately, the programs that make up Habitat Division already do a lot of work that supports building resiliency in fish and wildlife populations to withstand changing environments. So our goal now with policy implementation is to make sure that climate adaptation is an essential lens through which Habitat Division views all of its work. Next slide, Debbie. And we can think of Habitat Division's work in these bins that you see bolded here: science, prioritization and planning, restoration, technical guidance, conservation and protection, and partnerships. Current programs within Habitat Division, both in headquarters and the region, advance work in one or more of these bins. And going forward, we'll be emphasizing climate adaptation more explicitly in each of these contexts. Next slide. As for ongoing work, our water program offers several great examples of the work that we're doing that's designed to address climate adaptation and resiliency. So for example, as far as science goes, we are conducting real-time water temperature monitoring to inform drought management. In the category of prioritization and planning, we have an ongoing aquatic habitat prioritization effort, which will help inform fish and wildlife protection and restoration investments. And with regard to conservation and management, we are incorporating climate change projections into water management plans to communicate future in-stream demand and address future needs for fish and wildlife. Last slide. And looking forward to the next steps for Habitat Division's climate adaptation work, we are really interested in bringing our habitat staff up to speed on climate science, what's the latest, best available information, and adaptation training. There's a lot of great resources nationally, and so we're looking for those shared learning opportunities for our habitat staff. We're going to begin our coordination work, or carry on with what has already been quite a bit of coordination work with other agencies and with the various working groups and partners working on climate adaptation. And looking forward, we are planning to do some strategic climate adaptation planning within Habitat Division in strong coordination with other programs and divisions across the agency. And that'll involve summarizing the ongoing work that we're already doing, prioritizing short and long-term actions. And I think what will be really beneficial now with the new Habitat Division is that we'll have a more holistic approach and more cohesive planning across terrestrial and aquatic programs and across terrestrial and aquatic habitats. So with that, that was our last slide we wanted to share today. So I'll pass it back to Debbie to close this out.
So commissioners, we hope this gives you a sense of our efforts to date to stand up the division and a little bit of context about how the division's work fits within our broader climate adaptation efforts. We're happy to answer any questions you have. And of course, we're looking forward to continuing to keep you updated as this work continues.
And you're on mute, Chair Wall.
Looks like Commissioner Labhart and Zarnowitz both had their hands up first, and I do have a question after that too.
Okay, Sarah, welcome. It's just great to have you aboard. I just can't be more pleased that this Habitat Division is being stood up and getting another leg on the stool for ODF and W to, I can't thank the legislature enough for seeing the wisdom and reinstituting this program and putting it back into place and fully funding it. I agree with Davia Palmieri. It's all about habitat, 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 whether it's fish or wildlife. And I'm just so pleased to see this division standing up and look forward to working with you in the years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I was the previous Habitat Division head, and this Habitat Division is what I and staff all truly dreamed of, and it's great to see it come to reality, and that basically a new generation is taking this step and building a valuable resource for the department. So thank you, and I'm glad to see that positions are being filled with people like you, Sarah, and Chandra. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could just echo the welcomes to the new staff to these positions. It seems like we have a lot of people with Deputy Director Colbert and you, Sarah, and also with Chandra in her new position. It's terrific that we're getting those positions filled. I would also like to just mention we have talked in the past about the leadership in the department that brought this division back. The legislature wanted to have it happen, but it wouldn't have occurred without all of the work that went into it and the leadership to actually put this together and work with staff and the external parts of our community. So to the director, to Shannon Hearn, and to Erica Kleiner, and of course, Davia Palmieri for being in this position. It's terrific, and we thank you for that. I do have a question, and it's if you could just expand a bit, and this is a question to either one of you or to the director, whichever way we want to go with that. We heard a lot in the Rogue South Coast Plan over the last months and even years about habitat, of course, and the key limiting factor there for that is habitat. And what we also heard over and over is that climate change can exacerbate the terrestrial habitat problems that stress our fish and wildlife, especially in this case, the fish. So could you talk a little bit more about what you said, that of how this new division will support and integrate the work across the divisions in the department?
You want to take a first?
I'll take a first stab at that. Thank you. I think one of the key roles for Habitat Division will be ensuring that we are aware of information gaps and science needs and striving to fill those. So better understanding what are the limiting factors in a system like the Rogue South Coast, and what are the information and science needs as it relates to habitat. So that, I believe, is step one for this division, to be gathering that information in order to better inform the decisions that need to be made. And then from there, I think another role of the Habitat Division is prioritization. So as the climate and ocean change policy directs us to do, evaluating where are the highest functioning habitats and landscapes that are in need of either restoration investment or conservation and protection, and making that information available to the department and to partners so that we can begin to develop action items. So I think those are two key roles for Habitat Division that previously we've struggled to find capacity to fill.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Chair Wall, if I could just add, I also see the division in the case of the Rogue South Coast Plan example that you mentioned, really helping us to marshal all of those tools around areas like the Rogue South Coast, and kind of, help to prioritize work in particular basins where there are concerns and needs.
Thank you.
And I would just add, I think that those were great answers. I would just add that someone once said that being a good leader is about being a weaver and being able to weave all the pieces together. And so, I really see the Habitat Division as just another opportunity for us to weave all these pieces together. And while we're labeled as divisions, not to be siloed, but to actually weave all the important pieces together. So thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Debbie. And if there are no further questions, we'll move on to our next item, which is an update on our Klamath anadromous fish reintroduction efforts, as well as the implementation plan. We do have Mark Herford here. Mark is coming to you from the office down in Klamath. So, and just a few words before we hand it off to Mark. Of course, commissioners, you all know, or hopefully you know, that we've been working very hard over many, many years with many, many partners on an effort to remove the 4 dams on the lower Klamath River, including one which is in Oregon, J.C. Boyle Dam. The other 3 are in California. And that effort will reconnect all the anadromous fish habitat above Iron Gate Dam with the Pacific Ocean. And so we have Mark Herford here just to give you an update on the implementation plan. Mark, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Director. Chair Wall, Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name is Mark Herford. I am the Klamath Fisheries Reintroduction Coordinator located in the Klamath District Office in Klamath Falls. Today, I'll be updating you on the implementation plan for the reintroduction of anadromous fishes into the Oregon portion of the Upper Klamath Basin. And the reason I am giving this update is because pending Federal Energy Regulatory Commission approval, the lower 4 Klamath hydroelectric dams will be removed. And the schedule right now is for 2023. Essentially, this means that we could have returning anadromous fishes into Oregon as early as the fall of 2023 or spring of 2024. I am also giving this update because ODFW and partners have finished and finalized the implementation plan for the reintroduction. It's a document that will guide reintroduction efforts. In this presentation, I will summarize a brief background of how we got to where we are, as well as a brief summary of the document itself. And so historically, the Klamath River Basin was one of the top salmon producers of the West Coast. Major anadromous fisheries that were part of the fishery include species such as Chinook salmon, both fall and spring run, coho salmon, steelhead trout, and Pacific lamprey. And these anadromous fish, we know, were found throughout the entire Klamath Basin, including the portions of Oregon. This photo here was taken in 1891 with fishermen with their catch of Chinook salmon on the Link River in Oregon. This location is immediately below Upper Klamath Lake, near the town of Klamath Falls. So a little bit about the hydrology of the basin. The Upper Klamath Basin, looking at tributaries that go into Upper Klamath Lake, these tributaries are known for their source of groundwater. This groundwater provides cool summer habitat for our current fisheries that we have. Spring Creek, a tributary to the Williamson River, produces about 280 CFS of groundwater, this one located here. And the Wood River, another major tributary, produces about 450 CFS of groundwater. These major tributaries flow into Upper Klamath Lake, located here in the Upper Basin. Upper Klamath Lake is a shallow, hypereutrophic lake. It's very large. The lake does experience large blue-green algae blooms in the summer months of July, typically in July and August. And those do have impacts to water quality in the lake. Water exits the lake near the town of Klamath Falls and forms the Klamath River. And even when the river is flowing downstream, as it cuts through the Cascade Range, it actually picks up even more groundwater, including 225 CFS of groundwater in the Klamath River Canyon. The lower basin aquatic characteristics are typical of more coastal regions where we have streams that are sourced from precipitation. As these streams enter the Klamath River near the estuary, the Klamath River enters the Pacific Ocean 250 miles downstream of Upper Klamath Lake. So construction of the first hydroelectric dam began in 1912. This dam essentially blocked migration of fishes up the Klamath River at that point. Additional dams further blocked migration. Currently, Iron Gate Dam is the lowermost hydroelectric dam, and this dam represents the uppermost portion of anadromous in the entire basin. Anadromous fish have been extirpated from Oregon for over 100 years. This map over here shows the area of the basin that has been blocked by the dams to anadromous. The license to operate the dams expired in 2006, and it was required to renew the license that the owners of the dams provide passage to anadromous, as well as alleviate some of the water quality issues that the dams cause. This spurred discussions about the future of the dams in the Klamath Basin. In 2016, multiple parties signed an agreement, including the dam owners, to provide for the removal of the dams through the FERC approval process. Most recently, in 2021, FERC approved the transfer of the license to the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. This is an organization that is responsible for the dam removal. It also transferred the license to the states of Oregon and California. There are many benefits to dam removal. Some of them here are mentioned. One, well, it's going to open up 400 miles of stream habitat that was historically available to anadromous fish. Those streams are located here in red in the upper basin. It's been determined that dam removal would improve ecosystem resilience to climate change. By returning the Klamath River to a more natural temperature regime, this will decrease the late summer and early fall water temperatures below the dams. Also, providing access to thermally diverse habitats that include some of the largest groundwater inputs in the basin, as I mentioned earlier, will help improve conditions and allow fish a better chance to adapt and tolerate a changing climate. And so in 2008, when discussions about dam removal were being formulated, ODFW wrote a plan for the reintroduction of anadromous fishes in the upper basin. This was a commission adopted plan. It went through the public comment process. The goal of this plan was, or this plan established the goal of reintroduction, which was to reestablish naturally reproducing populations of anadromous fishes that were historically present in the upper basin. This plan identified species-specific approaches to reintroduction. It amended the Klamath Fish Management Plan to now include the reestablishment of anadromous fishes. And along with this, OARs that were specifically addressed anadromous fish reintroduction were made. And all of these documents call for an implementation plan to be written for the purpose of guiding reintroduction efforts. This implementation plan is the one that we just finalized. It was co-authored with the Klamath tribes. It was informed by multiple collaboration efforts with fish management agencies, tribal groups, state and federal throughout the entire basin. We held multiple meetings. We allowed reviews of the document to these groups, and this helps finalize the document. Like I said, the purpose of this implementation plan is to guide efforts to monitor the natural repopulation of anadromous fishes and to recommend a strategy for any active efforts that are needed to repopulate habitat. And so while the word reintroduction is used multiple times in this document and past documents, the approach we're taking to reintroduction for most species is actually a hands-off approach. This means that we're going to allow these fish that are below the dams to repopulate habitat on their own. We will be taking this approach with fall run Chinook salmon, coho salmon, steelhead trout, and Pacific lamprey. And the reason for this approach is because those fishes currently exist below Iron Gate Dam. And there's habitat for these fishes immediately above Iron Gate Dam. And so we're pretty certain that when those dams are removed, those fish will just move right on into the new habitat, as we've seen with other dam removals throughout the United States. Within the plan, we've given a time frame for these fish to repopulate habitat on their own. We've given them 3 fish generations, which equates to 9 years for coho salmon, 12 years for fall run chinook, and 15 years for steelhead and Pacific lamprey. After this time frame, an assessment will be made to see whether or not active intervention is needed to repopulate habitat. On the other hand, spring run chinook population, it's been determined, repopulation is determined that an active approach is needed to repopulate habitat in the upper basin. And the reason for that is spring run chinook currently are only found in the lower tributaries of the Klamath River. We've identified habitat for spring run chinook salmon in the upper basin, again, where those groundwater streams are located, because spring run chinook adults require cool, cold water through the summer to hold before they spawn. And so the habitat is actually hundreds of miles away from where they currently exist. And so that's why we've determined that an active approach is needed. It's been determined that using juveniles from an in-basin source, most likely down here in the Trinity River, where they currently exist, is the most logical way of doing this. And so since we're taking a mostly hands-off approach to repopulation and reintroduction, our implementation plan provides a recommendation for a robust monitoring plan to help identify when and where fish are repopulating. The challenge to this is that there's a large amount of habitat to monitor. As you can see, these red lines represent all the streams that will be available to these fish once the dams are out. It equates to around 58 miles of stream habitat from just the state line up to Upper Klamath Lake. The lake itself is huge at 64,000 acres at surface area. And above the lake, there's around 370 miles of stream habitat. So because of this, the plan recommends to initially focus monitoring activities immediately below the dams, as it's anticipated that this habitat will be the first to get repopulated. Once it's known that fish have moved into Upper Klamath Lake and the streams above Upper Klamath Lake, monitoring efforts will then commence in those areas. This implementation plan, we've recommended multiple activities to monitor these fish as they repopulate, including traditional boots on the ground, adult salmon spawning and carcass surveys. We've also identified multiple facilities that currently exist in the upper basin and will exist in the future, such as Link River Dam Fish Ladder, which is located at the outlet of Upper Klamath Lake. This is a place where we potentially could enumerate and also sample salmon as they move upstream. Within the monitoring plan, we've incorporated climate and ocean change considerations. We've incorporated them by recommending that water temperature, flow, and other physical habitat parameters get tracked in order to determine if climate change is impacting any repopulation effort. So habitat data will be collected in conjunction with any fisheries monitoring. Within the plan, we've also prioritized the protection of and restoration of climate change resilient habitats, while also maintaining a diverse assemblage of habitat types that's known in the Upper Klamath Basin, as well as maintaining and increasing that connectivity between those different habitats. In regards to the spring run chinook active repopulation strategy, we've recommended a phased approach to the active reintroduction of spring run chinook salmon into the upper basin. The reason for this is because the landscape in the upper basin is a lot different than it was 100 years ago. We've identified 2 major phases that will be involved in the active reintroduction of spring run chinook salmon. The first one being investigations involving the release of a small number of tagged juveniles into suitable habitat, such as tributaries of the Upper Klamath Lake. We will track these tagged juveniles as they migrate through the system and hopefully identify any potential limiting factors. Once we've determined that fish can successfully outmigrate from the landscape in the Upper Klamath Basin, we can then move to phase 2, which will apply lessons learned from phase 1, but with increased abundance of released juveniles to actually get returning adults up to the upper basin. And I'll point out that any active repopulation efforts will be focused on streams that have suitable habitat and are more buffered to the immediate impacts of climate change. So in preparation for dam removal, we've been involved in many activities and projects. We've been coordinating with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, multiple federal agencies, and tribes throughout the basin to ensure that post-dam removal monitoring elements are in place and that they're compatible. We've conducted a basin-wide genetic assessment of red band, rainbow trout, and steelhead throughout the entire basin. The results of this will help us monitor steelhead trout as they repopulate habitat. And we've established long-term water temperature monitoring in the Klamath River and tributaries. And we're working with multiple groups to conduct baseline fish health studies. We've also, we're working with the Klamath tribes and multiple federal agencies and CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, on a juvenile spring run Chinook salmon release study that will commence in the spring of 2022. We will be releasing a few thousand tagged hatchery-reared juvenile Chinook salmon into the tributaries of Upper Klamath Lake. We'll be using multiple telemetry techniques and technologies to track these fish as they migrate from the tributaries to Upper Klamath Lake and eventually out of the outlet into Link River. We're hoping with this study, we'll be able to obtain a better understanding of how juvenile Chinook salmon might migrate and navigate the current landscape. In regards to next steps, we've updated the Klamath Basin stakeholders, such as the Klamath Water Users Association, and we will continue to engage with them throughout this process. We're hoping to continue the spring run Chinook salmon release study for at least another year to try different release methods as well as capture multiple hydrologic conditions. We're hoping to conduct other baseline studies that will help inform reintroduction efforts. And we will continue to coordinate with partners to ensure that monitoring efforts are compatible and effective. Once fish populations are reestablished a lot further into the future, a conservation plan will be developed, which will set monitoring objectives. And that's all I have for now, and I will be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thanks, Mark. And let's see. Oh, I do see at least one commissioner question. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, this is great. I know this has been worked on for, I don't know, what, 20, 30 years. So it's great to see it coming to this situation. One question I do have is, are all the diversions screened in these reaches where the salmon and steelhead are going to be coming back to? I know that there's screens at Link River, but also there needs to be a lot more screens if there aren't screens now on diversions.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, there are a lot of screens that need to be, or a lot of diversions that need to be screened, especially, between Upper Klamath Lake and Keno Dam, which is a dam used for irrigation. We're hoping that with this release study, we'll be able to identify if there's some type of seasonality of when those diversions are used and whether or not fish are entrained in those diversions. And I know there's multiple efforts for restoration prioritization that are working to identify some of those diversions.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark, for your presentation. And of course, this whole Klamath thing is near and dear to my heart. And this dam removal has been a long time coming. I just want to commend the department here. you and Nick Myatt and others for really stepping into and meeting with the community and keeping them abreast of what's going on. I think it's really helpful, especially for the ag community in Klamath, to just know what's going on and know what's expected. I also think that once anadromous fish hit the upper basin for real, I think it's going to be very helpful in a lot of the broad restoration efforts that need to happen in the basin. So I'm just really excited about this. It's a big deal. And thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair Wall.
Thank you. And thank you for the report, Mark. And it sounds like the extra time that the department took to work with the community paid off well, and appreciate that a lot. My question is about the protection as well as restoration, which I noticed you were talking about both protection actions for existing habitat and restoration for impacted habitat. Could you talk just a little bit more about what the protection might look like? What are the options included in that, whether it's protecting cold water sources with incentives or something entirely different?
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, so I mean, the Upper Basin is known for all, we have so much cold water in the summertime here in our tributaries, and really those areas really should need to be protected somehow. And working with a lot of that land is on, or those streams are located on private land. And I think working with landowners is the best way to protect those resources. There's multiple projects going on, both locally in the Upper Basin, as well as a holistic approach for the basin, trying to prioritize where restoration efforts should take place. And we've been involved in a lot of those discussions, and a big part of that is protecting those really important resources. So that's what I mean by protecting those cold water, more climate resilient systems.
Thank you. That helps.
Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, well, thank you for the tour that you gave Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and I in the Klamath Basin. Very much appreciated it. I don't know if you can answer this question or not, Mark, but the $162 million that's coming from the infrastructure package that's designated for restoration in the Klamath Basin, how are you and the department lining up with that program to secure the funds to make sure they get all spent in the right places?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. Yeah, that money is allocated specifically for the Klamath Basin and hopefully specifically for restoration efforts. And for the last 5 years, I personally, as well as multiple staff members, have been working with federal agencies and on this project that's actually called the Integrated Fisheries Restoration and Monitoring Plan, I believe, if I got that right. And basically it's a document that's interactive that will allow restoration practitioners to identify what to do when there is a lump sum of money, which we were fortunate to get it with this money coming up. What to do when there is this lump sum of money? Where's the best place to spend it? And so that's where we've been involved in this, along with multiple people from all the groups in the Klamath Basin.
And I would just add to that, of course, 162 million that has been referenced is in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services budget, and Senator Merkley was, of course, very instrumental in getting that direct appropriation for this purpose. And I would say at the agency leadership level, are still talking with the governor's office and the Fish and Wildlife Service leadership, as well as California Department of Fish and Wildlife leadership on exactly what and where and how that money might be spent, because it's not very clear. There is no direction in the actual appropriation. So we're working on that, I guess. And I would just add, I wanted to put a finer point on something that Mark mentioned. Of course, you see here that we're, in large part, our reintroduction plans are kind of the laissez-faire approach. We'll let the fish tell us where they need to be or what the right place to be is. And of course, on spring Chinook, that is not the case. And I have a lot of experience in the Klamath Basin, serving both on the Klamath River Technical Advisory Team as well as chair of the Klamath Fishery Management Council over the years. And the unfortunate thing with spring Chinook in the Klamath Basin is the only place there's really robust population is in the Trinity, which is a lower Klamath tributary. The tributaries that perhaps would be more genetically appropriate for the upper Klamath Basin, those would be fish out of the Shasta, Scott, and Salmon rivers. Are literally, they count them in the single digits every year. So one, we know there's certainly not enough fish there that they are going to make a meaningful self-reintroduction effort. And two, the populations are so small that there would be very limited ability, at least currently, to do any, you don't want to mine this very small wild population to try and enhance or restore the population in the upper basin. So it'll be a challenge. I see Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has her hand up, or that maybe that's residual.
Nope, I'm up again.
Okay.
I just, and I know we need to move on, although we've spent a lot of time on the Rogue South Coast. We can spend a few minutes on Klamath, hopefully. I want to say that the dollars that Senator Merkley and also the governor and the legislature have heading to Klamath are really critical. And I think it's important to state that there's processes like the IFMRP, there's always a new acronym, that have been really robust basin-wide processes. But I also will say that when there was the joint agreements of the dam removal, there was also a process that had a lot of buy-in in the basin called the Klamath Basin Restoration Agreement. And so I guess the point that I want to make is that I think that the basin has done a couple decades of work figuring out where the priority areas are for fish and what needs to happen. And I'm thankful that there's a lot of, there's just a broad scope as we go in as to how those dollars can be applied, but I have absolutely no doubt that the basin will apply those dollars very carefully and that it'll be good for fishing communities far into the future. And having these dollars is just really, really important. We don't always want to make the news for being a place in crisis. We want to make the news for being a place that has a future. So anyway, my minute there.
Okay, we'll see no additional hands. Then thank you, Mark, for the presentation. And we will move on to adoption of temporary rules. Chair Wall, I believe you have 4 temporary rules that require ratification, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have about those.
Commissioners, questions on any of the 4? Director Melcher, I have one that is not related to whether or not we pass the 4 rules, but could you just say a bit about the timing on the management plan for the Minam River? It seems like you've already gotten off to a great start just with this work on the access and that sort of thing, but could you talk just a bit about the management plan process?
Sure, thanks, Chair Wall. And so the Minam acquisition, of course, is a 2-phase acquisition. We've just completed phase 1 here in the last 3 weeks, I believe it's been. And so phase 2 is currently in process. And I expect that after we have closed on phase 2, then we will engage through the region and the wildlife division staff on the formal planning process for those properties. And my light just went off. So the formal planning process for those properties after the second phase of the acquisition is closed. In the meantime, though, as you know, when we own properties, we want to make sure that the access and utilization of those properties is consistent with our general approach. And so you see a temporary rule here related to that, at least phase one acquisition.
Thank you. Great. And that takes us right back to commissioners. Do you have any questions on these 4 rules? And I don't see any hands yet. So if there are no questions, is there a motion to adopt the temporary rules? To ratify the temporary rules?
I would move to ratify the 4 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda. And I might just mention also, there's some couple great articles in the last Bugle magazine from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation about the mine and purchase, and excellent coverage.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 4 temporary rules in today's agenda. For this one, could we get a thumbs up vote for those who vote yes? Any no's? Thank you. Looks like 7-0, and that one is passed. So let's go then to other business. And I think that we don't have any other business items today unless somebody has one that, Director Melcher, do you have anything that we didn't have on here or know about before?
Chair Wall, I do not have any other business today.
Okay. It looks like Commissioner King has her hand up. Is there a question you have, Commissioner?
Sorry, it's difficult to unmute. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Wall. I have something to ask about, essentially, and I think it falls under other business, which is, could we as a commission have more of a detailed report regarding the things surrounding the racial equity, social justice, environmental justice, diversity, equity, inclusion? We keep hearing about it, and there's all these buzzwords, and there's things appearing in the budget, but I don't quite understand what all of it is. And I would like a better understanding of that in terms of, either a report from staff or folks from the executive division that can give us a better idea of what exactly is happening in relation to ODFW. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. And I'll let Director Melcher add to this, but my answer would be yes. And we can ask the department for an update and have it in the director's report or a specific agenda item in the January meeting maybe, or February. Director Melcher, anything you could add to that?
No, thanks, Chair Wall and Commissioner King. I think a January meeting might be a little quick in that it's not too far away, but yeah, we'd be happy to do that. We can prepare some information for a director's report items update specifically on this topic. And I'll just say, just before we even develop that off the top of my head, I'll just highlight some of the things that we do. And of course, we're engaged very closely with all 9 of the federally recognized tribes, literally. And I'll forward a copy of our annual tribal engagement report to you all, but it's like 26 pages of work that we've been doing, a report on work that we've been doing with all 9 federally recognized tribes. We're very engaged in the Environmental Justice Task Force. And in fact, I have been a participant in the Environmental Justice Task Force as ODFW's representative since its inception it began in 2000 with legislation in 2007, but the task force did not start meeting until 2008. So we have a lot of things, and we'd love to share those with you. So we'll get working on that for a director's report in the future.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Wall and Director Melcher. I just wanted to add to that. As you mentioned, the tribes, things like that. I think it segues nicely onto a further discussion about diversity, equity, inclusion. But, for example, when we mention the tribes specifically, like we say their names all the time, something like Siletz or Multnomah or Clackamas, there needs to, I would think that as we begin this discussion of diversity, equity, inclusion, we need to acknowledge that. And many, many meetings, I've come from Australia most recently, but many meetings start with an acknowledgement of country, and not just naming these people and naming their names, but more of a, I guess, inclusive recognition as to whose lands these once were. And obviously they're not now, and why. And just by doing a simple acknowledgement, I think goes a long way. But that might come as I know more from your reports in February or whenever it's appropriate about what exactly we're doing with this, because maybe that's something that's in play. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. King. Director Melcher, were you about to respond, or did you want to add something or go on?
No, I was just thanking her for those comments.
Great. Then we'll go to commission updates, and we are going to talk about the trap check and beaver management work groups. But before we do that, we have a quick update from Commissioner Labhart on two efforts he's been involved in, wildlife response and elk depredation. So could you talk about those, Commissioner Labhart?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Wall. The Wildlife Response Group, as you recall, the Commission had asked that we put that together. We have met for the first time. All members participated, and thanks Commissioner Khalil for being also a commission member on that. The purpose of the meeting, the first meeting, was to introduce everybody, talk a little bit about what the issues are regarding wildlife response. They identified a fairly long list of issues, and now they have been charged with prioritizing that list into the top 10. I've received responses back from a number of the members so far. Our plan is to meet in January and talk about the prioritization of those top 10, and then begin working on addressing each of those issues with some recommendations that would come back to the Commission. So that's that one. The Elk Depredation Workshop is an Oregon Solutions project. We've got a staff person, Manuel Padilla, which worked on the Classic Plains elk problem. He is going to be the facilitator for the project. We are in the process now of interviewing a number of a broad base of folks that are interested in this project, which is in Northeast Oregon. As I understand, Director Melcher has been interviewed, as well as a number of staff. I have been interviewed, and they're, of course, interviewing producers, conservation groups, and anybody that has an interest in elk depredation. And if you, any of the public that's watching this would like to be interviewed, there's a list of questions that they're asking about elk depredation and what are the issues, what do you think are the problems, how to solve those kind of things. So following this process of gathering information, then the Oregon Solutions Group will be stood up. There will be, as I understand, two co-conveners. This is being led by Representative Bobby Levy and Senator Bill Hansel. But then I understand that they may not be the co-conveners, that they're going to stand up some co-conveners, and we'll begin the hard work of dealing with this. And the end result of it is what we call a declaration of cooperation. And as Director Melcher reminds me on many occasions, this issue has been going on for literally decades. It's not an easy one to solve, but there's probably some places that we can make some headway into this very severe and important issue to those folks up in Northeast Oregon regarding elk depredation. So on we go.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. And at your request, Commissioners, I just want to mention that we will hear about the Classic Plains work at Commissioner Labhart's request in, I believe, February. So more on that to come. Could we go then to the trap check work group? And Commissioner Zarnowitz, could you give us a quick update?
Sure. At our November 16th meeting, we didn't have much movement, and it almost looked like we were going to stop at that point. But everybody decided that they wanted to go on. So we did have a December meeting. We were talking, there were a lot of discussions items about the ideas for management recommendations for trap check times. These are track intervals of time that a trapper, once they set a trap, goes back to check the trap. And that, again, kind of came down to discussions about animal welfare while it's in the trap, whether a kill trap actually kills an animal or the animal suffers. And we, again, didn't actually reach much movement there as to if we're going to modify the trap check interval requirements. Mostly this is for the predatory animal trap checks. And we decided again to meet in January. So we're going to work again on this to see if we can come to some consensus on what we need to do next.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. Could we go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde for the Beaver Management Work Group?
Yes, thank you. The Beaver Management Work Group also met in December, the day after the trap check group. And I would say that we continue to operate around 3 big priorities. The first being the most consensus in the group that I've seen so far is around the idea that these are landscape scale issues. These are restoration issues. The second is the need for more science around beaver and what's happening with beaver in different places. And the third has to do with whether or not there would be appropriate places for closures of trapping if there was specific restoration going on. Under each of the categories, there's a myriad of what I would call virtual sticky notes. We're having to do a lot of things that I think in a normal setting where people could meet with each other, we would be, I don't know, there's just some learning around facilitating in a virtual setting. So anyway, underneath each of these categories are subcategories. And the stakeholders have been challenged to work on more priority with those over the rest of the year. I wanted to, since I don't like New Year's Eve, I'm just not very social with the party scene. I thought I could do like a virtual pin the beaver on the dam thing, prioritize underneath kind of virtual party. I'm just teasing. But anyway, there's a subgroup that is, and for those that know that all beavers do not build dams, it could also be pin the beaver on a bank, bank beavers. Anyway, what I want to say is that there's a core subgroup of that group, and that core subgroup, I think is very diverse, coming from very different perspectives in terms of how they look at this issue. And they're doing hard work. So they give me a lot of hope. And that's all what I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. In his absence, I would like to actually, now that we have just heard about those 2 work groups, recognize former Vice Chair Greg Woolley for his work on both of those and for his years and years of service on the commission. I have mentioned to some people, but wanted to let the entire commission know, we will do a formal recognition of some sort or event when we are all meeting in person again. We keep thinking that's soon, and maybe it will be, but we would be able to recognize Greg's long service and his leadership on some of these wildlife issues and others as well. So I did want to mention that even though he isn't here, and recognize his long work on these. And And so then I would recognize back to you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, thank you. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Woolley's years of work and enjoyed working with him and learning from him. So, but I think also it's a time for us to nominate a new vice chair for the commission. And in the spirit of kind of the day, as we had the report from the Habitat Division on the new Habitat Division, I would like to make a motion here in a second to have Commissioner Zarnowitz as our new vice chair. I think her history with the previous Habitat Division and I think the bones of what this commission is working towards on a lot of fronts are more resiliency around habitat for all of our fish and wildlife and around climate change. And I have just found Commissioner Zarnowitz to be pretty gracious and thoughtful, and I think she would make an outstanding vice chair. So I would move to how do I say this? Move to recommend Commissioner Zarnowitz as our vice chair.
Thank you. And is there a second? And then we can talk about it a little bit.
I second that. I think Jill would make an amazing vice chair.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we elect Jill Zarnowitz as our vice chair for the commission. Are there other comments, anything that people want to weigh in on or ask questions? Okay, hearing none, then I would ask for a vote, a thumbs up vote for those who would like to vote for Jill Zarnowitz as the vice chair of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So those in favor. And I can't see everybody's picture right now. So are there people who would not like that to happen? Seeing none, Jill, you are the new vice chair. So you are now Vice Chair Zarnowitz. It's hard to know whether to say congratulations, thank you, or good luck, but there you are. And I look forward very much to working with you in that role. I think it'll be a great add to the commission to have you in that role. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, let's go on to public forum. And just so people know, we typically go quite a long time without breaks. I think what we will do today, given the way the agenda is structured, is have public forum, and then the minutes, adopt the minutes, and then take a short break, and then we'll start the Rogue South Coast plan, but after a short break. So let's go to public forum. And I would like to mention that yesterday when we had 150 people, we only gave people 2 minutes to talk, and they stayed within it remarkably well. So it was terrific. Today we have 3 minutes. So if people can work to stay within that, that's great. And we have, I think, 6 people signed up to talk. So the first one would be Gway Kirshner from the Nature Conservancy. And I'll just read through them so people know when their turn is coming up. After that would be Mia Shepard from Mid-Columbia about the Mid-Columbia tributary closures. Then Tyler Dungannon, chronic wasting disease. Ben Kirsch from the Deschutes River Alliance. Then Jim Coleman on Columbia River fisheries issues. David Moskowitz from the Conservation Angler, and rounding it up is Becky McRae from the North Umpqua Coalition. So if we could start please with Gway Kirshner.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Gway Kirchner with the Nature Conservancy. I'm pleased to share an exciting project to help prepare Oregon's Dungeness crab fisheries for climate change. Preparing Oregon's fisheries for changing ocean conditions is a priority of the Conservancy. We first partnered with the Pacific Fishery Management Council on an initiative to explore the impacts of shifting marine resources due to warming ocean temperatures. Using planning methodology utilized by big business, scenarios of what West Coast ecological and human communities may look like in 2040 were developed. Scenarios are narratives that provide a mechanism to think creatively about what challenges and opportunities are present and what interventions may be needed to overcome challenges and access opportunities under various states of nature. We heard from those involved in the PFMC process that it was difficult to evaluate the future of federally managed fisheries without also understanding the impacts to the Dungeness crab fishery, as it is a cornerstone of fishery portfolios. Additionally, ODFW was developing the Dungeness crab fishery management plan, which presented an ideally timed opportunity to bring scenario planning into Oregon to complement the state's planning process. Our role in this project was to bring together stakeholders and Oregon tribal representatives to facilitate the development of scenarios and the identification of interventions that may be appropriate under one or more of the scenarios. Recreational, charter, and commercial fishermen, processors, port commissioners, ODFW staff, tribal members, researchers, and others came together in 2 workshops. Building upon scenarios developed in the PFMC process, participants reviewed drivers of change specific to the Dungeness crab fishery, both climate and important socioeconomic components, and built scenarios that contrasted the variability of stock and ocean conditions with the viability of crab fishing. Participants then reviewed the scenarios and developed actions that could be taken by individuals, businesses, and government that may be needed to ensure sustainable Dungeness crab fisheries that continue to support coastal communities. A summary of that work, comprised of over $100,000 in grants and hundreds of hours of work, is contained in the report that we have shared with you today, titled Planning for the Future of Oregon's Dungeness crab fisheries. A full list of actions is included in the report appendix, and 4 areas for action were identified: reaching markets, changes to fishery management, preparing for climate change, which includes data collection, research, and habitat improvements, and lastly, investing in new infrastructure, technology, and fleet improvements. In closing, we hope this work could be incorporated into management by bolstering the thinking around climate change in the Oregon Dungeness crab fishery management plan. We think the results of this project could fill the need for examples of action that could be taken in the future, as identified by Chair Wall this year in October when you approved the plan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I will happily take any questions.
Thank you, Gway. And our timer system now has a bell on it, I should have mentioned. I also should have mentioned at the start that this is a great chance for the commission to hear topics that we would not typically hear on the agenda, or that are at least not on the agenda right now. We ask questions. We don't usually take any kind of action on these. So it's an input to the commission, which we appreciate. Commissioners, are there any questions? If not, we'll move on to the next one. Thank you very much, Gway. And we'll move on to Mia Shepherd. Go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Mia Shepherd, and my husband and I own Little Creek Outfitters and have been in business since 2003, taking people fly fishing for trout, bass, and steelhead on the Deschutes, John Day, Grand Ronde, and Sandy rivers. And we care about Oregon rivers, fish and wildlife, and the opportunity to hunt and fish. I'm here to comment on the steelhead closures implemented on September 1st and October 1st, specifically on the Deschutes and John Day rivers that impacted our business and many others. The closure was executed poorly with no scientific evidence that closing the recreational fishery would have any impact on recovery, and it gave us and visitors who had already purchased fishing license no time to prepare. Clients canceled trips and their reservations with hotels, airlines, and more. We are a small rural business based in Maupin, and every dollar counts. And we lost about $75,000 in revenue. I want to point out the 2 largest sources of funding for ODFW is the sale of hunting and fishing license and federal money from the excess tax on the purchase of ammo and fishing gear. Combined, about 75% of ODFW's funding comes from hunters and anglers. And within the recreational fishing community, there are anglers who sports fish to harvest and anglers who sport fish to catch and release. This closure, I feel like, penalized catch and release steelhead anglers, a user group who contributes significantly to the agency's budget and Oregonian's economy. As an outfitter who embraces a catch and release ethos, our clients don't care about harvesting fish and choose to use single barbless hooks, and we assist in landing fish by using nets and keeping them in the water. We have a client from Arizona that fished with us for the last 5 years and still hasn't landed a steelhead, and he said, "We are the problem." If every wild steelhead matters to ODFW, then all fisheries that impact wild summer steelhead need to be closed in the future, and regulations should be adopted to mitigate the impact to wild steelhead. There's 4 suggestions I have moving forward. Steward the value of all sports anglers and Oregonians, whether they harvest or catch and release. Set a baseline for closures well in advance so outfitters can adjust their season. Include a member of the outfitter community in future conversations about steelhead closures. Educate the public on the value of wild steelhead in catch and release fisheries. Currently, there is no reference on the ODFW site that explains the importance of wild steelhead or talks about the handling and releasing steelhead properly. Amend current fishing regulations to reduce impact on wild steelhead, such as eliminating bait on the John Day River, and advocate for a catch and release fishery over there. Wild steelhead need protecting, but not addressing all limiting factors to steelhead decline is unfair, and in the end, it does not benefit steelhead, and it hurts many rural small businesses and sports anglers. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much for bringing that to us. Appreciate it. Commissioners, questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mia. And we'll move on to Tyler Dungannon. Go ahead, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Tyler Dungannon, and I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association. I'm sure most everyone here is aware, but chronic wasting disease was confirmed near Lucille, Idaho in November. I won't get into what CWD is, but the issue is obviously of deep concern to OHA, and we want to offer our support today toward ensuring that ODFW has adequate resources to keep the disease outside of our borders. We're supportive of action to strengthen our monitoring and prevention efforts, and it does make intuitive sense to OHA that we would increase the number of CWD check stations across Oregon and along the Idaho border in particular. We want to remind the Commission that OHA's House bill passed last year requiring successful hunters to stop at these check stations next year, that being 2022, and this should certainly help us bolster our sampling efforts. OHA is ready to help in any way that we can, whether that's educating hunters, informational outreach, etc. We're ready to help even man CWD check stations if that's needed. This issue of CWD is not going to go away now that it's so close to home. And if the disease is detected in Oregon, it likely won't go away in my lifetime. So this topic, it's going to come up in future meetings, I'm sure. So we urge the Commission to support ODFW staff and their CWD prevention needs. Another quick note, OHA is very excited for ODFW's new Habitat Division to get rolling. And we want to welcome Sarah and Chandra into their leadership roles, and we look very much forward to working with you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tyler. Questions, Commissioners? If not, we'll move on. And again, thank you for your testimony there. Ben Kirsch, Deschutes River Alliance.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good morning. And thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and Commissioners. My name is Ben Kirsch. I'm a staff attorney with the Deschutes River Alliance. I'm here today to urge the Commission and the Department to take a more proactive and transparent approach to salmon and steelhead management in the Columbia River Basin moving forward. This past year, the Department took harmful and unequal last-minute actions in response to the lowest summer steelhead numbers on record. These low numbers did not come out of nowhere. The forecasts were known early in 2021. And the last minute actions ended up harming Oregon's recreational angling industry, like Miss Shepard mentioned earlier. With salmon and steelhead declines all but certain to continue compared to their historic numbers, we need a comprehensive plan that will support these struggling fish and that will ensure the Oregonians who rely on them will not suffer the unnecessary hardships they did this past year. So the Deschutes River Alliance is urging the Commission and the department to create a plan that has clear triggers and clear signaling for when emergency protections will need to be implemented, that will create a system of escalating protections for the fish, that puts river closures as a last resort option, that evenly distributes the burden of these protections among all of the Oregonians who rely on these fish, and that sees the department take an active role in advocating for improved water quality throughout the whole Columbia River Basin. This problem is not going away, and urgent action is needed from Oregon's regulators. In the coming months, we will be reaching out to the department to try to bring this plan into reality. That's all I have today. Thank you for your time, and happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you for that and for your testimony. Appreciate it. Questions, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Ben. And we'll move to Jim Coleman. Jim Coleman. While we're waiting for that to get set up, Michelle, is Jim there or?
Jim is in the room. Jim, to unmute your phone, there's an icon in the lower left-hand corner that looks like a little microphone.
Could we go to David Moskowitz and we'll come right back to Jim Coleman. David, why don't you go ahead, and you have 3 minutes and we're ready to listen.
Thank you very much, Chair Wall and members of the commission, Director Melcher. My name is David Moskowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Conservation Angler. We're a regional wild fish and rivers advocacy organization based in Washington. I live in Portland, Oregon, and happy to be able to talk with you this morning. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to address the commission during public forum. It remains an invaluable opportunity for engagement and outreach with the interested public. So thank you for that opportunity. We wish to welcome both Dr. King and Dr. Khalil to the commission, and we're glad to see a full slate of commissioners here today. And so that is.
I'm in the middle of the commission hearing right now. We're doing public forum. Is there something that can wait until the hearing is over?
That is a wonderful thing to see, and we're hopeful that all of you will take us into the future in a very memorable way. So
you know what? If you're just viewing, you need to go in through YouTube and watch it through YouTube.
I think if I may pause, Michelle may not know that she's not on mute.
Sorry.
All right, that's right. Hopefully
You know what? I would have to send you a separate invite for today's meeting. And right now I've got to get back to my meeting. I'm sorry.
You're not.
Okay.
Go ahead. Excuse me.
Sorry. I'm well known for going over my time, but this time at least it's not quite my fault. But in any case, I sent a email to all of you yesterday through Michelle that includes a number of documents that include counsel from the Oregon Attorney General's office about the mission of the department and the mission of the commission. And I won't, in the interest of time, won't go through those. There's 4 documents there, and I know you've been reading a lot of material lately. You always do. But I hope that you will read these because they're very instructive. And the gist is that it confirms that your mission, as found in Oregon Revised Statute 496012, creates an overriding and predominant duty to prevent the serious depletion of any indigenous wildlife species. And this is an overriding predominant duty. It's not to be balanced with providing optimum recreational and aesthetic benefits. It's separate of itself. And so it's really important to keep that in mind. That is, according to the law and the intent of the legislature and confirmed by the Attorney General, that that's your predominant duty. Providing optimum recreation and aesthetic benefits are a balance in themselves, because that envisions perhaps consumptive and non-consumptive use or enjoyment of wildlife. And then finally, that is also balanced by the duty to manage fish and wildlife in Oregon for present and future generations. So it's almost as if there is a real triple duty to conservation as opposed to use. And I think that that's very important to keep in mind. And if my stumbling here this morning doesn't clear it all up, the documents and the language from the Attorney General should really provide guidance for you. So we hope that that will be, particularly for the new commissioners, a chance to look at those and find out what those words on paper really mean. And if I may, I hopefully have just a couple seconds, but talking about, it's very helpful to see or hear people talk about the steelhead conservation. You've heard it from me for a long time. We do believe, even though there may have been inordinate burdens on some sectors, that the regulations that were imposed actually did benefit wild steelhead. And we believe that that will become evident as we look forward to the results and look at ODFW's data and Washington's data on steelhead encounters and survival. And we look forward to having those discussions. When the fish runs are low, it's painful for everybody. I haven't fished for steelhead. I didn't fish for steelhead the entire year of 2021, which is very sad for me personally. Anyway, thank you very much for the time. And I look forward to answering any questions you might have, and look forward to working with all of you in 2022.
Thank you, David. Any questions, commissioners? Seeing no hands, we'll go right back to Jim Coleman if he's here.
I think I'm here. I think
Yes,
Michelle
go ahead.
fixed it for me. All right, thank you. Chair Wall, commissioners, Director Melcher, good morning and Merry Christmas. I'm here this morning to give you a little history of commercial fishing on the Columbia River. My name is Jim Coleman. I've been a Columbia River commercial advisor for over 12 years. I'm also a member of the Alt Gear Committee, and I'm on the Washington Commercial Buyback Committee. I've lived on the river my entire life. Back in 1974, a federal judge by the name of George Bolt made a decision that allocated 50% of the salmon to the Native Americans, and then the sports and the commercials would split the other 50%. So that is where these allocation discussions began. The last big allocation shift happened in 2012 by then Governor Kitzhaber. For lack of a better term, it has always been called the Kitzhaber Plan. That plan made all kinds of promises to the commercial industry, actually promising an economic gain would occur. Written into this policy after 5 years was a mandatory policy performance review that was to be done to see how the policy was doing. That process began with both Oregon and Washington forming what was called the Policy Review Committee. 3 members from both commissions. They had 7 meetings in 2019. In January of 2020, Oregon withdrew from these discussions, leaving Washington to finish their review on their own. The major failures of the Kitzhaber Plan were identified by this group as it failed to meet the economic objectives. It actually went backwards for the commercials. It failed to enhance hatchery production. It failed to expand the off-channel fishing opportunities. And it failed to transition to alternative gears. After identifying these deficiencies, the Washington Commission rewrote their 3620 policy and approved 3630 on September 11th of 2020. So that brings us to today, a brand new commission in Oregon, and very few of the original Washington commissioners still here, and we're back reviewing this policy again. Next Monday, there is a bi-state policy review meeting on the schedule. Monday's main topic is allocation. let me remind you that any allocation shifts is only that. It does nothing for conservation or any other benefit. The same number of ESA listed fish will die. They are just caught by another user group. That is the biggest myth I hear in these discussions. Remove the gill nets and the fishery will recover. No, the allocation just goes to the sports fishery. So as new commissioners, you're going to be asked to make a decision in the future on what to do with our Oregon policy. I'm here
Jim,
today to, yes,
if you could, your time is up, so if you could wrap up, that would be terrific.
I'm just 2 sentences left here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here today to ask you to please do your own review of this issue. Lots of information on the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife website on how Washington made their decision, and ODF&W has the best staff on the planet. My hope would be you would decide to accept the changes Washington has already made and get both states concurrent. This policy review has already been done in 2020. And I'm sorry I only was able to touch the tip of the iceberg on this subject, but thank you for the time and any questions.
Thank you for bringing the issue, and I see no hands up, so there aren't any questions. So thank you, Jim, for that and for
My pleasure.
testifying. Let's go to Becky McRae. I think you're on mute. There you go.
Good morning to Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Becky McRae, President of the North Umpqua Foundation, and happily live on the beautiful North Umpqua River in Glide. At the September Commission meeting, I spoke as part of the North Umpqua Coalition, and at that time encouraged you to request the staff to pause for 10 years the release of hatchery summer steelhead into the North Umpqua to allow the recovery of the wild summer steelhead as they did with the wild winter run. Since that meeting, 2 additional pieces of concerns have surfaced. Concern number 1, the Winchester Dam count from May to September was only 347 wild summer steelhead, which is far below ODF&W's critical abundance of 1,200 wild summer steelhead and light years from the desired abundance of over 3,000. While I was saddened by the numbers, I was not surprised, since I already knew the number in the Big Bend pool, which, for those of you who don't know where that is way upriver on the North Umpqua and a tributary of Steamboat Creek. The number in July this year was a mere 55 fish, which turned out to be the high for the season and is in stark contrast to the normal July number of 175 fish. Concern number 2 is the loss of heat in the Coal River hatchery, the hatchery raising smolts that are released into the North Umpqua, and was recently reported in the Roseburg News Review. In that article, in a statement from the Army Corps of Engineers, they were concerned that releasing the fish when they were small could have long-term consequences. Quoting Darren Gallion, "We are unsure of exactly what effects will be. We anticipate potentially lower survival due to the smaller size. There could be some predation issues there. The hatchery is currently looking into holding the fish longer to give them time to grow." One other minor thing I have not related to that, for the record, is the spelling of my last name. It is spelled MC RAE. I'm not faulting anyone, because when I got married, I always had to spell my maiden name and thought, this is going to be really easy, until I found out the bajillion ways to spell McRae. Thank you for giving of your time for this and all the other wildlife issues that surround Oregon, and for allowing me to give you an update of our concerns about the status of the wild summer steelhead in the beautiful North Umpqua River. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Becky. And I don't see questions, so we'll thank you for your input on the North Umpqua, and we'll just take credit for being able to say it right, and maybe we'll spell it right next time. So thank
That's just fine. It all sounds the same.
you. That ends then our public forum, and we'll move to Exhibit A in the agenda, the commission minutes. And I would ask the commissioners if there are any changes to any. We have 3 in front of us: October 15th, October 25th, and November 4th. Are there any revisions you'd like to have made to any of the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt these 3 sets of minutes?
Yeah, I can move to approve the October 15th, October 25th, and November 4th, 2021 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Thank you. Is there a second? It'll get you to a break if you second.
I will second it.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the October 15th, 25th, and the November 4th meetings of the commission. Those in favor, could I see a thumbs up, please? Thank you all. We will take a break and come back at, it's a little after 10, so let's come back at 10:15 and we'll start the Rogue South Coast plan, and we'll first hear from staff, then we'll go into the key decisions, the individual ones, and then adopt the plan and rules, or consider the plan and rules themselves. So thank you all. Back in at 10:15. Welcome back, everyone, and I'm sorry I was a bit late. I had a technical glitch on break, so welcome, and we'll go ahead and start with Exhibit B, the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. With another thank you to the staff who have spent months and months on this, and to all of the people out there who have been working on it, deeply engaged and passionate and thoughtful on all of the pieces of this that will be in front of us today. I think that we have Dr. Chris Lorian and Sean Clements ready to do a presentation.
Yes, thanks, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission. We're excited to be here today. This has been 3 years in the making and the final step in this journey. I know you've all spent a number of hours on this in the past half year. And I just want to, before Chris gets into the presentation, just want to take some time to acknowledge all the work that's gone into this. The 27 stakeholders that spent combined greater than 800 hours or so in meetings, as well as late nights reading through materials. We really appreciate your time commitment there. Time's the most valuable thing we have, and you gave it freely to make this plan better. We really appreciate that. To the public, the many thousands of input that we received, we really appreciate hearing from you and understanding your perspectives. To the 2 science reviewers that participated in this, we again appreciate you giving freely of your time. To our friends at National Marine Fisheries Service, who we consulted with early on in development of this plan, we appreciate their time as well. And then I also need to bring up and acknowledge the sovereign tribes who were consulted on during development of this plan and who provided testimony earlier in this week. Their partnership is going to be invaluable in seeing the desired outcomes of this plan realized. And then finally, the 40+ staff in the agency that participated in development of this plan, led by Chris Lorian, but also with Tom Stahl, Dan Van Dyke, and Steve Measure carried the lion's share of the workload here, but there was many others throughout the agency who participated in this and made it better. And personally, I'm really proud of the product of all this labor. With adoption of this plan, we'll have a network of wildfish emphasis areas that give the space wildfish need to thrive. We'll have a plan for how to improve these habitats going forward so they're more resilient. And Chair Wall, you asked earlier how the habitat and fish divisions will coordinate on this. Mm-hmm. This plan, combined with the aquatic habitat prioritization that we're implementing per the ocean climate change policy, really provide the roadmap that both divisions will follow to make sure we're aligned and coordinated on both the regulatory and voluntary side. And in addition to that, one thing that we missed earlier was that we're putting new resources into this basin through the Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program to implement actions in this plan. And then there's additional potential funding available through both the Infrastructure Jobs Act, potentially RAWA, and then additional documents that are being signed at the moment. So I think there's a lot of good things that are going to be coming into this region here soon. We also have a comprehensive fishery management framework that includes a transition from bag limits to harvest rate limits with a substantial buffer to guard against uncertainty, as well as conservation thresholds that are proactive in turning off the fishery when times are poor. And then we have a commitment from stakeholders to support new authorizations and fees to better track this fishery and pay for monitoring. And last, we have the department moving considerable resources into monitoring in this region. So all in all, a lot of good things coming out of this plan that are really going to put this area of the state on solid footing. And I think for me, one of the biggest things is just the energy that I've seen throughout this process on both sides of the equation. Everyone is just passionate, and that's the best thing we can have here. Apathy would be a deal breaker. And so I believe if we can adopt this plan and move forward and maintain that energy, then good things are going to happen. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Lorian to kind of run through the plan, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher. I'm going to get my presentation started here, just a moment. Correct. Hope everyone can see that.
Yes.
Great. Again, good morning. For the record, my name is Chris Loran, and I'm the Native Fish Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Today, ODF&W staff are presenting the final draft of the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan, or RSP, for Commission approval, and presenting an administrative rule to direct the department's implementation of the plan for Commission adoption. The RSP will serve as a state of Oregon conservation plan for 4 species management units: winter steelhead, summer steelhead, coho salmon, and coastal cutthroat trout, coastal watersheds from the Elk River south to the Winchuck River, including the Rogue Basin. The RSP is consistent with requirements of Oregon's native fish conservation policy and several other policies in statute or rule, including the food fish management policy, wildlife policy, and climate and ocean change policy. The content of the plan was described in detail at the October Commission briefing and subsequent special commission meeting. To briefly summarize several of the key features of the plan, the RSP identifies strategies and actions to address limiting factors and achieve desired status for planned species, prioritizes habitat actions that address primary limiting factors, especially habitat access, water quality, and water quantity, describes risks from climate and ocean change and actions needed to build resilience for the future. And again, as we heard this morning, the key here is habitat, habitat, habitat. The plan also fosters and sustains fishing opportunity while building in additional conservation safeguards, as Sean mentioned, and establishes specific management triggers and actions based on an enhanced monitoring program for these species. ODF&W developed the RSP with extensive public involvement and coordination with several entities over the past 2 years. In addition to the formal outreach shown on this slide, there were many other meetings, discussions, and communications with stakeholders in the public. Public involvement strengthened the plan throughout the development process and resulted in substantial agreement on the strategies and actions in the draft plan. The final draft RSP that's presented for approval is very similar to the draft we presented in the October briefing, but there have been some revisions. The most significant revision was based on direction from the Commission to clarify the management triggers and actions in the plan. So staff created a new table summarizing these and added that table to the plan as a new appendix. In addition, staff made edits to clarify consistency with the native fish conservation policy and ensure consistency between the plan and proposed rule. Following Commission direction, staff also developed management action alternatives for 3 topics in the draft plan. The first 2 relate to hatchery actions in the plan, and the third concerns components of the winter steelhead angling framework. Commission decisions on these alternatives will determine the content of the final approved plan. The first topic with management action alternatives is the designation of wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas. These designations indicate management areas where hatchery fish can and cannot be released. So the 2 alternatives for this decision are presented here. Under alternative 1, the staff proposal, designations would apply to all fish species, including spring and fall Chinook salmon. And under alternative 2, designations would only apply to species covered by the RSP, and all references to Chinook salmon hatchery programs would be removed from plan figures and tables. The second topic with management action alternatives is the Rogue coho salmon hatchery release. Alternative 1 is the staff proposal to increase the release target by 25,000 smolts. This would restore a portion of a recent cut in this program, increasing the release target from 75,000 to 100,000 smolts. The additional production would be released downstream from the hatchery to minimize predation risk for wild fish, particularly spring Chinook salmon fry. Alternative 2 for decision 2 would maintain the current hatchery release of 75,000 coho smolts. The third topic for Commission decision has 2 components. The first component is interim wild winter steelhead bag limits that would be implemented during the first 5 years after plan approval. Alternative 1 is the staff proposal, which would maintain the current 1 per day, 3 per year bag limit in locations open to wild steelhead harvest. And this is an aggregate limit that applies across the Southwest zone. Under alternative 1, ODF&W will implement the new population and harvest monitoring described in the plan and conduct a review at the end of the 5-year interim period to determine the appropriateness of those bag limits relative to the new harvest rate control of the plan. Alternative 2 would change regulations to catch and release for wild steelhead in all locations during the 5-year interim period. Under this alternative, ODF&W will implement new population monitoring, but would delay implementation of some actions related to wild winter steelhead harvest monitoring specifically until after the 5-year interim period. An evaluation of interim bag limits would not, relative to the harvest control, would not be possible with this alternative. So after 5 years, ODF&W would implement a 1 in 3 bag limit and manage adaptively moving forward to ensure consistency with the harvest rate control. The second part of decision 3 is conservation status thresholds for winter steelhead. These thresholds are the indicators of low expected returns that would trigger fishery restrictions up to and including a full closure. Option A is the staff proposal that was discussed at length with stakeholders. Thresholds are based on the 5th percentile of historical abundance for the juvenile steelhead abundance index, shown on the top left figure in this slide, and the rogue wild half pounder index, shown in the figure on the right. The blue line in each figure is the conservation status threshold under option A. The yellow lines in the figure show option B, which would set the thresholds at a higher level based on the 15th percentile of historical abundance. And this is a more conservative approach that would be expected to result in fishery restrictions occurring more often. So in addition to presenting the draft RSP for approval, staff are presenting the administrative rule for implementing the plan for adoption by the Commission. The rule was developed using the same approach used in other plans developed under the Native Fish Conservation Policy and codifies the elements required by the NFCP, including desired status, management strategies, and the adaptive management process, among other things. One of the management action alternative decisions regarding the designation of wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas affects a management strategy in the plan, and so the final draft rule will depend on this decision. If alternative 1 for decision 1 is selected, wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis area designations would apply to all species, and the text in the blue box on this slide would be used in the OAR. This is the text in attachment 5. If alternative 2 is selected, the designations would only apply to plant species, and the text shown in bold in the yellow box would be added to the OAR. This alternative text can be found in attachment 6. So in conclusion, the staff recommendation is the motion shown here, which would approve the final draft of the RSP as contained in attachment 3 and adopt the OAR for the RSP as proposed by staff in attachment 5. Recognizing that a commission decision is needed for each of the topics with management action alternatives before making a final decision on plan approval, staff have prepared slides with draft motions, a draft motion for each decision, and a final motion for plan approval and rule adoption, depending on those decisions. But before proceeding to those decisions, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Good overview. Great to have that in front of us. And I think now is a great time for general questions if commissioners have them. And then, as you said, we can go back through the individual ones and bring those up one at a time and work our way through them. So are there questions? It looks like Commissioner Zarnowitz has her hand up.
Yes, thank you for this. And I know it's been a long, hard process. So I appreciate all the work that's been done. I have a question about commission involvement in hatchery decisions, and that is under the rules in 6A7 capital A, where it says under, capital C, that that the annual review of monitoring data necessary to produce annual reports, et cetera. Oh no, actually it is A, yeah, or B, excuse me. It's about if there's changes in the hatchery, I guess the hatchery strategies says if a public process will be undertaken with commission approval necessary for changes. And it talks about significant changes. What would that look like when something would come to the commission?
I guess Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, or Vice Chair Zarnowitz, I can start that and Chris can help me out at the end here, but there's a couple of things here. So the wild fish, mixed fish emphasis area, that sets kind of an overlay. So any change in a wild fish area would require us to come to the commission for a determination of whether to institute a hatchery program there. And then secondarily, I think you're asking like if there was some shift in ocean productivity or what have you, are we required to come back to the commission within a mixed fish emphasis area? Is that the question?
Yes, right.
Yeah. And as written, the concept of mixed fish emphasis areas is that the commission is pre-approving hatchery programs in those areas, but they're also contingent on staying within the constraints that are in the plan with regards to PHOS. So the department can raise or lower production within mixed fish emphasis areas without going to the commission, but they have to maintain within those PHOS limits that are established in the plan. But again, if there's a desire to start a hatchery program in a wild fish emphasis area, that automatically comes to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of it, Chris?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, thanks, Sean. I would just add to that the specific language in there addresses both the wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas, but also new hatchery programs, with hatchery programs being defined as a program within a management area. So if a program wasn't previously designated in a management area for a particular species, that would require commission approval to create a new program relative to the ones that are detailed in the plan in table 14.
Okay, thank you.
Also, and just, yeah, okay, I think that's.
Just before we, sorry to interrupt, but just before we leave that question, could you say again the one that you were referencing, Vice Chair Zarnowitz? Can you just say the language that you were referencing so people know where that was?
Yeah, excuse me. It you start at 6, then little a, 7, and then B, capital B, and C. It's on the last page of the rules in the brochure or the pamphlet. Excuse me, in our packet. So it talks about. I can read it, I guess. If a status assessment described in OAR 635, 500, 6785, 77E, I believe that is, indicates deterioration of populations or SMUs or a noticeable lack of progress toward desired status, the department will determine if the strategies being used to achieve desired status needs to be substantially changed or modified. If so, a public process will be undertaken with commission approval necessary for such changes. So I was wondering about what the substantially changed would be. And I think I had an answer. One is that the wild fish emphasis areas would always come, if that was going to be proposed, would always come to the commission. If it's a mixed species emphasis area or mixed fisheries emphasis area, that would not necessarily come to the commission. It would depend upon the significance or substantially changed or modified criteria. So I was trying to get at that, and it sounded like if it was a small change, it wouldn't come to the commission.
So Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'll just clarify. So on 6, little c, big C, it talks about manage for a wild fish emphasis or mixed emphasis in the appropriate management areas as outlined in RSP figure 14, and obtain commission approval for starting new or eliminating existing hatchery programs in a management area relative to those in table 14. So yes, wild fish emphasis area always comes to the commission. Mixed fish emphasis area would come to the commission if it's a new program or we're eliminating a program in that area. But if we're raising or reducing the numbers of an existing program, that doesn't necessarily come to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, if I can just follow up a little bit on that, the section you were referencing there is more of a general direction about the strategies appearing in rule. And so those strategies, any change in those strategies would be something that we would consider when we do those major check-ins at that 12-year assessment. Certainly it could happen outside of that, but that's the typical course of events that we would, and then of course, any change in those strategies which are in rule would require commission action to change those strategies. The shorter term adaptive management process is more around actions in the plan. That would be something that we would be visiting on those shorter timescales as we do these annual check-ins and review annual monitoring data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple other hands up. Commissioner Khalil, I believe yours was first, and then Commissioner King.
Yeah, thank you. So much work went into this, and I acknowledge that along with everyone else, and I'm very impressed. You mentioned very briefly, and I'm wondering if you can speak to it a little bit more, the move from bag limits to harvest rate limits, and what that, unpack that a little bit for me.
Sure. I can start again, and Chris, you can jump in. So by establishing a harvest rate limit, what we've done is take information we had on the stock recruit curve, so adult to adult survival, essentially, and we can develop a curve out of that and then run a population viability assessment and look at what the likelihood of extirpation is of that population over a 100-year timescale. And then we can vary harvest rates within that and look at and develop a curve based on that. And that curve allows us to understand how harvest rate impacts the likelihood of extirpation. And when we're setting these harvest rate limits, we typically want to keep it on the flat part of the curve so that we're not significantly increasing that risk of extirpation. And when we ran that curve for the upper rogue stock of winter steelhead, which is the most impacted by harvest because it has to run through the largest fishery, you find that the point of inflection is around 35% harvest. So we essentially halve that to build in a buffer. And so the harvest rate in the rogue is capped at 15%, and in the South Coast area, the smaller areas at 10%. And so by managing to that rate limit, we can adjust the bag limits or the times or the locations where anglers are fishing to stay within that. And that allows us to not appreciably increase the risk of extirpation. And then through the collection of adult data going forward, we can rerun those stock recruit functions and make sure that stock recruit function isn't changing over time because of climate change.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Commissioner King?
Yeah, sorry, I've just unmuted. Thank you. To all of everyone, I know it's been said over and over, there's been a massive amount of work here done. And, having meetings during the pandemic, you just can't overstate. It's been going on for years. I appreciate all of it. And I've just come at the very, very end. So while I have been drinking from a water hose, as Commissioner Labhart has mentioned a couple of times, I have had the opportunity to go through the information. I've listened to a lot of the testimony, and I've read a lot of the input that was sent in the form of emails. So I do feel informed. I had several meetings with Sean and his team and things like that. So it's all been very helpful. I have just a couple of questions in that when you talk about your choices, and it's to be set for a 5-year interim period. Is there anything in between? Meaning, are you monitoring that also annually? Like, for example, I understand the cutoff of Cape Blanco, and it seems that ocean temperatures and upwelling are different there. The fish aren't as under as much threat because the water is staying cool. But we all know that the world's biggest biome, which is the ocean, is probably the one most sideways right now, if we're talking about climate change and impacts. So looking at every trend, we know that that's going to change. We don't know how, we don't know when. So are we monitoring for that? Like when we see, like, you know, annually, is there a way that we can know and then react? Or are we stuck with this for 5 years and watch a fishery collapse? You know, is there, I guess what I'm asking is, there's a way that this is adaptable for changes that are potentially, and I would say predictably, coming. So that's my question. Thank you.
Sure. Well, Commissioner King, certainly. So the department has had a long-term landscape scale monitoring program in place in the Rogue South Coast area for various metrics, and that's going to continue. But then in addition to that, we've moved new resources into the area starting last year, where we were able to monitor adult abundance. And then we're also moving new resources in to monitor the habitat side of things and considering new ways to look at stream temperature, stream flows, and model lows. So going forward, the 5 year is an interim period to gather data on the fishery, primarily to understand how the bag limits are relating to harvest rates. But during that period, we'll be gathering adult abundance data every year. We'll be gathering juvenile abundance and distribution data every year. And we'll also be monitoring the ocean conditions with the folks at NOAA every year. And then stream flows, stream temperatures, we have a program in place to gather that information. And so, yeah, what you're kind of voting on here is a framework to manage that fishery with both proactive controls through the conservation thresholds, as well as the rate limit. Outside of that process, we also have a temporal process where if there's any particular alarming signs during a year, like there was last year, the department can act within days to restrict fisheries. And we did that, as you heard this morning, in a lot of cases this past year when there was issues. So there's a long-term framework you're setting in place here that I think is both proactive and precautionary, with buffers built in a lot of locations. There's also the temporal process to allow us to act immediately. And then we're moving in all these resources to provide additional monitoring. And we're never going to know less than we know right now. We're always learning more as we go along, and we can apply that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I guess I had a question. I thought I had it right in my mind, but now it seems like I got a little more confused again on the wild fish, the decision one in the packet here, the wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas. Maybe you could, I'm sure this has been done already, but maybe you could explain to me, Sean, about between the two alternatives, alternative 1 and alternative 2, why the staff proposal was alternative 1 versus alternative 2.
Yeah, and Chris participated in the stakeholder process to a far greater extent than I did, so he can chime in on this. But staff recommendation for alternative 1 was based on the outcome of that process, which was where stakeholders discussed the map and made considerable changes throughout the process. And the final place we landed was where there wasn't total agreement, but we felt it was a compromise between what the various stakeholders wanted. So that's why that reflects staff recommendation. Chris, anything to add to that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I think Sean covered it very well. And regarding that decision, I think this really comes out of that disagreement over those two small mixed emphasis areas and kind of how much we want to bring the fall Chinook plan and spring Chinook plans that have already been approved by the commission into this plan. So that's really the genesis of that. And if you had any questions about those details, I'd be happy to answer them.
I guess that's what I am asking is, I guess, the details. So what are the, boots on the ground, the actual details of the plan itself? Let's see. And I guess the negatives and positives, I guess I'm looking for of one over the other.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. So I guess I wouldn't describe them as negatives or positives. This plan, we're seeking to provide a comprehensive picture of where wild fish emphasis areas are and where we're focusing if it's on hatchery programs. And so that was something that was started during the coastal multi-species plan process and something that we're using going forward as this concept of WFEAs and MEAs. And we're trying to unite all species under this umbrella through this plan to provide that kind of comprehensive picture of things. So it helps us prioritize internally where we're going to put our efforts, both in habitat and hatcheries.
Okay, yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, if I could ask a follow-up question, if you could just say a bit more in response to your question or to the question you took earlier, you talked about rerun the harvest rate limits with adult information as it's available. Could you just, in just a few sentences, talk about what that kind of adaptive management process looks like?
Sure. So the PVAs, the population viability assessments, you take adult data and then look at how many adults were generated from that cohort. And so you have to, because there's a couple of cohorts here, you have to wait for a few years for those fish to come back. So the adults we measured last year, or counted last year in the basin that spawned, their juveniles will go out and Chris will have to correct me here, but I think next year and the following year, probably. And then they'll spend 1 to 2 years in the ocean, then they'll come back. And when we count those fish coming back, we can say from the adults that came back last year, this is the number of adults that came back from the ocean. So that's what you call a stock recruit function. And you build that over time and you look to see if there's a trend there. And so it takes several years of that information to document whether there's any trend in that kind of stock recruit, which indicates, one of the hypotheses under climate change is that freshwater productivity might decline or ocean survival might decline. So you would see a change in that stock recruit function essentially, but it would take some years to see that trend. So you don't run those PVAs every year. You take a period like 10 years, which is why we have these 10 to 12-year assessments, and rerun them and see if that status is changing and then adjust your strategy. But in the interim, it doesn't mean that you can't use that adult data if you see rapid declines or causes for concern to adjust your strategies prior to those review points. That's kind of what you've seen elsewhere in the state, where we see some rapid declines and we take action in the interim.
Just one follow-up question to that. And then we have Dr. King with one more question. And also Commissioner Labhart, I think, wants to make some comments. Is there a confidence level attached to the harvest rate right now? Like when we say 10%, that we would like a harvest rate of 10%, is there a confidence level attached to that now or not?
Chair, well, a confidence level that harvest rate is not going to result in an appreciable increase in extirpation, or confidence that is the harvest rate?
The latter, that how sure are we that when we say 10% that the harvest rate would be 10%, how reliable is that? And that may be just a guess, and we could just delay that question if you'd like, but that is my question, is when we're talking about a harvest rate of 10% or 15%, what is the reliability of that?
Yeah, so Chris can talk a little, Chris can talk about the information we have indicating what current harvest rate limits are. But then going forward, we're going to have creels during that the harvest period. So we'll get an indication each year of what the harvest rate was. Chris, do you want to talk retroactively about what we know?
Yes, Chair Wall. We have several pieces of information I think that are useful here that we go into our thinking about where we're at and where we're starting from with these bag limits. One of those pieces is surveys that were done in the late aughts and into the early 2010s in these basins that we can, and then some earlier monitoring at Gold Ray Dam that we had on the Rogue. Based on those and our harvest card information, we can make estimates of harvest rates that were, within the last 10 to 15 years, and those were consistent with the harvest rates that we have in the plan. We also have some information that we implemented a creel and intensive spawning surveys in the Sixes River, which isn't in the planning area, but has a very similar fishery structure and is located just north of the Elk and just north of the planning area. Again, we saw a fishery that was really consistent with what we were expecting in these fisheries, with a harvest rate well under 10%, and we expect there to be variation from that to year, but where we landed in that monitoring gives us additional confidence. And then again, as Sean mentioned, we did preliminary work in 2021 this year, where we implemented spawning surveys in 4 of the 6 coastal basins, as well as a rogue scale estimate for winter steelhead. That work is still preliminary, and we're still working out some of the details of how we're going to do that moving forward. But even if you make some really conservative assumptions about fish abundance and use our harvest card data, we're still really in the safe zone relative to those harvest rates. So we feel confident that the bag limits we've proposed are going to produce harvest rates that are consistent with what we've proposed in the plan. And we're going to have kind of immediate feedback whether that's the case as we implement this new monitoring in the years to come.
Thank you. That was actually very helpful. Let's go to Commissioner King, and then we have Commissioner Labhart, and then I think we should go to, if there aren't other questions in general, then we could go back to decision 1 and start working our way through these. So Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So I think you may have partially answered my question. It's to do with, for example, I'm in Congressional District 3 in Portland, the Columbia, all the bad news. We've had lots of folks testify about what happened at the chutes, emergency closures, etc. So what's front of my brain is this plan, I think, from what you're telling me, all of your hard work and this plan and the monitoring you have in place is different so that we won't suddenly have an emergency closure, meaning we will be monitoring and knowing what's happening, and we're not going to have to wait for a fishery to collapse before we act. Is that, those are the kind of things that I'm questioning. Is that built into this plan? And was it not built in to what's happening on the Columbia right now? Now, I realize it's different. I'm not trying to mix apples and oranges. I do understand. I'm just trying to say, like, are we making sure that we're just not watching something drive off a cliff before we react? Thank you.
Sure. Well, Commissioner King, there's, I guess, several answers in there. The fisheries in the Columbia are largely managed under an ESA framework, so with NOAA oversight. And there's rate limits, again, applied to those fisheries. And then those rate limits are passed out amongst the tribes and the various states and managed accordingly. So and NOAA manages those fisheries to, again, avoid the significant increased risk for extirpation as a result of harvest. And so they use a similar approach with the PVAs that I described earlier. And so fisheries are generally set in those areas to avoid fisheries contributing to significant risk of extirpation. But that's not to say that there are all these other limiting factors and threats out there that are acting on these populations, and that can cause some of the declines we saw this past year. And so, for example, summer steelhead, there was clearly something that occurred in the ocean that affected their second-year survival. And that the response to that then in season is to lower the fishery impact to make sure that that doesn't impact those fish that are coming back. But again, it's kind of taking care of our house to make sure that we're not causing that decline, but trying to do what we can to to rectify those factors that are primarily responsible for these declines, which is largely related to habitat. In this plan, I would say that we're managing more conservatively than we are in some of those ESA fisheries with our rate limits and our proactive controls. So we're doing what we can to put that framework in place to be proactive and understand what might be coming, but you can't control for things that happen in the ocean. And so that's where our in-season process comes in, that temporal process I described, where if you see those signs, either low flows, high temperatures, or run coming back low, you can take the action and close restrict fisheries in season. Anything to add, Chris?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think Sean covered it really well. I think the only thing I would add to that is that in this area, we kind of have a unique aspect of the life history of these steelhead, that they have this half-pounder life history that's only found in our area in Southern Oregon and Northern California. There's a few other places in the Pacific where it occurs for steelhead, but those fish go out to the ocean and then for a short period of time and then return. And it doesn't get at the longer term trajectory of fish out in the ocean that Sean was just mentioning, but it does give us a unique window into that early ocean survival of these fish that we don't have in other places, because when those half-pounders come back to freshwater after that short period, we get this information about how well those fish survive during the first summer at sea that we don't have in other places. And that historically has been really strongly related to later adult returns when those fish come back as, you know, full adult fish in the future. So it's kind of a unique thing we have in the Rogue, and it's something that in this plan we've set up the monitoring to make sure that that's still a reliable indicator. But as long as we have that indicator, it's going to give us a real advantage in avoiding and being able to plan for serious downturns in these populations.
Thank you. Did that get to your question, Dr. King?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to both of you. You've answered me.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has a question, and Commissioner Labhart would like to make comments. Just so people know, the process that we're going to try to do is we're in general questions now, and then we'll go back to back to each of those 4 decisions. And so if you, Commissioner Labhart, want to make your comments before we start through those 4 decisions and then the rule and plan together at the end of that, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going on the questions. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm actually wanting to make comments, not a question, and I'm wanting to do it before we get to the 4.
Okay.
And so just, I don't have to do that right this second, but that's why I'm flagging my little hand.
I believe that Commissioner Labhart wants to do the same thing, so we'll come back to that. Commissioner Spellbrink, do you have another question?
This really isn't a question either, but just maybe a quick observation just from personal experience. You know, back in 07, 08, when we had the collapse of the coastal Chinook runs, you know, due to ocean conditions, fishermen were the first one to raise the alarm. You know, they're the first one to experience it. And I think you will see that, you know, in this process is that, I mean, if us that are on the ground fishing every day see no fish, I mean, we were calling the district biologist at that time saying, hey, we've got a problem. There's no fish here, you know. So it's not just that fishermen always want to catch the last fish or, you know, chase fish, but they will be the first one to raise alarm when they see a collapse of a fishery.
Thank you. Let's go back to Commissioner Labhart, and you wanted to make some comments before we started into each of the 4 decisions, and then we'll go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde for the same thing. So Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And folks, this is the end of a 3-year process. And I know it's just a huge deal to a lot of you that are watching today. So I think it's appropriate, at least from my perspective, that I provide some comments, because this has been a very long, arduous process. And so I want to make sure that I have given due consideration to what we're about to vote on today. So I hope I want to provide some clarification to some of the testimony that we received and some of the emails that we received with testimony, because I think there's a need for clarification. And I want to talk about process, the draft itself, climate change, conservation status, hatchery practice, harvest monitoring, and habitat. So first, process. We, the commission and the department, have had a long history of using work and stakeholder groups as well as public meetings to work with and hear from our constituents regarding important fish and wildlife issues and plan developments. These groups are critical as they allow for stakeholders, the public, and user groups to provide valuable input to this commission and the department on important issues. In many cases, these meetings may result in change or modification of what the department and or the commission may have been originally thinking because of this valuable input. I recently had two folks reach out to me pretty frustrated that we are not valuing the time and considerable effort that they and others have put into this process as members of two coastal stakeholder teams. One was frustrated enough, he indicated that he would likely not volunteer for one of the boards he is appointed to if the commission moves significantly away from the stakeholder group recommendations that he worked hard on with the department biologists and other stakeholders. He said, not a threat, just the facts. Their frustration centered around their perception that all the work they were putting into getting a consensus recommendation were being drowned out by paid special interests and lobbyists. I know what this process can be, as I was a county commission member of the North Coast Multi-Species Work Group several years ago, and very much appreciated the commission hearing our concerns and issues and adopted that plan based upon what we as stakeholders agreed to after spending considerable hours working with the department and public input to craft a plan that most could live with. Recently, this commission has appointed work groups regarding trap check intervals, beaver management, and wildlife response networks. We value their input and we strive to make informed decisions. This same public and stakeholder work groups input process has happened with this Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. There have been two stakeholder groups, the South Coast 16 members and the Rogue 14 members, who've had 12 meetings with ODF&W staff and spent a total of approximately 800 hours, as Sean mentioned, during these meetings, helping to draft this plan over the last 3 years. This does not include the countless hours stakeholders spent outside of the meetings reviewing planning materials and providing written comments. They included a broad and diverse group of individuals and interest group representatives on purpose to make sure the variety of voices were heard. For example, stakeholder groups included the U.S. Forest Service, the Wild Salmon Center, South Coast Fishermen, Soil and Water Conservation Districts, guides, Native Fish Society, Trout Unlimited, ports, watershed councils, county commissioners, BLM, steelheaders, Water Watch, Northwest Sport Fishing Industry Association, and members of the public who care about the South Coast fisheries. In addition, 4 tribes were consulted, as well as NOAA Fisheries. 3 public meetings were held in Gold Beach, Grants Pass, and online for a total of 6 hours of additional input that helped craft this draft plan before us today. While clearly the commission does not rubber stamp all that comes to us, we need to value their many hours of input. I hope and believe this commission gives a significant level of credence to their input and the many hours of work they put into developing this draft for us to consider. They have put in their valuable personal time and in some cases very hard, controversial decisions in developing a solution that most can live with when they reach the final recommendations. And as Sean said, the department has had 43 staff biologists and staff work on this draft throughout the process. They, the stakeholders and the public input, have put a lot of work into this draft. Again, we need to give due consideration to the amount of work, many hours of work and input. I do not want to lose the ability of folks to be involved in work groups because they believe we don't listen or give due consideration to their recommendations from a broad group of folks who have done the hard work. What I don't want to happen is for folks to say, there's no need to participate in work groups because all we have to do is skip the stakeholder work group process and go directly to the commission and lobby them for our personal agenda. Whoever can speak the loudest gets their way. Now to the draft. The agenda item summary provides us with 4 options for adoption of the plan. I can tell you for me, at least one of the options, which is not approving a plan today, is not an option for me. We need to acknowledge the hard work done and make a decision today after our input is heard and discussed by all of us. I very much appreciate all the work from the stakeholders, the letters, and the testimony we received. As we know, the primary purpose of the multi-species plan is to carry out the department's mission by ensuring the continued viability and conservation of the rogue South Coast winter steelhead, summer steelhead, coho salmon, and coastal cutthroat trout species management SMUs, so that they provide substantial ecological and societal benefits. It's very important to note that this plan focuses on long-term conservation of naturally produced wild steelhead, coho salmon, and cutthroat trout, but also provides the framework for how hatchery salmon and steelhead and fisheries will be managed to take full advantage of fishing opportunity. This plan maintains and enhances support of the Oregon plan, and it meets the requirements of Oregon's native fish conservation policy. Now let me speak to climate change. This plan also is consistent with Oregon's climate and ocean change policy. This plan's management goals, strategies, and actions considered predicted future conditions and how species may respond to these conditions while allowing for near-term conservation and utilization in an adaptive management approach. This plan uses adaptive management process, including research, monitoring, and I'll get to that later, to ensure that strategies and actions will be effective. Wild steelhead are a concern of all of us. While populations on the Columbia River are of significant concern, you cannot draw the same conclusion for the South Coast stocks. Available population metrics indicate low and very low viability risk for winter steelhead populations. Population viability analysis results of the upper rogue winter steelhead populations indicate a 100-year persistent probability greater than 98%. Let me put that in simple words. Wild steelhead populations identified are strong but guarded. The juvenile site occupancy desired status for coastal winter steelhead is equal to or greater than 90%. The current observed site occupancy for the most recent 5-year average is 94%, and the conservation threshold is 75%. The department proposes to maintain a strong but guarded classification for wild steelhead with the implementation of this plan. The plan identifies the current status of summer steelhead as sensitive. Data is available for 2 populations of summer steelhead and has indicated a low risk. Trend analysis for the late run summer steelhead at Huntley Park indicated risk, but returns have increased in recent years, and the steelhead half-pounder abundance that was talked about trend indicated low viability risk. However, given the naturally limited range, incomplete data for the SMU, and the fact that they occupy habitat that is disproportionate at risk, the department proposes to still maintain this sensitive classification with implementation of this plan. Coho salmon are identified as sensitive critical. The population viability analysis results indicated a 100-year persistent probability of 95%. The department proposes to move from sensitive critical to sensitive classification with implementation of this plan. Coastal cutthroat trout are identified as strong but guarded. The department proposes to maintain the strong guarded classification with implementation of this plan. In order to make sure this is accomplished, progress toward the desired status will be evaluated based on a 5-year running average for each metric. So what about climate's future, you ask? There's strong scientific support for projections that warming will continue through the 21st century, and that the magnitude and the rate of change will be influenced substantially by the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. At a large scale, the projections for climate and ocean change suggest that both freshwater and ocean habitats will be less suitable for salmon in the next 80 years. The framers of this plan assess this risk to long-term viability of planned populations. They estimated the viability risk to the end of the century for both climate and ocean change risk for each population and strata in the absence of management action using a precautionary approach that assumed the worst categorical score and included it in this plan. They and the expert panel believe the risk to coho salmon is driven by moderate to high vulnerability and relative low adaptive capacity. They believe there's a moderate risk for most winter and summer steelhead populations and strata. The expert panel generally believed that steelhead populations had lower vulnerability and higher adaptive capacity than coho salmon. The cutthroat trout population generally have the lowest risk to viability as a result of climate and ocean change among the SMUs covered by this plan. So the primary management strategy used in this plan is to minimize the long-term impacts of climate and ocean change on the plant species through protection, restoration, and enhancement of key freshwater habitats. Remember, it's all about habitat. Harvest and hatchery management strategies will consider climate change projection in the context of assuring that strategies are sufficiently proactive of natural spawners and maintaining that genetic and life history diversity that we so much cherish. Planners do acknowledge that achieving this plan implementation will require an adaptive approach as there uncertainty in the timing and extent of the impacts. The department states, and I agree, that there is a clear potential to make course changes to mitigate against climate change with actions to restore habitat. Let's talk about conservation strategies for a minute. Abundance and spatial structure levels of conservation are intended to be high enough to allow time for management actions to be implemented to improve a population status before risk becomes too great, but not too high that they unnecessarily constrain fisheries when viability is not at risk. Unless otherwise indicated, abundant levels are calculated at the 5th percentile. And I understand we might have some commissioners that would like to discuss this further and possibly a little higher number. Even with this most conservative plan, I'm willing to consider some further conservation measures to get this plan across the finish line if they are reasonable. So what is meant by adaptive management as used through this document? It means the department will identify and implement additional and modified management actions consistent with management strategies. And examples include, but not limited to, additional fishery enforcement, additional fishery restrictions, focused habitat protection, restoration effort in key habitat for a targeted SMU stratum or population. Number 4, take additional measures to reduce impacts of other species if warranted. And 5, additional research and monitoring. And 6, transition hatchery programs, primary coho to conservation releases with approval of NOAA. Hatchery practices. ODF&W says with this plan that they will adaptively manage hatchery programs to maintain and be consistent with the PHOS limit, with management objectives to ensure adequate productivity and viability of wild populations. So let's talk about the elephant in the room, winter steelhead. Since winter steelhead appears to be the most controversial, I will spend a little more time here. Now, this is really important. Prior to 1990, the wild winter steelhead harvest was allowed in most of the RSP, the Rogue South Coast Plan basins, with a bag limit of 2 fish per day and 20 fish per year. Public petitions to list steelhead under the Federal Endangered Species Act began in the early 1990s. After a lengthy federal status review was completed, it was determined by the federal agencies that listing steelhead under the ESA was not warranted. But this commission went ahead anyway and limited wild harvest opportunity with a conservative bag limit in the Rogue Basin and reinstated some coastal stratum basins. From 2003 to 2018, wild steelhead harvest opportunities was allowed in portions of Elk, Euchre, Hunter, Pistol, Chetco, Winchuck, and the Rogue Basins with a bag limit of 1 fish per day and 5 fish per year. In 2018, the commission again chose a more conservative option and reduced the wild steelhead bag limit to 1 fish per day and 3 per year in the Southwest Zone streams, open to harvest as an interim measure while ODF&W developed this plan. If my math is correct, that's an 85% reduction in the yearly harvest from 1990 limit to my bag limit of 20 per year, now down to 3. So those folks that said we aren't being conservative enough, we went from 20 per year to 3. Based on current assessment viability risk for all winter steelhead populations, it is low and there is no indication that wild steelhead harvest at the conservative level that we now have is negatively impacting viability. In fact, in the stakeholder team meetings, the participants expressed a preference for managing wild steelhead harvest primarily through bag limits and seasons with controls. The best information available indicates that this management framework has resulted in a harvest rates at or below 15% in all populations and below 10% in most populations. It is important to note that the department does not consider harvest to be a limiting factor for the RSP winter steelhead populations, but recognizes the reducing uncertainty about winter steelhead harvest and spawner abundance is critical for resolving concerns among stakeholders, the general public, and even some commissioners. As I mentioned earlier, our climate and ocean change policy directs the department to, quote, proceed with precautionary approach that is most likely to result in the conservation of native species across a broad range of future conditions as possible, including when faced with scientific and management uncertainty, unquote. The question before us is how much caution in this plan is acceptable to this commission. Again, even with these most conservative plan implementation criteria, I am willing to consider further conservation measures to get this plan across the finish line if they are reasonable. I know it's assumed, but for all those guides who testified, who said their clients come to catch and release only, they sure can continue to do that. But there are others who care just as much about steelhead that want to catch one, and maybe even 3 a year, knowing full well they are not hurting the run. And I'll quote from a letter we received from Brenda Mead, chairperson of the Coquille tribe, on December 15th, quote, I emphatically encourage you to follow the recommendations of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff and continue to allow minimal harvest of wild steelhead on the Oregon South Coast rivers, unquote. This opportunity to partake in the gift that is winter steelhead is part of our legacy that is the Pacific Northwest. I hope you will allow this gift to continue for generations to come, unquote. So let's go to coho very quickly. As we know, the coho salmon fishery on the Rogue has been a marked select fishery since 1994, which means only adipose clipped coho salmon may be harvested. This marked select fishery is consistent with the NOAA requirements. This plan maintains current regulations and is the best way to support recovery of these populations, at least at this time, in my opinion. The department and the stakeholders do propose in this plan to add 25,000 smolt increase to hatchery production to account for hatchery releases that were reduced by 62% in 2015. This proposal to allow for an increase in marked select hatchery coho salmon provides some opportunity for folks seeking hatchery coho. Now let's talk about where the rubber meets the road, and that's monitoring. The department's research and monitoring approach for the SMU covered in this plan is guided by the native fish conservation policy. The policy states that conservation plans will include specific measurable criteria of species performance and a description of monitoring and evaluation and research necessary to gauge the success and corrective strategies and resolve uncertainties. This plan is only as good as the monitoring put into practice on the ground to ensure what is being proposed is in fact happening, and if not, allows for a rapid response to address any concerns. The new Rogue South Coast Steelhead validation and the Rogue South Coast Winter Steelhead Card will provide funding, if we approve this and the legislature agrees, will provide funding to provide more detailed information about angler participation in individual fisheries, while the validation will provide an annual comprehensive view of the fisheries. The card will also ensure that anglers purchase daily or multi-day licenses comply with the annual bag limits. Net proceeds from the sale of the cards will be dedicated directly to the winter steelhead monitoring in these basins. The interim angling regulations required by this plan will undergo review and potential revision 5 years after plan adoption. By this time, implementation of any new steelhead fishing authorizations, creel surveys, adult spawning monitoring will allow ODF&W to assess the harvest rates and determine whether any changes in the angling framework are needed. If a 5-year review indicates that harvest rates are not consistent with the rates identified in Table 17 of this document, the public process will be initiated to revise angling regulations as required in the plan. I'm getting close to the end. Habitat improvements. In addition to the extensive monitoring outlined in this plan, funding for these habitat improvements efforts is needed. Our R&E board does a great job, as does OWEB and OCRF, in providing some funding. I hope the Recovery for America's Wildlife Act comes through, as it will provide $25 million additional dollars per year for conservation efforts. And finally, with our new habitat division coming online, more attention will be given to habitat efforts, including the South Coast. In summary, the RSP describes what is needed to conserve several native salmon, steelhead, and trout species. It focuses on habitat actions. It provides management certainty for certain hatchery programs and harvest options, and considers what is needed for resilience due to climate and ocean change. It is intended to be a living document that involves as we learn more about fish and effectiveness of the strategies and actions outlined in the plan for improving the health of the SMUs and the fishing opportunities they provide, and will be important to observe how the actions work and how the fish respond to those proposed actions. And finally, achieving desired status will require improvements in habitat, vigilance and promulgation of fisheries and hatchery programs, and management of other risks that fish face. It will require cooperation. It will require dedication from all parties who spent many hours of their time working on this plan, and those others who are interested in salmon, steelhead, and trout to reach the goals we all hope to achieve. And again, even with this most conservative plan, I am willing to consider some further conservation measures to get this plan across the finish line. Thank you, Chairwal.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. We next have Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Okay, thank you so much. And I don't know about all of you, but this Rogue South Coast plan has just about worn us all out. Is what I want to say. I've been joking that I've been sleeping with my Rogue South Coast plan. It's been quite a deal, but really I do want to say again how impressed I am with the department's effort, and Chris and Sean, you guys are the face of that right now, and thank you so much, and thank you for your hours of helping us understand this as well, and also of course all the stakeholders that were mentioned. So I'm going to just read this, but after hours of review and conversations, I believe the weakest links identified come back to that theme we had earlier today about habitat, ocean conditions, and as everyone is concerned about climate change. And I believe we need all Oregonians to work together and continue to build resiliency around these issues. And I hope we unite. That's my big hope, always. My family is full of passionate fly fishermen, and I recognize the skill and the art that goes into fly fishing, and I have a lot of respect for it. But I've also had the privilege to work around and learn from, for over 25 years, the sovereign tribes in the Klamath Basin. And these are tribes like the Klamath, the Modoc, the Yahuskan, the Karuk, the Hoopa, and the Yurok. And I am not mentioning them all, just the ones I've worked mostly around. And I've become deeply aware of the importance to some of catching and then feeding fish to families and elders. I believe we need to be really careful to not create culture wars around how people fish. In addition, I think nobody wants to shut down fisheries like we did this summer with steelhead in the Columbia and the Deschutes. But it proved just how nimble the department can be in adjusting immediately through temporary rule. So we want our Rogue South Coast plan to be solid and building a good, solid, strong future for fish in that area. But we also have an immediate break that we can put on if we need to. And we saw that this summer. I have to say that I'm concerned about the overall increased fishing pressure these rivers are seeing from all forms of fishing after listening to a lot of the testimony. And I heard that from all types of fishermen, no matter what kind of fisherman you were. And so that's a conversation, I think, for another day, but one that we we might need to have. And I just want to throw that out there. And then I completely support the bumped up conservation thresholds in option B of decision 3.2. I think that's really good. And I appreciate all the additional work that was put into thinking that through from other commissioners, from the department, from everyone. So that's my piece, and thank you for letting me say it. And I can't wait till this is over.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I bet there are a couple other people in the room that might feel the same. Let's go to Commissioner Spellbrink, and then I think we'll go to starting through each of these decisions. And I think other commissioners will make points as we go through each of those as well, that are comments, and we'll show where they're how they're thinking about these pieces and the plan as a whole. So Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Boy, I don't have to say much because I had 3 pages written here, and between Commissioner Labhart and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I think they checked off every one of them. Anyway, I was, the one thing I might mention was that I was also personally involved as a stakeholder in developing the draft Midcoast Conservation Management Plan, and I experienced firsthand the effort and time expended by those involved in the process, and so I kind of know what it takes. And like I say, I really appreciate all the time and energy expended to get to this point. And that's really all I have to say, because like I say, it was covered so well by the earlier 2 commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. Then for starting through the process, to staff, could we pull up the decision 1? And we have 4 of these to go through. So, and we have at least one commissioner with a hand up already on this. Staff, did you want to say anything about this decision that's in front of us before we have commissioners speak to it?
Chair Wall, I think staff have said everything that we want to say about this. I think it's in your hands now.
Appreciate that. Then let's go to Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion. If that's, if we wanted to discuss this more, I don't know. It sounded like it's been discussed.
It has been discussed. Give me 1 second just to move things around a little bit. Are there commissioners that need to ask questions before it goes to a motion? Otherwise, we will go ahead with Vice Chair Zarnowitz's motion. I'm not seeing other hands.
Quick question
Okay.
about the inclusion of the wind chuck in alternative 1. And because as I understand it, that's a sensitive area. And so I would love to hear a little bit about that, at the risk of opening up a huge can of worms.
Is that to the staff or just a discussion in general?
It was to the staff first, but I didn't know if anyone else had thoughts on it too.
Let's see if there's anything else that Sean, can you take that question? And we also can, as soon as there is a motion, we can also have commissioners speak to this issue.
Sure. Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, I can give you a bit of the background on this. So in designating wildfish mixed fish emphasis areas for all species in this area, including the 2 non-plant species, spring chinook and fall chinook, there was a desire from some stakeholders to provide future opportunity in the event that some of the ocean fisheries collapse, because they're regulated off by the weak stocks, likely in the Sacramento. So historically, in some cases, Sacramento runs of chinook have been really low, and so they've had to restrict the ocean fisheries there. And so if that became commonplace down the 10, 20 years from now, some folks really wanted to have the flexibility to have a small program that would allow them to have a bubble fishery in the near shore. And so that's where the designations for those lower areas of the Windchuck and the Euchre came from. They're really meant to be a small program, like 25,000 fish that's released close to the estuary and supplements a nearshore estuary fishery in the event those ocean downturns occur. But there's no plan currently to put them in place. It's just a future alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this point, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, will you go ahead with your motion, please?
Sure. This is a alternative to alternative one, but it's alternative one part, if that makes sense. I move to select alternative one in decision one for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, except the addition of the mixed emphasis area designation for the Windchuck is not approved. I have one additional part to that motion. Any change to the designation of the Windchuck SMU must be approved by the commission.
Chair, well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, there's an alternative motion on the screen, which I think captures what you were saying. And just automatically, any designation as a wildfish emphasis area requires it to come back to the commission.
Well, this doesn't specifically exclude the Windchuck, though, until it comes back to the commission.
Chair, well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, what this does is designate the entire basin as a wildfish emphasis area, which means there's no hatchery program unless it comes back to the commission.
Is our attorney there who could confirm that?
Good afternoon, everyone. So Sean, perhaps you can explain it a little better because it's not really a legal question, Commissioner Zarnowitz. I think what he's explaining is the language you used in effect worked its way back. So Sean, perhaps taking another run at that may help out.
Sure, well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, sure. So what you're asking is to remove the mixed fish emphasis area designation from the Windchuck, the lower Windchuck, which is essentially turning the entire Windchuck Basin into a wildfish emphasis area. So,
correct, which it is currently now in the Chinook plan.
Yeah, so what this does is say previously the upper Windchuck was a wildfish emphasis area, the lower was a mixed fish emphasis area. What this is saying is that we're going to modify that map to designate the entire Windchuck Basin as a wildfish emphasis area. And by implication, that means that any decision to implement a hatchery program in the Windchuck needs to come to the commission for approval because it's all a wildfish emphasis area.
Okay, so I could leave off the last sentence. Is that what you're proposing?
What's on screen, Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, achieves what you're after. I can modify that language on the screen if you'd like.
Sure.
Yes, please. I also would like to see it as, because what we're reading on the screen, Sean, is exactly what is in the decision one as it was drafted earlier, and what Commissioner Zarnowitz added was accept the addition of the mixed emphasis area designation. We're not seeing that last sentence on the screen.
Right. I can read my motion again.
Yeah.
So I move to select alternative one in decision one for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Plan and Management, Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, except the addition of the mixed emphasis area designation for the Winchuck River is not approved.
Are you seeing that on screen?
No.
No.
Oh.
Nope, not now either.
Well, while he's doing that, I have a question for you, Jill.
Mhm.
Is it, you're trying to be in compliance with the other plan? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what the other plan says. Is that the
Right.
rationale?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not sure where my Zoom controls have gone now because I'm on this share screen. But I've made that change. Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, my only concern is that it says explicitly that MEA designation is not approved for the Winchuck, but it doesn't say what the Winchuck it was replaced by.
Okay.
Which was why we had
So I could say, accept the addition of the Winchuck River being a wild fish emphasis area.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm getting some technical help here. Apparently it's displaying my screen, but not the PowerPoint.
Let's just stand down for a couple minutes and let you get this on the screen, because I think that would be very helpful. And then we can work on the nuanced part of this.
If I could also bring in, the reason why I was asking it to be brought back to the commission was the changes in the Chinook plan, from what I understand, does not require the change to come back to the commission.
Is this showing now?
Yes.
Okay.
The part is showing that says the MEA designation for the Winchuck is not approved. The part that Vice Chair Zarnowitz said about any change to the designation must come back to the commission doesn't show yet, but I think we're still discussing that part.
Okay, sure. Well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, yeah. So the language we had previously said that it designated the entire Winchuck as a wild fish emphasis area. And the reason for that is that it's affirmative what the Winchuck is. And by designating it as a wild fish emphasis area, it automatically comes back to the commission.
So without that language, that the exception language that I added, you're saying that currently
there.
Okay. All right.
I think that
That would take it. Yeah, that would take it. So I'll read that. Okay, I approve alternative 1 in decision 1 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Fish and Wildlife Commission, except the addition of the MEA designation for the Winchuck is not approved, and the entire Winchuck is designated as a wild fish emphasis area.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded for decision 1, wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas, as Commissioner or as Vice Chair Zarnowitz read into the record and Commissioner Khalil seconded. let's go to any questions or discussion from commissioners. And I see one hand already up, which is Commissioner Labhart.
So Commissioner, Jill, could you explain the rationale behind why you want to do this? Just so I make sure I totally understand what's going on here.
Well, I heard a lot from some of the public that they were not opposed to identifying some of the Chinook MEA areas, mixed emphasis areas, but the windchuck was since it was already designated as a essentially a wild fish emphasis area, that in the Chinook plan, that it should continue that in this plan and focus on wild fall Chinook emphasis.
Okay, thank you.
And if, just to add into that, I appreciate where this one is headed or seems to be headed, and would support this motion, both for the reason that Commissioner Zarnowitz said, which is that it's already designated in the Rogue Fall Chinook plan that way, and also because this is, habitat is the key limiting factor, and so retaining it as an area for natural production for wild fish helps identify and protect areas where wild populations are and can be into the future. I think it's a reasonable approach for both of those reasons, and I'll stop there. Any other comments? And otherwise, and commissioners, just to let you know, we were on these, we'll go ahead and do roll call votes, but are there any other questions before we do that? Seeing none, could I ask Michelle, will you call the roll on this one and we can go ahead and vote?
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Cahill,
Khalil, and yes.
Khalil, yes. King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. The motion is approved. Let's bring up the second one. And staff, anything to talk about on this one or add to this one before we have any commissioners weigh in?
Chair Wall, again, nothing to add on this, and I'm presuming you can see the motion on screen.
Okay, this one is the proposal to add release of coho salmon smolts, increase it by 25,000. Commissioners, is there looks like we have a question, and we also we have a couple hands up, so I would go Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I have a question first. So as I understand it, coho are a federally recognized endangered species. And I'm curious what the feds had to say about these alternatives, because it seemed like they have a lot riding on it, or jurisdiction.
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. So under the federal recovery plan and our HGMP, hatchery genetic management plan, we're authorized for up to 200,000 coho in this basin. A few years back, the district biologist in Van Dyke reduced that production, and this is restoring a piece of that, but still well under the 200,000 that the federal agency would allow, and it's still managed to the 10% PHOS limit that's established under our plan, and which is also approved by NOAA.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, and then Commissioner Labhart. And I also have one I want to add on this one. Whoops. And we also have Khalil again. So let's go through those three. Anything else to add?
Chair Wall, yeah, I did a little research on this too, a background on it and stuff, and what it actually means to on the ground is an average of 250 to 350 fish, returning fish, extra hatchery fish for, be available for catch. And that still stays, keeps us well under the POS limit. It shouldn't threaten that. So like I say, I guess I don't see a downside to this. It's just a few more fish for someone to catch and take home and staying within the criteria.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart, and then Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, similar question, Sean. The thinking on this was, you're allowed 200, and you cut it back from the original request. I forget what it was, but now the thinking is that by providing these 25,000 smolts, it brings back 250 additional fish so that it can provide just a little bit more thin clipped coho to the fishery that was already reduced. And it's a small increase, and it's well within the 200,000 limit. Am I correct here? Is that the thinking?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Labhart, that's exactly it, is to provide a minimal increase in opportunity for folks in this area, staying consistent with the federal requirements, or actually below the federal requirements. And we'll also have the additional monitoring to make sure that POS doesn't increase. And then as kind of a minor secondary benefit, we use the ratio of this returns to estimate the wild fish abundance. So increasing the release kind of gives us more precision or accuracy in our estimate of wild fish abundance, but that's a secondary kind of consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Khalil, and then I'd like to add a comment as well. Commissioner Khalil.
Why don't you go ahead, Chair Wall, and add your comment?
It's just a quick comment. When I look at the coho, it's an area where the department has done a commendable job, especially from the Elk River North with coho, managing the coho plan. In this area from the Elk River South, they are sensitive critical. And when it's at that level, I think we have to look extra hard at adding any layer of risk for a listed species. I absolutely appreciate the added opportunity if we get 250 to 300 fish coming back from the 25,000 smolts going out. But when I weigh it, the fact that it's sensitive critical and this is adding another layer of risk, then that would suggest to me that we shouldn't do this at this point. Commissioner Khalil.
Think you said that much more eloquently than I could have. I'm nervous about adding additional layers of threats to an already really precarious species in an already really precarious area. So I was going to make a motion, if that is all right with you. And I move to select alternative 2 and decision 2 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I have a question for Sean. These coho would be released up above Gold Hill. Is that my understanding?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'm going to defer to Chris to that.
Okay.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, yes, it would be an off-station release near Gold Hill, and that's specifically to reduce predation risk for wild spring Chinook fry, and which was part of the original thinking around adjusting this release. That there was one of several reasons why we made the change in the 2013 brood year and the 2015 release.
So it's better to have them released high up in the system rather than down lower. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, what we found with coal rivers is these fish are reared in the same location throughout their whole rearing cycle. We have data from summer steelhead, for example, that are released at this similar off-station release that have really good fidelity to returning to the hatchery. So moving those fish downstream and not releasing them directly from the hatchery reduces that predation risk as they're moving down through the upper Rogue to the Gold Hill area downstream. So we get kind of the benefit of having that release, but those fish have still shown really good fidelity in returning to the hatchery if they're not caught in the fishery.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
This is one issue that I'm back and forth on. So if the department could just go over again the issues around PHOS on this one, I'd be interested in the science behind their thinking here a little bit again, but also maybe some comments on, you know, if it's not harming anything from a science perspective. I guess I'm wanting a little bit of comment on the stakeholder process and how this piece played into kind of how the stakeholders were operating with one another when the plan was put together, if that's appropriate. And because I think that my sense is that that there were certain issues in this that got a lot of airtime, and this one less so, at least on my radar.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, thanks for the question. Starting with that second part, there was considerable discussion about this topic in the stakeholder group. There was, I think, some division between different stakeholders on this from the start for the reasons that the commissioners have mentioned here about different levels of risk tolerance around these hatchery releases. In this case, I think we have data from when we had the release at 200,000 smolts that was pretty clear from spawning surveys that we had done that very few of these fish were ending up on the spawning grounds, and that PHOS was well below 10% at that 200,000 release. Of course, that depends over time on the wild return and how many hatchery fish return. When the release was adjusted back in 2013, there were several reasons, as I mentioned, to do that. One of the benefits would be reducing that PHOS even further, although at that point you're talking about kind of outside the, you're getting down to a level where we don't think that the biological effects of that are going to be something we're going to be able to measure, or and so we're looking at a low risk PHOS situation overall with this release, whether it's 75,000 or 100,000. So really it's about providing this additional opportunity, which is, and again, I'd say that there was, we can never get to consensus on this one with the stakeholders. It basically comes down to how people view that additional risk and what they think that might be versus the benefits of having the additional fishery. I would also mention, just on this topic, which I think is relevant, is that this release is part of a mitigation package that we shifted the poundage or the release over to spring Chinook because it wasn't meeting its mitigation target. With the drop in the coho release, we've been kind of on the line or below it of meeting our mitigation target for coho in recent years. So that's part of the reason why shifting some of this back is kind of a correction on that initial release change we made back in 2013 or 2015 with the 2015 release. So I hope that provides some more the kind of information you were looking for, but please let me know if it didn't.
Sure. Well, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, just to clarify, for those that maybe aren't familiar with mitigation, when the federal dams were built there, the William Jess Dam, the federal government was obligated to mitigate for that lost fishery opportunity by putting in Coal River's hatchery and producing spring Chinook coho and steelhead. And so when Chris talks about the mitigation, it's really that federal obligation to provide for that lost fishery opportunity because of the dams.
And Chair Wall, before you go on with other questions or discussion, I just, as a point of parliamentary process, I think you have a motion, but no second yet. So I don't know if it might be better to have somebody at least second the motion for discussion purposes, and then you can continue with the discussion.
Thank you for the catch, Director Melcher. I'll second it just to keep it on the table and so we can continue the discussion, and appreciate the catch on that. Let's go next to Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, well, Chris pretty much answered all my questions. You know, my concern here is with the motion is where NOAA has said we could have 200,000 and we're proposing to go to 100,000, 75 plus the 25 in alternative one. So we're 50% under that. So Chris, my question to you is do you see that having any impact at all on the delisting of coho, wild coho, as a result of adding 25,000 or 250 fish, so that we can provide some more angling to folks?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. I think that the way I would answer that is that in the federal recovery plan for Sonk coho, specifically, they list the factors that they think are key to recovery for Sonk coho, and this rogue hatchery release is not one of those kind of limiting factors and threats that they identified as needing to be ameliorated to achieve recovery. So from that perspective, I think that's where NOAA is coming from, and ultimately they're the decision agency on this. And so I think that is that's where I would come down on this, is that I don't think that from NOAA's perspective that the difference between these release targets is not going to be a factor in whether we're able to recover the ESU.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, just to add to that. So we're talking about increasing it by 25,000, which I think, as Commissioner Spellbrink indicated, was on average 250 to 350 additional adults coming back. And if we assume a 10% PHOS from that, you're talking about 20 to 30 coho adult hatchery fish additional being on the spawning grounds. But based on the data we have, our stray rates are well below that. I don't think we'd be able to measure a difference from this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, with a nod to Director Melcher for catching the parliamentary gap, we are now where we have a motion and a second, and the motion would be to select alternative 2. So could we go ahead with a vote? And Michelle, would you mind doing the roll call again?
Darnowitz. Am I unmuted? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Zarnowitz?
I was unmuted or unmuted. No.
Spellbrink?
No.
Labhart?
No.
King?
No.
Khalil?
No, I'm shooting down my own.
Hatfield Hyde?
I'm going to go with no.
Wall?
Having argued for this one, I have to decide whether to go with it for unity or what I see as a risk. And so I'm going to vote for no on this one for unity. So the motion fails. May we have another motion?
Well, Madam Chair, I would move we select alternative 1 in decision 2 in the final draft of the Road South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission.
I would second that.
We have a motion and a second to select alternative 1 and decision 2 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. Let's call the roll one more time, please, Michelle.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Spilberg,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. So we now go to decision 3. Thank you. The motion carries and it is a yes. So let's go to decision 3. And staff, if you can bring up, we need to reverse these actually and take decision 3-2 first, if we can. Thank you. On this one, if you could just describe this very, very briefly, Sean, and then we can have commissioners talk about what they would like to do on this one.
Certainly, Chair Wall. So option A is the staff proposal, which sets the conservation threshold at 30,000 juvenile steelhead abundance, 75% juvenile steelhead site occupancy in the South Coast strata, which means if either one of those is hit, then the fishery is restrained. And then it also sets the half pounder abundance in the Rogue at 200. And this applies not just to the winter steelhead fishery, but also to all the other actions in the plan. And then option B, so that's at the 5th percentile of historical kind of range. And then option B increases that to the 15th percentile. So bumping it up to 40,000 and 300 and leaving the juvenile side at 75. So it's just an additional 10%, 10th percentile buffer.
Thank you, Sean. And commissioners, are there any questions on these so you understand all of the pieces of this or want to ask any further questions? I have one that I'd like to just make sure I understand, and then we'll go to Commissioner Khalil. On juvenile occupancy, which is one of the 2 triggers for the South Coast stratum, occupancy says that there is at least, if it's at 75%, that says that there is at least 1 smolt found in 75% of the sites observed. Is that, I just want to make sure that that's correct. There would be a lot more smolts in some of them, but what this says is there's somebody home in at least 75% of the sites observed. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, yeah, I can't see Chris on screen, but yes, that's correct.
Thank you. It was just a detailed question. I wanted to make sure I knew.
And just if I could, sorry to interrupt, just if I could add one other just clarification. And Chair, you said that there was smolts present in 75% of the sites, and that's actually not smolts necessarily, it's juveniles rearing.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Chair Wall, if I can make one more clarifying comment on that, which
sure.
Just to further clarify Kurt's comment, this would not just be any steelhead juvenile, but this would be specifically juveniles that are yearlings or older. So these are fish that have already made it through a winter, a full summer and winter of rearing. So these are, fish that are kind of established older age class, not just, it's not just fry or, these are fish that are kind of like on their way to becoming a smolt, but are not at that life stage yet.
Thank you. So Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand more, like better how decisions 3.2 and 3.1 are going to work together. So can you speak a little bit to, or give me more detail on what exactly happens when we hit that abundance index? So when we hit 40,000 or 30,000, what's the plan that goes into place?
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, these conservation status thresholds will apply throughout the plan to all actions, but specific to the winter steelhead harvest framework that you're going to discuss next, when above these levels, the decision's made to continue the fishery. And so when we measure these levels, we'll look forward, I forget if it's 2 or 3 or 1 or 2 years. So when these fish are going to come back as adults, essentially, and make a decision based on whether we're above this threshold or below it about whether the fishery will continue unrestrained. If any of these metrics are below that threshold, then the fishery automatically becomes constrained. And in the rogue, that's a potentially stepped procedure, but there's a couple of alternatives there. One is that it will go to 1 and 1 in the rogue, and that's to allow continued harvest of those hatchery fish. And then second, it could go to catch and release, and third, it could be closed altogether. And the decision on which of those options to take would be made based on the circumstances in the particular at hand. In the South Coast strata, if either one of those metrics are, if we're below either one of those metrics, then in the appropriate return year, the fishery would be constrained, likely closed in a lot of areas, and maybe catch and release in the Chetco to allow harvest of hatchery fish. But again, the exact action would depend on the year, but it's automatically constrained in some way.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, so Sean, you and I discussed this, I think at some length, but you kind of broke up when you were talking when you were giving the first. So this is the 5% to 15, correct? Threshold?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Labhart, yeah, this goes from the 5th percentile of the historic range to the 15th percentile of the historic range.
Okay, so tell me what that does to, I think I remember what you told me, but I want to make sure so the public can hear it too. How much does that constrain the fishery? In other words, by triggering that, how many years will we stop the fishery? Or is it that big a deal? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think we discussed this, but I want to make sure I understand.
Sure. Well, Commissioner Labhart, yeah. So looking back in history, you can look at those graphs in attachment 4 and see that at these levels, it would have constrained, at option A, it would have constrained in the rogue, and Chris might have to help me out on this, to be honest, I forget, but it would have constrained, is it 1 time, Chris? And at the option B, it would have constrained, is it again 1 or 2 times? Twice.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for the rogue South Coast, similarly, I think it would have constrained once historically at option A and twice at option B. But the thing here is that moving forward, what you're putting in place is a framework to constrain and scale harvest when we expect or might expect more fluctuation in the runs than we've seen historically. So what we've seen in the past is not necessarily what we're going to see going forward. We may see things being constrained more frequently as ocean conditions decline, or so. Hope that helps.
No, it just made it more confusing.
Well,
at least for what
Commissioner Labhart, this is really a framework that's intended to scale the fishery appropriately. So you're putting in place a threshold that will be responsive to ocean changes in ocean conditions, changes in land conditions. And so when things turn south, if they turn south more frequently, they'll be constrained more frequently by this. But if things stay good, then the fishery will continue operating.
Okay, but what we know right now, it might constrain the fishery by one more, from 1 to 2, correct?
Based on historical, yes.
Yeah, and so, but we do have adaptive management built into this plan. So if we start having trouble, and it looks like it's really constrained the fishery, we can come back and revisit that, correct?
Sure, well, Commissioner Labhart, that's something that could be revisited at the 12-year reassessment.
Okay, so it's 12 years. Okay. So, okay, I was trying to, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. It follows on nicely to Commissioner Labhart's question, because is there a massive difference between the 30 and the 40,000? Like, if we're going to be conservative and we're going to constrain it, do you want to constrain it by just one and then revisit it in 12 years? I mean, to me, it would seem that if you're going to be conservative, that you want to up the number in option B and really get a sense, like if this is under any stress at all, well, then you start to get into your more constraining methods. It just seems like going up, is that enough to go up by, I guess you said 10 percentage points from 5 to 15? Is that what you said? I'm sorry. So I'm just wondering, is that enough? For example, do we need to like have an alert sooner that we're under stress? Therefore, option B should actually be higher.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think that's the question in front of you. From staff's perspective, this is setting a conservative level that will proactively constrain the fishery. And as I mentioned earlier, there's the temporal option in season if we see things turning south that we can adjust on the fly. And then on top of that, we have this rate limit, which is automatically scaling harvest to the runs that are coming back. So there's protections built in throughout the harvest framework here. Certainly you can add additional buffers. I just want to be clear that there's already three buffers in there through this.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying, this is the one that would flag us first, right? As I'm understanding you're returning numbers. So that to me should be the most robust. We should not wait and have to do an emergency temporizing measure, because by then you're waiting for you're looking at the thing collapsing. This to me seems like your chance to be the most proactive, but maybe am I understanding you properly?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So these were set based on what we understand about the way the population is currently functioning. So the population has fluctuated throughout this range historically and always been able to rebound from the lows within this level. And so we set these thresholds at that lower end of that historical fluctuation because we know based on the productivity of these populations that they can rebound at that. Going forward, and so we set them there because we have uncertainty below that. And by building in an additional 10th percentile, you're being even more conservative about that. And going forward, as we collect more information on that stock recruit function and can reassess whether that stock recruit is changing, indicating there's a change in productivity or survival, then you could look at reassessing that. But again, that would be like the 12-year period. But for now, staff believe at least that this is relatively conservative and appropriate given that historical range of fluctuation.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Spellbrink, and then I also have a comment. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I guess Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde took her hand down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the charts or figures that so 40,000 would take in two events in the past around 2015, 2016, sometime around there. If we went higher up to 50,000, it would probably take in one more event, which was in 2019. It's two-year average instead of being at the 40,000 there, which I guess that would be, I'm not sure what percentage that would be. The 300 of the half pounder index would take in approximately almost 3. It looks like there's a dot that the line kind of goes right over in your figure. Related to 3.2, and that's figure 3. So if we did go with a higher number for any one of these, then that I don't think that the occupancy would change much to go a little bit higher, just a little bit higher. It wouldn't change much. But on the other two indexes, the abundance and the half pounder, we would wind up definitely triggering just perhaps another event based on history. So it's hard to say. And again, it could go to catch and release, as Sean mentioned, or closing wild steelhead harvest. So those are kind of the options if we did go higher.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, Chair Wall, thanks. Yeah, I guess I was ready to make a motion and see where it goes. So if you want to go ahead and say something first.
That would be great. Thank you. Just following on what Vice Chair Zarnowitz just mentioned, based on history, one more event would happen if we went to 50,000 from 40 on the juvenile abundance index, and one more event also for the half pounders at 300. Given that this is the place where the threat posed by low flows or high temperatures or poor ocean conditions gets incorporated into our framework for managing these species, and given that there is, as we heard from staff a couple of minutes ago, and as we've heard before, there's more variability in these runs or in these events expected. So the history isn't a good indicator. It isn't a great indicator as much as it used to be. So there is more uncertainty, if you will. And since we're still looking at juveniles, which they're important and they're good indicators, but they're not adult information. It makes a lot of sense to me to be, this seems to be the place to be conservative, so we get the early warning. And so that seems quite important. Any other questions, comments? And if not, we'll go back to Commissioner Spellbrink. I think you're muted, Dr. King. Nope, still muted.
I'm hitting.
There. No, still muted.
I don't know. I'm hitting the mute button.
Okay, now I just heard you, just now I heard you.
Okay, sorry for this, Chair Wall. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I kept hitting the button. I don't know, it didn't seem to be reacting, however, so excuse me. But I was just going to say that I agree with you. This seems to be our harbinger. This seems to be where we would catch a collapse. And it seems to me that this would be where we want to be the most conservative, is that would, and looking at past history, given what is happening in the ocean right now, past history might not help us, frankly. I think, yes, what we know what things are right now, right this minute, but they are changing and changing rapidly. So I think the more measures we have to catch things early, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarity, we are talking about a 2-year running average here on these. I want to clarify that. Sean, that's accurate or not?
Sure, well, that's accurate. 2-year running average.
Got it. Just so we know. Okay. Then is there a motion? I know Bob Spellbrink, you said that you might be ready, and Commissioner Khalil, you said that I think you said you might be ready. So would one of you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll try mine first and we'll just see where it goes. I feel pretty good with what I see in the plan as far as the adaptive management that's built into it. I was kind of favoring the staff proposal on this, but I'm definitely willing to compromise on this if it helps other commissioners, have more confidence in the protections built into the plan. And so I would make the motion to, I would move to select option B in decision 3.2 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan.
I'll second that.
I would second. Oh,
I'll second it with the statement that I think the plan's already really conservative, but I think this will get the commission pretty much on board with everything in terms of hopefully a unanimous vote on this. Makes it even more conservative, and I think that staff can live with this too. So, second.
Thank you. It's been moved and doubly seconded that we select option B in decision 3.2 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. And we have a hand up from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
yeah, I guess I'd just like to say I was one of the advocates, I think, of bumping this threshold up in the last meeting that we had, actually there's been a significant amount of communication around that, I think, with the department, redrafting an option B. So I think that I just want to say that we want a solid plan, and we want to not have to come back and use temporary rule. That's not ideal, but that is our ultimate, ace in the hole if we need it. If things really go, so we can keep bumping the threshold up higher and higher and higher. But at some point, I think that's why we have that temporary rule process. And I don't know, I mean, maybe Chris or Sean could comment on that real quick for me, because again, you guys are more the experts on this, but give us some comfort that what to do if the world goes to hell in a handbasket.
Chair for Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that's a tall order there, right? But in regards to this, I think the reason the department feels comfortable is that with option B is that we're looking here at a couple of things and processes, and if things continue to operate as they have done previously, and the productivity of these basins remains as high as it has been, then you're in that kind of range that we're talking about, where we're managing the fishery according to the rate limit and collecting that data. And when we're outside of that range, where we have this uncertainty about how things are going to go, this threshold is kicking in and saying, we don't really know what's going to happen down here, so we're going to be ultra conservative and restrict the fishery. And then in addition to that, as time goes on and we collect again that additional adult data and refine that stock recruit function, we can understand if the freshwater productivity or the ocean survival has really changed fundamentally. And so through that, we can adjust that conservation threshold again. Some of the things you're all concerned about are these kind of sudden collapses like we saw with the summer steelhead. And those are things that you really can't predict with these metrics. These are looking at as systems operate under kind of normal set of circumstances and they trend a certain way, you can pick them up. And that's where that in-season temporal process really comes into play, is to address those sudden changes that you see that can't be predicted based on the things you're measuring outside of that. So it's a combination of all the things in this package that really work together to manage both the long, medium, and short-term processes that are out there.
Thank you. Commissioner, and just to note, I think that also gets at one of the questions that Dr. King asked earlier. So that answer kind of went to several questions. So thanks. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, and this is for Sean. So if, okay, we go with option B, and there's 325 half pounders come back, what would the department do in that case?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, by rule, the fishery will be allowed to continue. But I think we'll also be every year looking at what the adult numbers were that we measured the previous year, what the environmental conditions are, and taking account of all of that and deciding what the fishery will look like. So this is kind of the hard line where it's a go, no go, but then there's all these other considerations that come into play every year for us in deciding whether to, even though you may have the opportunity to run a fishery, whether you do run a fishery.
So it'd be the adaptive management might kick in there in perhaps look at the juvenile abundance in some of the certain rivers if it has wavered, even if it was above that index, the 400,000 index.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, certainly we would always take into account all the information we have at hand to make the decision about whether and how to manage the fishery. We don't want to see these fish decline.
Yeah, I certainly know the staff don't want to see any decline. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table. I don't see other hands, and we have a second for it. So the motion is to select option B, as it was read into the record. And so the first is to have those in favor. And Michelle, if you will call the roll, please.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. We're finished then with 3 of the 4. So let's move next to decision 3.1, which is the harvest at 1 and 3, or the catch and release, which would be alternative 2 in this case. And so we have one hand up already. So let's go right to Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
It's Vice Chair Woolley still flows off my tongue too.
I know, I almost said it.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready, or if we want to discuss it more.
Let's get a motion on the table, and I don't see other hands up, so I think that would be fine to get a motion on the table.
Okay.
And then we can discuss it.
I move to select alternative 1 in decision 3.1 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, or excuse me, Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to select alternative 1 in decision 3.1 for the final draft Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan considered for approval by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. Let's have any questions or thoughts on this one before we go to a vote. Someone must, no questions or commission. Seeing no comments so far, I will make one. This one for me is a tough one. I've spent a lot of time listening to people on it. I come down on the side of catch and release because of the fact that we have so many areas where there are uncertainties, including all of the things that we've talked about before in terms of without adult information, the low flows and high temperatures, and the high risks, and that we are still dealing, of course, with extrapolations from juvenile information, and if also the very real situation where, though it is the population is more robust here, that's certainly not the case elsewhere, and it's of great concern. So this one is an extremely difficult one, but that's where I end up. Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I in listening to all the presentations and reading the emails, letters, I tend to side with conservation, given that, you know, what we saw in the Columbia, what we see on other parts of the South or the coast, and other parts of the nation. What I felt in listening to everybody, that this was very important for this region to have some harvest that they could take home, and particularly when reading the Coos-Coquille tribe letter, that certainly made me feel like, yes, we need to at least provide this for the people who are living there and for the tribes too. So that's after much just going back and forth, that's where I landed.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then Commissioner King, and then Commissioner Spellbrink. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just want to say that I do support this motion, and I think I already said that earlier, but this is a very difficult decision and really hard, and I understand how many feelings there are out there and all the effort everybody put in with their views on this. So I just certainly hope nobody thinks that any of us take this lightly. I don't think we do, no matter how you come down on this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I agree with all with the commissioners that's spoken before me. This is a hard decision. This is hard. You know, even though I'm new and just coming into it, you know, the hours I put into it and poured over it and read things over and over again and listened to people, and I've had countless meetings about it. Even though I've been a commissioner less than a month, I've had countless meetings about it. So I can imagine what you guys have been through. But I think, despite, like, you know, I come from the place of climate change, in that I see it as a doctor, I see it as a public health professional, as an environmental health professional. As I put in my bio, I dodged bushfires from a continent on fire in terms of just in the past year. So climate change is just so front of my brain. And our biggest biome, which is the ocean, is probably the most affected. And yes, right now, south of Cape Blanco is fine, but it will not stay fine. I just know that in my heart and my soul. The thing is, we don't have the proof. We don't have the evidence yet. And I've said over and over again, I follow the science, and we just don't have it yet. So I think for me, as hard as this decision is the best we can do is put in the biggest thresholds and conservative measures that we have, and just hold our breath and do our best with what we have. And you're right, like when you think about the people who live there, like, you know, very few of us live there. You know, I know that might be your district, Chair Wall, but all the rest of us are in a completely different space. So we have to listen to the people that live there and like how it would affect them. And so that's what's influencing my decision, although it's making me very queasy. We've already watched a number of fisheries collapse. It's just like, are we going to watch another one? So Yes, I think, just for record, that everyone has said it, how hard this decision is. I just want to add my 2 cents to it. This is tough. Thank you, Chair Wall.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Hi, Chair Wall. Yeah, I guess I think we all share your concerns, the ones that you brought up. And I guess I have, confidence in the staff and the adaptive management part of it that, if I think we've learned lessons that, now we know to, when we start to see a problem, to jump in and look at it. And if you have to make changes, you make changes, So I feel pretty confident with having the adaptive part. And I guess I go back to, I think Commissioner Labhart read this too, and I had it in my testimony. It says, this was from the staff reports. The current reduced bag limits offer a low risk approach that maintains some harvest opportunity while additional data is being collected. And by that allowing the limited harvest, the plan provides for funding of monitoring and data collection through the purchase by fishermen of an additional harvest card. So like I say, to me, that helps me to be, I guess, go for proposal, the alternative one, because we help fund some of that data and collection. And then, like I say, I think I have faith in the staff and the commission that we can adapt on the fly too if we see things go south.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, I mean, I hate this. I hate this decision. It reminds me a lot of what the discussions that we had around the marbled murrelet, and Chair Wall, one thing you said at the end of that was that you took no joy in the decision that was to be made. And that feels, that like echoes in my head and heart right now, that there is no joy in either of these options to me. And the fact that we have to weigh, life and livelihood versus a long-term future for these fish, it gives me a lot of pause. And so I, don't know that I have anything stunningly new to add, except that I wanted to also put in my words that this, having grown up in a generation where I have faith in the people, but not always in the systems, it makes me just extra cautious sometimes when it comes to some of these conservation decisions, because what is to come is so much worse than what has been. And we are, there are so many known unknowns and unknown unknowns as well out there. And that's a scary future sometimes.
Thank you. I would like to make one more comment or a couple more comments, just because this is my corner of the state, always has been. Maybe my family will even get another 5 generations here, who knows? But I would like to speak to a couple things. Nothing's more clear to me than how these kinds of decisions affect small towns and the families in those small towns. I have to keep looking back to my first job is to the resource. My first responsibility is to the resource, and my second responsibility is to all the other factors. And that's how I had to weigh this one. I thought that Vice Chair Zarnowitz raised an important question with the coquel, and it would have been easier if it had been just the coquel, but we also have a letter from another one of the tribes that said the opposite. If I have to go back and absolutely confirm that that is the case, but as I read it, our letter from the other tribe said, go with catch and release. But the important thing is what's best for the resource here. And that's why I wanted to end up with catch and release. This one, even more than the marbled murrelet, there is no joy in this one because this is my area and it affects the people that I grew up with. And I know what impact it has. So I guess I'll stop there. And if there are no more questions or comments, let's go to a vote. And once again, we'll do a roll call. It looks like Commissioner Spellbrink, you wanted to make another comment?
Yes, sure. Well, I guess one thing I'll throw in there is just, I question the effectiveness of the catch and release only regulation. Wild steelhead catch and release regulations have been in effect in the Columbia River Basin, Washington State, and British Columbia for many years with little or no success in reversing downward trends. I think, most of coastal Washington and BC's habitat is in excellent condition. So it almost has to be problems experienced somewhere in the ocean environment. So anyway, like I say, I just don't think we can even look at catch and release regulation as being the answer.
Thank you. Shall we go to a vote? Michelle, will you call the roll, please?
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
No.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
No. So the yes votes carry, and this one will be with the harvest bag limit of 1 and 3. We have 2 more items to deal with. We have the plan approval and rule adoption, and then I've talked with staff and about an additional item, which would be to talk about an annual report to the Fish and Wildlife Commission on this one. But we'll get to that. If commissioners are okay with going forward and finish this one, then it's late. But if we could just finish this one, if everybody's okay with that, I'd like to do it. So seeing no hands go up immediately, I'm going to assume that was a yes. So staff, will you walk us through the plan approval and rule adoption language?
Chair Wall, can you see that language on screen?
Yes, and it still would be helpful. Yes.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So given the decisions you made in the previous 4 votes, this is the appropriate motion. So the first part of it is saying that you're approving the final draft plan that was in attachment 3, which was what staff presented at the beginning, but then modified consistent with the decisions you made about the votes you just had. And you voted staff recommendation on all but 1, where you did choose the staff recommendation, but you modified it to remove the windchuck. So what we'll do is go back and modify that figure 14 to take the windchuck out of that and turn the windchuck into a wildfish emphasis area. And that will be the modification in attachment 3. And so that approves the final draft. And then in addition, you need to approve the administrative rule, which is in attachment 5, which did not get modified by decision 1. So you can proceed with that.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on how this is set up for the plan approval and rule adoption? And if not,
Well, I'm sorry, Sean. I'm not sure I just understand what you just said. So if we just approve what's on in front of us right now with what the votes we took, we're okay. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
There was 2 changes you made in the in attachment 4. One was to exclude the windchuck, and the other was to go with the higher conservation threshold. So we will modify the plan with both of those things, and so by making this motion, you're approving all of that.
Okay, by saying consistent with the decisions we made about alternatives, that's where the wording is, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm ready for a motion, Madam Chair, if you're okay.
I think you just said you wanted to make the motion, or are you just ready to hear one?
I'm ready to make the motion.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and make that motion?
Okay, thank you. I move to approve the final draft of the Rogue South Gulf Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan as contained in Attachment 3, but modified consistent with decisions made about the alternatives in Attachment 4 that are not staff recommendation. In addition, I further move to adopt the administrative rule for the Rogue South Gulf Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan as proposed by staff in Attachment 5.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the final draft, as you heard just read into the record. Are there any comments, questions? Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
So you didn't include, but with changes as outlined in Attachment 6, Mark, Commissioner Labhart.
Nope, I asked Sean if what I just read captures everything that we just previously did. And he said yes.
Okay, so Attachment 6 isn't important.
Sure. Well, Commissioner Zarnowitz, Attachment 6 was if you'd voted for Alternative 2 on Decision 1, and that the designations only apply to plant species, which you did not choose.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't follow you.
This was a test of our following capabilities. So is everybody on board with any other questions? That's how I should ask this. If not, Michelle, will you call the roll on this one?
Hatfield Hyde.
Wait, I don't think we had a second.
Yes, we, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Oh, geez.
Seconded
Okay.
it.
Okay,
Yes.
so yes, I'm for this plan.
Khalil.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Labhart.
Yes.
Spellbrink.
Yes.
Zarnowitz.
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. So if you can bear with me for just a couple minutes, I would like to talk about one more thing, and then we can celebrate the fact that we are through with this item. So here's what I would like to propose. This one is important. It's been a long effort. There are a lot of pieces of it that people had different views on, and it's a remarkable kind of solution that or path forward that we have come to through this series of votes. But this is also the first one where we have really incorporated a lot of the climate change policy and climate and ocean change policy. So what I would like to propose is that we direct the staff to come to the commission each year with a report on this one. And that would include things like what adult monitoring occurred and how that was incorporated, winter and summer steelhead status and the basis for assessment, coho status and the basis for assessment, climate and ocean conditions, the basis for assessment, adaptive management actions implemented, harvest levels and basis for assessment, and maybe the most important one, the habitat actions in each stratum, the staff and funding resources added for that. And the reason I say that maybe the most important one is that last one is because over and over we have heard that though we are focused on the fishery aspects, the fisheries management aspects of this in most of our discussions or a lot of our discussions, it's the habitat actions or the habitat conditions that are the key limiting factor over and over for these species. And so, of course, a lot of that discussion will happen in the budget, where it would be up to all of us to think about the priority for budget for these kinds of habitat work or actions. But for today, what I would like to do is direct the agency to come to us with an annual report to the commission that includes those kinds of items, but the details of exactly what would be in that report will of course need some refinement. So I don't think we need a motion on this one, but I would very much like to have a sense of the commission in terms of whether that is a good idea or not. So it looks like Commissioner Labhart has a hand up.
Well, I would just ask Director Melcher or Sean, can you guys do that? Was there anything in that you said, well, we're not able to do that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhut. No, I think it's a good idea to keep things front and center. Provides an opportunity to outline all the good work that's going to go on in the basin, has gone on, is going on. For example, just yesterday, Dan sent me a list of the 30 dams that have been removed in the past decade. So I think there's a lot of good things that need to be highlighted, and it's good to keep this front and center. So the details, as Chair Wall mentioned, need to be worked out, but in concept, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Chair Wall, I really support this idea. I think it's important and it keeps this issue right in front of us. I guess my concern is that I guess we don't need an emotion, but then how does this stay fresh as commissions change over time? And I mean, I guess that would be the question I have. Is it just, how do we make sure that we keep this one on our forefront every year?
Good question. I think it would be up to those of us on the commission to keep it there. And also my experience with the staff is that when there is direction like this and we get the sense of the commission on it, they are very good about following up and recognizing that as direction that we have provided, which I appreciate. And it's up to both the commission to keep it front and center, and staff do a good job of doing that when we ask for it. So we're asking for it. And Director Melcher, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
Chair Wall, no, I think you've really covered it well. We don't need a rule that directs us to come to you each December with an update. And frankly, I don't know what the right timing is, and we'll have to figure that out in discussion with staff, because we want to be able to give you new information each year, not have it timed such that we don't have information. So anyway, no, I think it's fine.
Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I fully support that. And you're referring to a presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I am. Thank you. And this wasn't just want you to know, I didn't just spring this on staff. I did let them know that we were going to be talking about this and got some help in my thinking about how to do this. So we'll go forward then with an annual report. I see a couple thumbs up and no thumbs down. So maybe we declare victory at this point and stop talking about the Rogue South Coast Plan, except to say a huge acknowledgement and thank you to staff, to the public who has been at this for so long, and of course to the rest of you on this commission. So thank you. And if anybody else wants one final comment, otherwise we will take a break until, until 1:30. And then we'll finish the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Thank you. I think that Chris and Sean should go celebrate.
Chair Wall, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chair Wall.
Back at 1:30.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Michelle, is now okay?
Yeah, but I'm definitely getting that little bit of breakup in your audio.
Yeah, so I'll just say a longer sentence so you can kind of confirm it, but sounds like it's not good, huh?
Yeah, so let's try your audio without the video and see if that helps us with the bandwidth.
Okay, I'm not sure it's a bandwidth issue, but there you go.
Nope.
Okay.
That didn't resolve it.
It's back on. I have two other things I'm going to try. The first one, I'm afraid this will blow up my screen organization, but I'm going to open my laptop. Hopefully
And
everything's-
meanwhile, I am on as
Oh.
well, and wondering if you hear me clearly, because Maggie, I asked Michelle and tested with her yesterday for the same kinds of issues.
Yeah, Karen, you're coming through really clear today.
Weird. Okay.
Okay, so let me, when you started talking, Karen, I thought it was an echo, but now I'm going to open my laptop and see if that makes any difference. Do I sound any better now? Maybe not. Maybe
No,
yes.
no.
Okay, then we're going to go to the last trial, which is for me to plug in some little earbuds that I was lucky to have stashed in a desk drawer, although somebody probably has a better mic if I need it, and we'll see how this sounds. Maybe I'm not sure it's changed. Let me see. I need to.
It's really staticky.
Microphone. Same system. Now I think it's using the mic in my headphones. Does that sound any different to you?
No.
No.
I think this is just an
Hey, thanks for testing with me. Sorry, I thought the speaker. Karen, do you have a magic solution that worked for you?
Yeah, the only solution that worked last
Oh, I don't even
time-
hear you guys now.
Calling in. I left the computer audio and called in on the phone, and that worked well.
Okay, I'm getting IMs from my staff who must be listening, who are offering me headsets. Why didn't I try that? Michelle, I don't want to keep you from lunch. Hang on. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go and get some lunch, Michelle, if you want, and we can sit here and listen to testing by Maggie.
Okay. Well, I'll go grab my lunch, and then I was just going to eat at my desk, so I'll be back shortly.
Ugh. I think that I actually have one other solution I'll try. Okay.
Maggie, I can't hear you at all. I can't hear you. I take it you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I can't hear you at all.
Know if you tested that.
Oh, there you are. I just hear you now.
That's fun because I didn't do anything different. So you can hear me now.
I can. It's still scratchy.
And it's still scratchy. Okay.
So
I'm going to call in.
Yeah, leave the computer audio and call in.
Yeah.
See what that sounds like.
There's my Audio options, there's a phone call. Lynn has excellent advice. I forgot this had a movable mic. Can you hear me now? Does it sound any better?
Does not sound better.
Doesn't sound better. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Justine. Okay, let me go back to calling in. Why? It worked fine until now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I was working with ISD on this, and that's why I reimaged my computer because of this. And now I'm not having the problem, but I'm not sure that they understand what was wrong. It was just kind of a nuclear option to wipe it.
Okay, in on phone audio. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Wait, try again.
I said, I can hear you. It's not gravelly. It does sound like you're on the phone and not on Wi-Fi. You know, you're not on the computer, but it's better audio than before, in my opinion. So I would go with that rather than the other, which was dropping your voice too much, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. It's just looking at a message from Nadine that said, we both sound fine to her on YouTube. So I want it to sound fine to all the commissioners on Zoom. So I guess I'm going to go with the phone now.
Yeah,
and
and
then
I think you
concurs
can
with
toggle
Karen.
back one more time to the computer audio. I don't think it'll drop the phone call, and you can test one more time, but I think that it's better on the phone.
Okay, I switched computer audio. It is not letting me click on computer audio without hanging up.
Without hanging up the phone. Yeah, John North is IMing. He agrees that the phone call's better sound for him.
Okay.
You're on the computer now.
One last try on the computer. Still sounds bad?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to go grab my earbud charger so I can give him a few minutes before we restart, and then I'll be calling in, and I'll send Michelle a IM and let her know that. Thanks for the test.
Yeah, sorry. We can talk about what ISD did for me. Okay, bye. Go have some lunch.
Hi, this is Maggie with one more audio check.
Hi, Maggie, I'm here. Go ahead and talk again.
Hi, thanks very much for listening. One more test of my computer before I throw in the towel and switch to phone audio.
It doesn't seem to be as bad as it was earlier, but it is still kind of crackly.
Okay, I'm going to call him then by phone. Okay,
Phone is
thanks
better.
for the test. Yep.
All right, Michelle, this is Maggie. I am joined by phone audio now.
That sounds nice and smooth and clear, Maggie.
Okay, thanks for all the help.
Oh, absolutely. Glad we got it figured out, or a workaround.
Welcome back, everyone. I think we're ready to go ahead with our agenda item C, and it looks like Maggie Summers is ready to talk to us about groundfish fisheries regulation and 2020 nearshore logbook report. So Maggie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Get the slides going.
They show up.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, Commissioners. I'm Maggie Summer, Marine Fishery Management Section Leader with the Marine Resources Program. Here today with your annual groundfish exhibit. My presentation today will cover two issues: a report on Oregon's commercial nearshore fishery and information and recommendations on adjustments to groundfish fishery rules in 2022. Before I start in on that, I'll just take a moment to define some terms I'll be using. Nearshore usually refers to state waters or within 3 miles of shore or within about 30 fathoms or 180 feet. The term also refers to species and habitats primarily found in that area. Nearshore resources are very important to the people of Oregon, as reflected by the Oregon Nearshore Strategy, which is a part of the Oregon Conservation Strategy. It's a tremendous resource for information on nearshore species and habitats, factors affecting their health, and priority actions for conservation and stewardship, and it can be found at the URL on screen. The term groundfish refers to more than 90 different types of marine fish that mostly live near or on the bottom, but not all, including rockfish, flatfish, and others. Not all groundfish species are near shore. Some spend much of their adult lives in deeper water, but the fisheries I'll be talking about today focus on nearshore groundfish species. We report annually to the Commission as required by statute that is based on the legislation that established a permit and other requirements for this fishery in beginning in 2004. And my summary report will be very brief here today verbally to you, but wanted to point to an annual report we produce that's available on our website and contains very detailed statistics on this fishery if anyone is interested in learning more. So first, for a bit of context, harvesters in this fishery use small boats and several hook and line gear types to catch nearshore groundfish, which can bring a relatively high price per pound, especially when sold live, although the overall volume of catch in this fishery is relatively small. Markets for live fish began developing rapidly in the mid to late 1990s, which led to action by the Oregon legislature that I mentioned a moment ago, establishing a permit requirement and other controls for the commercial harvest of nearshore species. Currently, there are 110 permits that allow harvest of black, blue, and deacon rockfish, and some of those permits have an additional endorsement that allows harvest of other nearshore species. The bar chart on the bottom of this slide shows the geographic distribution of those permits in Oregon ports, with the ports shown going from north on the left to south on the right, and the shading within each bar indicating permits, indicating permit type, with black permits, the black color representing those that don't have a nearshore endorsement and focus on harvesting black, blue, and deacon rockfish, and the gray shading representing those with a nearshore endorsement. And you can see quite clearly that the South Coast has the most permits overall and the most with nearshore endorsements, whereas the North Coast fishery focuses more on black rockfish. Participants in this fishery are required to submit logbooks in which they record information on their fishing and catch activity at sea, such as catch location, types and amounts of gear used, retained and discarded or released species, etc. The figure on the top left illustrates the catch information that we get from logbooks, and the panels from left to right are sections of the Oregon coast, north, central, and south. And it's a simple heat map showing where most of the catch comes from. You can see, again, reflecting the distribution of permits I just talked about, that area showing most orange and red on the right near Cape Blanco is near Port Orford. Back on the left-hand panel, you can see a wider distribution of lesser catch areas on the north coast. The bar chart on the bottom of this slide illustrates the species composition of catch. You don't need to get into this in detail. It just gives you actually a quick visual because with each bar representing a year since 2004, the colors within each bar represent the different species that made up that year's total catch. Black is black rockfish, and the take home is that that species consistently makes up more than half the catch in this fishery. With that, I will conclude my brief nearshore fishery report today. Again, more information available on our website. Under issue 2, we'll move through the 4 topics shown on this slide. Starting with some updates to federal rules. Federal regulations include overall catch limits and management measures for West Coast groundfish fisheries. They're developed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council with ODFW participation through our agency's voting seat on the council, as well as staff representation on several technical and management teams that advise the council. Federal regulations must be consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, as well as other laws such as the ESA, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, etc. The Commission usually adopts federal regulations for consistency between federal and state rules. Federal groundfish management is on a 2-year cycle with the science and annual rules developed every 2 years, and in between those major changes, there are in-season adjustments as needed to meet conservation or fishery objectives, including several recent rules that modified federal trip limits for 2 species, sablefish and lingcod. These rules don't directly affect Oregon's commercial nearshore fishery that I'll be talking about today. Staff recommend adopting them by reference. As I transition into the state management section, I want to take one slide to talk about how overall catch limits are set, since those are a key conservation tool and a critical part of the management process. The foundation is a scientific assessment of each stock, each species in each area, which is an exercise in collecting data from multiple sources, including ODFW's dockside sampling, federal and state abundance surveys, other research, etc., and putting it together into a complex model that produces an estimate of current stock size, relative stock status, or how big we think the current spawning biomass is compared to what it would be in the absence of fishing, and potential yield, or how much can be removed by fishing on a recurring basis over the long term under prevailing environmental and fishery conditions. And I'll point out that language about prevailing conditions comes directly from the Magnuson Act. So there is a requirement that we take into account conditions at the time and do our best to predict what they will be in the future. Stock assessments go through a rigorous peer review process and then are the basis for catch limit advice to the Pacific Fishery Management Council from its scientific advisors. Catch limits must be set below the sustainable yield level to provide a buffer that at least accounts for scientific uncertainty in the assessment, although the buffer can be enlarged for other reasons. The resulting overall limits are intended to keep catch at sustainable levels to support the reproductive capacity and ecosystem role of each stock. The next step in the management process is distributing the overall catch limits for Oregon to the commercial and recreational sectors as harvest guidelines or soft limits for each sector. This allows us to manage the sectors independently of each other so that they're not competing for fish during a season. In the table on this slide, each row is a species or species group, and under the names in the left column, the numbers in parentheses are the total Oregon limits for 2022. In the allocation column, the percentages show how much of the total limit for each species or group was assigned to each sector in 2021. And generally the same proportions have been used since they were originally adopted. There have been some minor adjustments when species were moved between categories, but no major changes, no policy changes to the allocations. The resulting 2021 harvest guidelines are shown in the second to right column, and on the right are the staff recommended harvest guidelines for 2022, which result from applying the status quo proportions to the overall Oregon limits for next year. Adopting these harvest guidelines would maintain status quo allocations between sectors. Moving into talking about management measures. Actually, before I do, I mentioned the federal Magnuson-Stevens Act earlier. I also want to note that our management is guided by state policies such as the Native Fish Conservation Policy, ODFW's Climate and Ocean Change Policy, the Oregon Nearshore Strategy, the Food Fish Management and Wildlife Policies, etc. Management measures are the operational guidelines that help achieve fishery objectives, such as maximized opportunity within the conservation limits, and stability and seasonality of fishing opportunity. These objectives are based on stakeholder input, which has been consistent over time in highlighting these as key objectives. In the commercial nearshore fishery, there are two primary management tools. These are the permit system I described earlier, and we're not proposing any changes to that, and bi-monthly limits on how much each vessel can land of each species, which we refer to as trip limits, although in practice they are cumulative limits that apply to all of a vessel's fishing trips in a 2-month period. I'll talk about proposed trip limits for 2022 in a moment on the next slide, but here, just to set the stage, is a recap of how this year went. As I mentioned, total effort, well, I think I haven't yet, pardon me, total effort and catch continues to be lower than the recent average. We saw a decline in 2020, which we understand from fishermen and fish buyers was related to COVID-19 impacts on markets, and we see that same decline continuing in 2021. We raised several trip limits in season to provide more opportunity to harvest up to the sector harvest guidelines. And the table here shows where we expect to be at the end of December. In fact, we're just there now in terms of total landings in metric tons and in terms of percent attainment of the harvest guideline for each species or group. And focusing in on the commercial nearshore trip limits, the table shows what the trip limits were for this year and what staff recommends for next year. For black rockfish, there are different limits at different times of the year, different 2-month periods, whereas for the other species, limits are constant. That reflects different seasonal market demand for black rockfish, which is heavily driven, particularly on our north coast, by tourism-based markets such as local restaurants and local seafood markets on the coast. In the middle column, you can see the trip limits we started with this year. Where there are italicized values in parentheses, those are the limits after the in-season adjustments were made. And on the right are the trip limits staff recommend for 2022. These were developed based on modeling, which was based on past fishery performance to project what limits will provide opportunity to attain but not exceed the harvest guidelines, and also by public input, again, about the seasonality of market demand and the fact that many fishermen would like to see some more opportunity in the summer months than in the winter. There is one stock that we are recommending most fishermen not be allowed to retain, and that's Quillback rockfish. This stock was assessed earlier this year with ODFW staff partnering with scientists from NOAA Fisheries in this effort. What the outcome was that it found that absolute biomass was estimated to be smaller than previously estimated, and therefore sustainable catch levels based on the new assessment are lower. These will be used in federal management beginning in 2023. We're recommending taking action sooner by prohibiting retention in all commercial, non-trawl, and recreational fisheries beginning in 2022. I'll note that the groundfish trawl catch share fishery is not included here for 2 reasons. It's under fully federal management, but most importantly, there's almost zero catch of quillback in that fishery. Quillback rockfish tend to live in very rocky areas. Trawl vessels and nets can't get in there. They're almost never seen in trawl landings. There will continue to be some fishing-related mortality of quillback rockfish due to incidental catch and mortality after discard or release. We estimate that the recommended measures will bring total mortality down to slightly below where the federal limit will be in 2023, but we know there's considerable uncertainty in that estimate, and starting the prohibition sooner not only benefits the resource, it gives us a chance to test our predictions before we need to fit under the new federal limit in 2023. I think interestingly, as a brief sidebar before I move on, I'll note that the assessors also evaluated some data ODFW provided from several research projects we conducted that didn't cover enough of our coast to be useful in the assessment model itself, but did allow for the calculation of quillback rockfish density and biomass estimates in some discrete areas on the Oregon coast. And then we could extrapolate, those could be extrapolated to the whole coast based on habitat distribution. The biomass estimates based on the exploration of these three other data sets were all larger than the actual assessment results, although they were in the same order of magnitude. So the take home from that comparison is that the additional data sources generally corroborate the assessment results, which is reassuring. They suggest that the assessment might be underestimating actual biomass, and just highlights for us that conducting fishery independent surveys over more of Oregon's coast, as well as on a recurring basis, is critical for informing nearshore stock assessments and management, and is identified as a high priority in the Oregon Nearshore Strategy and by the Marine Resources Program. The last commercial item is the per trip limits on black rockfish catch, which apply in 4 zones along the coast, shown in black shading at the map, in the map on the right. These are in addition to the bi-monthly trip limits. These per trip limits are actually the oldest state regulation focused on the commercial nearshore fishery. They were established in the mid-1990s when the fishery was developing rapidly to reduce the likelihood of conflict with sport fishing, which was already established in certain areas. I'll note that in December of 2019, the Commission raised the per trip limits for periods 1 and period 6, the winter months, based on public comment. And there are 2 written public comments for you at this meeting requesting raising or suspending the per trip limits in order to provide harvesters opportunity to catch their bi-monthly limits more efficiently by making fewer trips with slightly larger landings per trip. In addition, they believe that could provide them better opportunity to attain their full bi-monthly trip limits. Staff reviewed the requests and concluded that they're reasonable, unlikely to have any negative impacts, and could benefit some harvesters, particularly on the North Coast, by enabling more efficient fishing and improving the opportunity to achieve all of their bi-monthly limits for black rockfish. We do recommend suspending the per trip limits in 2022, and we will report back to you at this time next year on any changes we observe in the fishery. I'll also note this change could result in a very small reduction in the amount of fossil fuel used in the fishery if fewer trips are taken to catch the same number of fish or more. And while we wouldn't expect it to be a significant amount on a climate impact scale by any means, we recognize the connection to the climate change plan and that a reduction in carbon emissions will be achieved through the accumulation of many small actions as well as large. To wrap up the commercial section, this slide shows projected catch and harvest guideline attainment for each species under the recommended measures. While there are always factors we can't predict, in this fishery, there's a relatively small universe of participants due to the limited entry permits, and participation is stable. So this model does a good job of predicting catch. The exception in this table is other nearshore rockfish at the bottom. Until now, this group included quillback rockfish, and the proposed prohibition introduces more uncertainty into these results. We will be monitoring catch closely in season, and we can adjust trip limits or other measures as needed for other nearshore rockfish or any of the other species or groups here to stay within limits. Switching gears to the recreational fishery. Our management of this fishery is guided by the same policies I already mentioned and very similar objectives. especially important in this fishery is keeping the season open all year, since recreational fishing activity is an important contributor to coastal community economies. And we have heard, if possible, to not drop the bag limit below 5 fish. We've heard from a number of stakeholders that they really feel strongly that that's a tipping point, and below 5 fish will lose quite a bit of angler interest in this fishery. On the recreational side, our specific tools that we use are daily bag limits, area closures, and a prohibition on retention of particular species when necessary. I'll just point out here for anyone interested that we produce an annual sport bottom fish newsletter, which is available online at myodfw.com, and it provides information on the previous year's season, as well as other educational information for anglers and of general interest. To recap this year, one of the early events was extraordinarily high effort in April. The chart on the top right with the month of the year across the bottom shows the number of angler trips per month in 2021 in orange, compared to the 5-year average in blue and the 10-year average in gray. You can see the spike there in orange, and that's showing between 3 and 4 times the normal number of trips this April, which had incredibly good weather and ocean conditions. And of course, there was a lot of interest in getting outdoors after a long winter and a longer pandemic. Seeing that amount of effort and catch in April raised serious concerns about reaching quotas and having to close or severely restrict bottom fish fishing before the end of the year. So we reduced the daily bag limit for general marine species from 6 to 5 fish in May. As the summer proceeded, we saw lower effort than expected in August. You can see the dip in the orange bar there, probably due to the best ocean coho salmon fishing there's been in years, and a lot of anglers switched interest to coho. The table at the bottom shows where we expect to be in the recreational sector at the end of the year in terms of catch and harvest guideline attainment. Similar to the commercial sector, the recreational sector depends heavily on black rockfish, which make up about 70% or more of the total catch. Because of that, this species, the need to stay under the harvest guideline for this species, black rockfish are really a primary factor in setting the general marine bag limit. This table shows that we project to be about 12% under the harvest guideline, or about 45 metric tons under at the end of the year. And on the next slide, I'll show a history of black rockfish catch to put that into context. So this slide shows, covers the years since 2011 and shows the harvest guideline for each year in gray, and next to it, the total recreational fishing mortality in black for each year. Again, black rockfish are caught coastwide on almost every traditional bottom fish trip. It's often been fully utilized in both sectors. If the catch limit was exceeded, we might need to close or restrict traditional bottom fish fishing for part of the year, which we know from past experience is extremely disruptive to anglers, to recreational fishing businesses, and coastal communities. Also, as I just mentioned on the previous slide, total effort and catch can be quite variable between or even within a year and difficult to predict precisely. So while we've been leaving some fish unharvested in recent years, it's a small proportion of the total available to harvest and a valuable buffer against a potentially severe consequence of closure for our fishing communities. So for bag limits, in 2022, staff recommend starting with a 5-fish bag limit, which our modeling indicates is likely to provide a stable season with low chance of needing to make further reductions in season. We recommend removing quillback rockfish from the 1-fish sub-bag for several nearshore species that it's been in in recent years, leaving that sub-bag just for China and copper rockfish, with quillback rockfish prohibited. Also note that we do produce a variety of materials to help anglers identify rockfish species so that they can comply with these regulations. And we have written materials, some posted on our website, online ID exercises and quizzes, etc. We don't recommend any change to other bag limits. for 2022, leaving them status quo. And then finally, for the recreational sector, we are proposing a modest change to the seasonal depth restriction. This measure has been used to minimize mortality of yellow eye rockfish, since that stock was found to be below the overfish threshold in the early 2000s, along with several other groundfish species. This resulted in significant challenges and reductions in all West Coast fisheries. In recreational fisheries, depth restrictions have kept fishing effort in relatively shallow water during the time of the year when most effort occurs, spring through fall, in order to reduce encounters with yellow eye rockfish, which tend to live a little bit deeper, and also to improve their survival when they're released, since there's less barotrauma or injury from pressure change when the fish are caught in shallow water. The yellow eye rockfish stock has been successfully rebuilding, and as it's done so, the quota has gone up a relatively small amount, but it gives our fisheries a little bit more breathing room. In Oregon, we've been cautiously easing the depth restriction measure in recent years, arriving at a 3-month period over the summer in 2020 and 2021, when fishing was limited to waters inshore of 40 fathoms. Our priority is to ensure that the stock stays on the positive rebuilding trajectory. But in the last 3 years, mortality has averaged about 62% of the very low federal limit for our recreational groundfish fishery, suggesting that there is a little bit of room for another step in easing those restrictions. And so for 2022, we recommend shortening the duration of the depth restriction so that it's in effect from July through August, and maintaining the line at the 40 fathom depth contour. This would provide 1 additional month of all depth bottom fish opportunity for anglers, and we also hope it might relieve a little bit of pressure on more nearshore species like quillback rockfish. And this slide just shows the projected catch and recreational attainment, recreational harvest guideline attainment under the recommended management measures. The model we use to make these projections uses data from the past 3 years, including total effort in terms of number of angler trips, catch per unit of effort for each species, average weight, etc. It's been reviewed and approved by the Pacific Fishery Management Council Scientific and Statistical Committee. It does a great job, but the main factor that goes into this model is effort overall. And as I said, that can be difficult to predict. So we will be monitoring the fishery very closely in season, and we can adjust bag limits or other measures as necessary. This list summarizes the items with staff recommendations that I've described and which are also presented at the end of your agenda item summary. I won't read through them here. But just before I conclude, I do want to recognize the dedicated staff pictured here who are responsible for various aspects of groundfish fishery management for ODFW, along with other duties. We couldn't do it without them, and we also couldn't do it without the efforts of many samplers, project and crew leaders, field research and data analysts, partners, fishermen who are providing us data, et cetera. So much appreciation to all these folks. You see my face up here, but there's a team behind it, and I very much appreciate it. And with that, I'd be happy to conclude and take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Maggie. I don't see any immediate hands up, so I'll ask just a couple quick questions. Do you see a rebound in the future for the quillbacks?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I do. I'm optimistic, and I'll say we do have some information from about the 2015, 2016 timeframe when we had some restrictions on recreational harvest and in fact on commercial harvest too of some of the other nearshore rockfish species, including quillback, for some other reasons, and we saw a little bit of rebound then. So we are expecting the same now. We will be continuing to collect some data, and we'll be looking forward to the next time we have an opportunity to assess this stock and see how it's doing. I will say, I do want to emphasize that the relative status of this stock, the comparison of what the estimated spawning stock biomass is now to what we think it would be in the absence of fishing, is good. The target for groundfish species is 40%. to have the stock at about 40% of what it would be in the absence of fishing. And Quillback is at 47%. So it's above the target, it's healthy. It's just smaller overall than the previous estimate thought. So it can support a lower level of harvest than we previously believed if the current assessment is correct.
Thank you. A couple other questions. You mentioned that the trawl is 100% observed. Does that mean that there's a federal or state employee on every boat all the time, or something else?
Chair Wall, thank you very much. Yes, for the groundfish trawl fishery, there is a federal observer on every boat, every trip, all the time. And in fact, there are also observers at onshore at the fish plant when they're bringing in landings to observe that process.
Wow. It just seems very high compared, compared to places like the Columbia, where that's always a question if we can get some observation. So that's been that way for a long time then, at that rate of observation?
Chair Wall, thank you. The 100% rate came into effect starting in 2011 when the West Coast groundfish trawl fishery transitioned into an individual quota fishery or a catch shares program. Part of that overall program design was to have 100% monitoring to ensure that the individual accountability portion of that management approach worked well. I will say it is expensive. It is a very resource intensive, I guess, proposition to put observers on boats all the time, and the trawl vessels are paying for that. So it's a challenge, but it is extremely effective, and it really provides us a very comprehensive information on what's occurring on those vessels at sea.
Thank you. I don't see other questions or any questions from the other commissioners. So commissioners, is there a motion on this one?
Oh, I think we might have some public testimony.
Sorry.
Yep.
Right. Walt Marquis and Joe Watkins were signed up, and one of you had asked earlier about what the timing for this one. So I hope both of these people are still here, and thank you, Director, for catching that. Let's go with Walt Marquis.
Hello, my name is Walt Marquis, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm a commercial fisherman for the past 6 years since I retired from a prior career. I'm a permit holder for black rockfish, and I'm the person that wrote the recommendation to change the daily trip limit. And I provided a written statement as to why I thought that should be changed. And I would assume that you've all read it, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. And it was included in our packet.
I could provide more information if you'd like more, but.
Thank you. It was included in our packet.
Okay, very good.
Yes. And I don't see hands up from the other commissioners, so thank you, Walt. And is Joe Watkins available?
Chair Wall, Joe Watkins is not in the room at this time.
All right. Then we'll go back to any questions for Maggie, and if not, if there is a motion on this one.
Well, I do have, sorry, I have a question, Maggie. I'm reading Walt's letter again. Could you comment on what he's proposing, pros and cons, what he's offering there on the first paragraph?
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. Not reading the first paragraph at the moment, but I am familiar with Mr. Marquis' proposal, and as I said, staff reviewed it. We understand that the per trip limits on black rockfish harvest are limiting some fishermen, particularly on Oregon's north coast. There seems to be much higher seasonal demand in the summer for black rockfish, in particular on the north coast, and buyers would like to be able to buy more at a time than these limits allow fishermen to bring in on a single trip. So they could have the opportunity to bring in more. It's probably less of an issue for South Coast fishermen based on what we've been hearing from them. It's a more steady market, it sounds like, year round on the South Coast, and the buyers there are often already putting their own limits on how much they want the vessels to bring into them at once in terms of how much they can process and sell at a time. So these per trip limits don't appear to be as limiting on the South Coast. I will also note that the area of most catch and effort on the South Coast is not in one of these zones, so the per trip limits don't apply then. We don't think, we think the result will be that a relatively small number of harvesters would be able to take fewer trips to catch the same amount of fish, or potentially even a little bit more up to their bi-monthly trip limit, and that would be an improvement in efficiency for them. In terms of just making the connection back to the original intent of these trip limits when they were put in place in the mid-1990s to head off any potential conflict with the recreational fishery, we don't see the likelihood for an increase in conflict with the recreational fishery if these per trip limits are suspended. In fact, it could be the opposite. If the commercial harvesters are out on the water for fewer days per period, less opportunity for conflict there. We think it's unlikely there will be much of a change in terms of where they're fishing. That's really driven by where the fish are. They're associated with habitat structure and how far away from port fishermen have to go. So overall, I think there'll be little change in terms of the total amount of black rockfish harvested, some improved efficiency for a relatively small number of harvesters, and we don't see any likely negative impacts.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Then could I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to adopt amended OAR Chapter 635, Division 004 and 039 as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
I'll second, and thank you.
Thanks. It's been moved and seconded to adopt amended OAR Chapter 635 as read into the record. Are there any questions or comments? If not, Michelle, will you call the roll?
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you very much, Maggie, for another good report. And we'll move on now to Exhibit D, which is the Oregon Revised Rule for Senate Bill 320, and it's a no-charge daily angling license item. And the staff person, I believe, is Steve Bergman on this one. Steve, are you there?
Actually, Chair Wall, it will be Ken Loffink.
Oh, okay.
We shuffled the agenda here, so.
That you might have told me that before, but anyway, go ahead.
And before Ken starts, I just wanted to mention, and I would have done this under other business had I known it at the time, but I just wanted to let you all know that the governor is delaying the reopening of state offices. So we will in fact have our January meeting again virtually. So I just wanted to give you all the heads up on that.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah. So with that, I'll hand it back to Ken.
Okay, Ken, top that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to top that one, but I'm going to be short and sweet here today. For the record, my name is Ken Loffink. I'm the Deputy Administrator for our Administrative Services Division here in Salem at headquarters. Today, I'm going to be presenting to you a new proposed Oregon Administrative Rule, OAR 635-010-0159. let me share my screen here. There we go. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So today I'll just jump right into it. I'm presenting this new draft rule in direct, would say, response in order to implement Senate Bill 320. I have a couple bullet points up on the screen regarding Senate Bill 320. Senate Bill 320 was passed in this latest long session in 2021. And the bill amended an existing ORS 497.162. And after passage, the ORS now states that, and I'll paraphrase, the commission may authorize qualifying groups to conduct excursions where veterans or armed service members may angle or take shellfish at no charge. The amended ORS also states that agents of the commission shall issue daily licenses or permits to angle or take shellfish at no charge upon request by qualifying organizations. That the commission may suspend or revoke authorizations if organizations cease to qualify. The program does end January 2nd, 2027, so it's a 5-year program. And lastly, the commission may adopt rules as necessary to implement this bill, which brings you to why I'm here today. You have the proposed OAR in your commission packet, but very simply, the OAR sought to address and comply with all the requirements of Senate Bill 320 and ORS 497.162. The OAR provides that ODFW will provide daily angling and shellfish licenses at no charge upon request by qualifying organizations. We define qualifying organizations as organizations that are registered as a nonprofit organization of 501(c) in the state of Oregon. They're organizations that provide programming for participants to angle or take shellfish. And we further define participants as veterans, or armed service members whose current duty station is in a warrior transition unit. The OAR goes on further to provide some responsibilities incumbent on the participating qualifying organizations. Those include, probably most importantly, the requirement that they submit the requests for licenses for these programs in a timely manner, at least 10 days in advance, to give us time to process and evaluate. That they keep records of licenses that we issue to them, and they keep records of participants that utilize a free license under this program. That they keep track of the licenses we issue and report any lost licenses to ODFW and OSP. And finally, upon completion of the program, that they report back to ODFW who participated and return any unused licenses. With that, I'll just briefly mention, I just outlined the process of how it would work. Right now, we are working on what I will call a paper process for how this would be issued, similar to some of the other processes we have in place for similar programs. Our goal is to implement this via ELS, or at least have that be an option into the future. The way our contract currently resides with our vendor for ELS, it's not doable at the moment, but in the future we would like to implement it via ELS. But for now, the process will be as I laid out in rule. Qualifying organization approaches ODFW 10 days in advance. We review the qualifications of the organization, determine if they're eligible or not, and if they are eligible, issue them licenses via a paper product, if you will, for them to go forward and have their participants angle or shellfish at no cost. So with that, happy to entertain or answer any questions. I do have a staff recommendation up on the presentation that ODFW at this time recommends the commission adopt the proposed Oregon administrative rule.
Thank you, Ken, for the report and for your brevity. Dr. King, it looks like you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. This is one of my pet peeve issues. So you're saying that this is not going to be on the electronic licensing system, that people are going to have to somehow come to the office, like now that we've decided we're going to be shut for who knows how long. So is there going to be some kind of online access? What is the system here? As this sounds very much akin to the trapping license, which I can tell you, I won't even talk about what a mess that is. but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner King. Chair Wall, it's an excellent question. So it is our intent to put it on ELS. As I said, the contract is such that this is called what's called it's an extra. It's something that was not in the original contract. And so by contract, we have to go through the things that were in the original contract before we can start doing these additional add-ons. The process, I can attest that we're going to make it so we either mail it to folks. We are still working on exactly what the process will be. We'll make it as easy as possible for folks to actually receive these free licenses. Like I said, mailing it to folks, or as you said, even, emailing, with unique identifiers or that sort of thing. I mean, we are working through that process with our project management and licensing staff as we speak. So certainly hear you loud and clear, and we will certainly do our best to make it an easy and straightforward process for folks to gain access to up until we can provide it via our ELS system.
No, I guess my question is, how did they reach you currently? Is there any kind of online way that they reach you, or do they have to come into the office to even start the process?
Commissioner King, Chair Wall. So currently, there is no. So we're setting the process right now. So this is a new program. So they would, in order to reach us, they would, call call me, call our licensing program staff, send in their information. That can all be done, via email or by phone. That's how we would do that. We wouldn't necessarily require anyone to come in the office or set up an appointment. And certainly with, current office closures, things like that, we would all have it be virtual.
Would it help you guys at all? Like, for example, like having a portal on the website, like to do something electronic? Because I've had to call in. That's how my journey to become a commissioner happened, actually, is that I had to call in, and you can't reach anyone because of the reduced hours. It just goes on and on. Like, you're on hold for forever. It's really a difficult process. And this is from someone who's a commissioner. So I can't imagine a poor disabled vet or someone who's struggling with all sorts of other issues being able to navigate all of this. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Commissioner King, Chair Wall, I hear you loud and clear. We're going to be working with the actual nonprofit organization, so we can perform some reach out to those existing nonprofit organizations that perform these types of activities, reach out to them directly, make sure we make the connection and establish the means in which they can request these free licenses under this program. So it's not going to be, individual, veterans or folks like that would be reaching out to us. It would be, the leaders of these nonprofit organizations, of which, I think we have a pretty good handle of who they are. So a portal, I think, we could certainly entertain that, or chat with our INE folks on what that would take. But I think how I would promote handling it is outreach to these existing programs to let them know how they can utilize and how they can gain access to this.
Yeah, and I would just add, if I might, Chair Wall, that of course our standard veterans licensing products are available through the electronic licensing system. So this is a new program that's focused on these nonprofits that take veterans out on outings. And so we're really just dealing with these nonprofits. An individual veteran wouldn't be required to come through our system to get this license, because the nonprofit that's hosting them for whatever the activity might be will be the ones that are reaching out for that licensing coverage. So it's a little different than, it's nuanced, but it's different than just servicing our customers in general.
Seeing no other, thank you. Seeing no other questions, is there a motion on this one?
I would make the motion. Our motion reads a little bit differently in our packet that has the draft motions in it. Is the one on screen here, that one will do the job? Is that true?
I think Commissioner Spellbrink and Chair Wall, you can make the motion however you deem fit. I think either one will work.
Okay, I would move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 010 as proposed by staff in Exhibit 3.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded as it was read into the record that we amend OAR Chapter 635 about tag sales for in the electronic system. Whoops. Yeah. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. It's been moved and seconded to amend OAR 635 about the Oregon Revised Rule for Senate Bill 620. Those in favor, and this one I think we can do with a thumbs up if you're in favor of this one. Looks like, are there any opposed? One. So the motion carries, one opposed, and we thank you, Ken, and we will move on to item E, which is late tag sales in the electronic licensing system. And for this one,
Chair Wall, excuse me for a minute. For the record, could you please say who the no vote was? I actually couldn't see it, and we should have that in there.
it was Commissioner King.
Oh, no, I would, yay. I did this. Yes.
I thought it was after we, sorry, I read it as coming out. I thought you were voting no when we got to that point. Then it's a unanimous vote, yes. I'm glad you asked, Erin. Thanks.
Yeah.
So let's move on then to Exhibit E, which is late tag sales in electronic licensing system. And for this one, we do have Steve Bergman.
Thank you, Chair Wall and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Steve Bergman, and I serve as the administrator of the Administrative Services Division here at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's an honor to be here today, and I'll try to make my presentation brief. I do have a few slides, but before I jump in, I just wanted to do a shout out to Ken Lofink, who picked up the last agenda item at the request of me to help break it up. And I think he did a great job, but if you have further questions on that previous agenda topic, please do feel free to reach out to me as well. I'm very involved with that topic as well. So with regard to this agenda item, I will pull up my screen real quick. And let's see here. Just hoping to confirm, or is everyone able to see the screen that says late tag sales? Okay, great.
Yes.
Wonderful. So today's agenda item request is fairly straightforward and simple. It essentially requests the ability to sell an existing product in the electronic licensing system. So I'll get into the current state of what our current approach is for selling this product, and then I'll get to what the proposal is. So with regard to the current state, currently hunting tags are sold through the day before a hunt is scheduled to begin. And this applies to both general season tags as well as controlled hunt tags. Tag sales that occur after the hunt has started are referred to as after the deadline tags. We call them after the deadline tags. So that's really as soon as the deadline passes, if the customer wants a tag, it's an after the deadline tag. After the deadline tag sales require a written affidavit which certifies that the person has not yet hunted during the season for which the tag is sought, and in-person presence at an ODFW office. So as a connection to the last agenda item, currently we do have some barriers in place for our customers to purchase this product. Currently, in terms of just the quantitative aspects here, so we charge $25.50 as a fee to customers who attest that they have not hunted, in addition to the tag fee. And you can see the numbers are fairly consistent, hovering right around that 5,000 mark per year. So we're talking anywhere from about $100,000 to $150,000 in revenue that gets generated from the fees associated with these tags. I will note that through the implementation of our new modern electronic licensing system, we do have access to data that we never had access to before. So we can actually track when tags are purchased and compare to when the tags get validated. And we have some different mechanisms to aid in enforcement efforts to ensure that this product is not being used in ways that would violate any of our rules. So with regard to the proposed rule change, it's modifying 2 sections of administrative rule, and it would allow ODFW to sell after the deadline tags via the electronic licensing system. After the deadline tag sales in ELS will require either a written or electronic attestation, which certifies that the person has not yet hunted during the season for which the tag is sought. So this is really converting, the in-person requirement over to an electronic requirement. After the deadline, tag sales will no longer require in-person presence at an ODFW office. And customers could purchase this product online or at an ODFW agent. This would be new because currently they're only sold through ODFW offices. So the proposal will hopefully improve the customer access to this product. But bearing in mind, there are risks here. So with that, we feel like it would be appropriate to make the recommendation to propose the 2 rule adjustments, and I'd be happy to take questions at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Commissioners, it looks like we have at least a couple questions on this one. Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Steve, I'm a little frustrated with this one, but so maybe you can get me lined out. But when I put in for a tag, let's say I put in for an elk tag and I draw it in June, I have until November to go down and get my tag, either online or at the local store. I mean, I have many, many months. And I use a statement a lot, which you permit, you promote. And so I was just wondering, if we permit this, are we promoting just, well, I don't have to worry. I'll just wait till, I'll wait till it's clear. That's already the deadline's passed, and I'll just go in and get one. It seems like we give plenty of people time to do this. And now we're saying, well, okay, we're going to give you even more time after the deadline. You can still come in and get a tag after you do your certifications and all this. So it's just I don't know, it's just a little frustrating to me that we tell people, you've got a tag and you got a whole bunch of time to go get that tag, and then they don't go get it. And so we say, okay, well, that's okay. We'll wait for later. So help me understand why I'm wrong here, please.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, great point. It's a great point. And, by all means, I do think that the risk here is that, we could be making the purchase of this tag easier. But I would like to highlight that with access to the electronic licensing system data, we plan to monitor this very closely to ensure that there's no massive spikes or upticks or changes in consumer behavior. The most common reasons that we are, told by customers who try to purchase these after the deadline tag sales are oftentimes, and I just have anecdotal evidence here, I wish I had something better, but oftentimes it's folks who purchased a sports pack, for instance, that comes with a tag voucher. And these sports pack customers didn't realize that they had to actually associate their voucher with the actual tag. And so oftentimes there's the learning curve associated with that sports pack. That is probably the most common reason. Other times it is just an honest mistake and folks forgot. And maybe, we've heard some really, jarring kind of examples where folks, did a 6 or 7 hour drive, to the hunting grounds and then realized that they didn't have their tag. And then we get a call at an ODFW office, for example, and, it was just an honest mistake. So I definitely hear you. I think that this would eliminate a barrier per se to this particular product, but it definitely comes with its fair share of risks, and I think that we would have a responsibility to track the data very closely. So I think the request right now is just the authority to sell these products, but we could limit the sales channels to just ELS or just agents and open it up slowly, because our intent here is not to just open kind of Pandora's box here, if you will.
Okay.
And if
Sorry, Director.
Sorry, I just wanted to interject here. And of course, on this particular issue, we took the real big step about 7 years ago, and that was when we actually started selling tags after the tag sale deadline. Prior to us modifying these rules, we literally, if you forgot to buy your tag, you were out of luck. You were we either forced you to hunt illegally without a tag, or you just didn't hunt. And when we look at it, we literally had individuals, for instance, we had someone that forgot to buy their bighorn sheep tag on time. Once in a lifetime tag, they can never draw it again. And we had to tell them, sorry, we can't sell you the tag. It's the day after the hunt started. So as we looked at this, and when we recognized that people have busy lives, and while, I live this stuff, and our staff, they live this stuff, and they know when the deadlines are, and they know, what tags they have. It just, for a lot of folks, they forget. And we figured if you can file your income taxes late by simply paying a penalty, we ought to let folks, buy their tag late, but they do have to pay the penalty. And, we sell hundreds of thousands of tags annually. And as I think Steve displayed, we sell about 5,000 after the tag sale deadline. I would also note that we looked at these individual tag purchasers over the years, literally on an individual person basis. And there's a very high proportion of non-residents. And the reason for that is they find themselves in Oregon during Western Oregon deer season, and they realize, hey, I can buy a tag and go hunting. And they never would have had that opportunity had they had to plan ahead of the season. So I think what we're trying to do here is just further streamline it and allow individuals to continue doing what we've been doing for the last 7 years, but to do it through our electronic process as opposed to simply in person.
Yeah, makes it a lot easier for them, right?
And for us, frankly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Zarnowitz, Spellbrink, and Hatfield Hyde. So Vice Chair Zarnowitz first.
Yeah, I just like Commissioner Labhart, this really rang a big question mark for me. I didn't realize the department was selling tags after the date, because that was like the Bible. You always buy your tag before the hunt starts. But I guess what sort of, okay, it costs a little bit more. That's not much. What sort of penalty if they lie about not already having harvested their deer or elk?
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly, obviously, there's the $25 tag, the additional tag fee, the late fee that goes with the purchase. But, and I know OSP has actually made cases on individuals that purchased a tag today and immediately tagged their fish immediately tagged their animal 10 minutes after they purchased their tag. And they've actually made cases on that. And I don't remember what the violation level is, but there are certainly enforcement ramifications.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
I have a follow-up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But that's the only, like, you don't have something when they have to sign this, that they certify that they, that if they don't, if they've already harvested an animal, or that they haven't harvested an animal, or that they're basically lying on their form.
Right.
What is, there's no penalty for.
I think technically it would be considered a false application. And they're attesting when they sign the form or they check the electronic box, they are attesting to the fact that they have not already hunted. And if it's proven that they have hunted, then they, at a minimum, it's false application. And I just don't remember all the other legal ramifications associated with that.
And Chair Wall or Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'll also add that we have active communication with our Oregon State Police partners for enforcement. And so if we see any unusual trends, for example, we did have a customer, for example, recently that validated their tag within 5 minutes of purchasing their after the deadline tag item, and that immediately got routed to Oregon State Police. So we do have access to that real-time data because it is a recognized risk. So anyway, just wanted to speak to that mechanism in place as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I guess I'm on the side of passing this, not worrying about it too much. I mean, I know there's, I think Director Melcher said, I think it would be, not only that, would be hunting without a license if you got caught where you were actually hunting before you had the tag, or it'd be like with hunting without a big game tag. But I guess the other side of that is, sometimes having too much time is worse than having just a small window, because it's always the do it later syndrome, I'll do it later. And then especially things like on the coast where you have 2 elk seasons and their general season tags. Lots of times people don't realize until, almost, they haven't made up their mind which season they're even going to hunt until the last minute. And then, computers can go down, different stuff can happen anyway. So I guess I'm fine with this overall. I think the more opportunity we can give for people that made a mistake to get back online and hunt or fish, the better it is.
And if I might, Chair Wall, the good Captain Casey Thomas just pinged me, because he's obviously watching this on YouTube or some other channel, and he said that it's a Class A misdemeanor and it's false swearing. So if they attest and then they get caught, it is a Class A misdemeanor.
Thank you. That was helpful to get, and so fast. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, in the spirit of the holiday season, I suggest we give a gift to procrastinators everywhere. So I move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 065, 0015, and 010-0019 as proposed by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, I second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded as just read into the record to amend OAR Chapter 635. Those in favor, could we get a thumbs up? And I will watch especially carefully not to misread the thumbs in this case. So are there any no votes on this one? Thank you. Unanimous. Let's move on to Exhibit F. Include elk in the urban deer population control program. And we have Brian Wolfer listed for this one and the next one. Brian.
Good afternoon. Let me get my screen going here. Can you see my title slide?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer. I'm the Game Program Manager in the Wildlife Division. Today, I'll be presenting the staff proposal to modify administrative rules to include elk in the existing urban deer population control pilot program. During my presentation, I will briefly describe the urban deer population control pilot program and then talk about urban elk issues, and finally describe Senate Bill 761 and the resulting proposed changes to administrative rules in Division 43. The 2017 Legislative Assembly passed Senate Bill 373, requiring the development of a program that allows cities to petition the department for assistance in reducing urban deer populations. The program must allow the petitioning city to take deer if the department agrees that the population constitutes a public nuisance. The bill defines some responsibilities of the municipality and the department, which makes it clear that addressing urban deer issues is a shared responsibility and not just the responsibility of the city or of the department. Senate Bill 373 required the program to be in place by January 1st, 2019. Department staff have been in communication with a number of municipalities with urban deer challenges, and a handful of cities have enacted feeding bans. At least 2 of those cities have taken the additional step of passing resolutions declaring the deer population in their city to be a nuisance. These are required steps before the city can petition the department for deer population control. Cities are not taking the decision to request deer population reduction lightly, but are engaging in outreach within their communities and are allowing time for non-lethal solutions to play out. During the nearly 2 years this program has been in place, the department has yet to receive a petition from a city requesting deer population control. There are more cities with resident deer than those with resident elk, but for those communities that have them, elk can be a bigger critter with bigger issues. And by bigger, obviously elk are physically larger than deer and can form much larger herds or groups than is typical with urban deer. Urban deer usually travel in fairly small family groups, but in some urban areas, we see elk traveling in groups of 80 or more individuals. The resulting damage to things like fences, gardens, and landscaping that can occur in a single event or a single visit by a herd of elk is at a completely different scale than occurs with deer. There's also times when urban elk can be a safety concern for people and pets. This includes increased risks of vehicle collisions, cow elk being aggressive towards dogs during calving season, and bull elk being aggressive during the fall breeding seasons. Despite this, urban elk are very popular for wildlife viewing, and public sentiment regarding elk is often varied across the given community. In April 2019, Governor Kate Brown designated the Clatsop Plains Elk Collaborative as an Oregon Solutions project following a request initiated by the cities of Gearhart and Warrenton, 2 communities with urban elk populations. A report of this project will be provided to you at a future commission meeting, I believe February, but don't necessarily hold me to that. But for today, I just want to highlight that earlier this year, the 26-member project team reached a declaration of cooperation. This declaration is a commitment by the members of the collaborative and the agencies and organizations they represent to follow through with certain actions. Non-lethal actions are a significant component of the commitments made by the members, including focus on education, traffic safety, elk exclusion such as fencing, and consideration of elk in land use planning efforts. Still, the potential for future elk population reduction efforts through lethal take was identified as an option for those communities to consider. An offshoot of the Clatsop Plains Elk Collaborative was the introduction of Senate Bill 761, which was passed during the 2021 session of the Oregon Legislative Assembly. Senate Bill 761 adds elk to the Urban Population Control Bill or program. Simply put, the pilot program must allow cities to petition the department for assistance in reducing deer or elk populations when their populations constitute a public nuisance. This population reduction would be through lethal take and not relocation. The bill stipulates that before petitioning the department for assistance, the city must enact a feeding ban and pass an ordinance, resolution, or order declaring the deer or elk population to be a public nuisance. These public rulemaking processes provide an opportunity for city residents to engage with their elected officials regarding these issues. If the petition for population reduction is approved by the department, the city is responsible for costs associated with the distribution of meat to food banks or charitable organizations. The bill also stipulates that the department must specify the means and manner of take, require salvage for human consumption, and determine the number of animals to be taken. Staff is proposing to simply modify the administrative rules for the urban deer population control pilot program to add urban elk with no other substantive changes to the program. In addition to requirements stipulated in statute, the process to approve a petition will continue to require the city to identify the desired manner of take that's appropriate for their community. They must designate an agent with the appropriate authority to conduct that take and designate areas within the city limits where take could occur. The agent's required to conduct euthanasia in accordance with the American Veterinary Medical Association standards. Department approved capture and handling requirements must be adhered to, and live capture, if it's approved, would require daily trap checks and immediate euthanasia of captured target animals. Other program elements include ensuring that the take does not occur on private property without written authorization from the landowner. The meat from deer or elk taken must be salvaged and delivered to a food bank or charitable organization, with the city responsible for any processing fees. Cities can try to offset some of their cost by selling hides or antlers to licensed hide and antler dealers. Rules for hide and antler dealers found in Division 200 require that antlers can only be purchased if they are naturally shed, or for antlers from a legally taken buck or bull, which would be the case in this situation, the antlers must be detached from the skull or the skull split in half. And this is to ensure that antlers are purchased for use in handcrafted items, not for trophy value. This concludes my presentation. I can take questions now or after public testimony at your discretion.
Thank you, Brian. Good report. And commissioners, are there any quick questions before we go to public testimony? We have one person signed up. Dr. King, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for your report. A question about is the department designates who, if in fact you've gone through all to the end game where you have to do lethal removal, if you will, the department determines who that is, and do you involve the master hunters in this, or is it just department employees, or what exactly happens, or is that stipulated at all?
So Chair Wall, Commissioner King, this would not be department take, this would be the city or their agent, so it would not be hunting, it would be more of a culling effort. And so the city needs to determine who they're going to give the authority to, who has the appropriate training if they're using firearms per se. And so we have to approve that agent and issue them as an agent on the kill permit, but that's really the city's decision.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, let's go to public testimony, and Amy Patrick from the Oregon Hunters Association is signed up to testify. And it looks like she's here. So Amy.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and commissioners. I will be brief because you guys are on a roll this afternoon and I do not want to hold you up here. We just want to offer testimony. Oh, for the record, I am Amy Patrick. I'm the policy director for Oregon Hunters Association. And we just want to offer support for the staff recommendation. We supported Senate Bill 761 in the last legislative session. And we feel this is just another tool in the toolbox, if you will, for municipalities and communities who may be dealing with elk as well as deer issues. So we're supportive of this and just wanted to offer our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions of Amy, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Amy. I do have one other question for Brian, and that is, we had at least one public comment written about a concern about this kind of program reducing the reliance on non-lethal. Could you speak to that?
Chair Wall, yes, I did read those comments, and those are comments that were also heard through the legislative process. While that is a concern, we've not seen that to bear out. The idea of lethally removing deer and lethally removing elk from a community is controversial. And so the cities that have these issues, as they engage their residents in these discussions, they're finding that the decisions are not easy to make. It takes a lot of communication and it provides a lot of opportunity for those non-lethals.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, commissioners, is there one of you who would like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I know it's a big deal for the Clatsop Plains project. So I move to adopt OAR Chapter 635, Division 43 as proposed by staff in Attachment 4.
Thank you. And is there a second?
I'll second.
you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt OAR Chapter 635 as read into the record. Are there any last questions? Seeing none, could I have a thumbs up vote on this one for those who are in favor? Looks like everyone, so thank you for that, and thank you for that report, Brian. Why don't you go right on to the last agenda topic, which is Exhibit G, and is including bighorn sheep in tags for terminally ill children. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, I'm trying to get this loaded up here. Let me know when you can see it.
Yes, we can. It does have your, there you go.
Okay, again, Chair Wall, Vice Chairs Arnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer, Game Program Manager in the Wildlife Division. For this exhibit, I'll be presenting staff recommendations to include a bighorn sheep opportunity in the Tags for Terminally Ill Children program. The presentation will begin with a brief history of the Tags for Terminally Ill Children and the Hunting Tags for Disabled Veterans programs. I'll briefly talk about bighorn sheep management and finally present the proposed changes to the programs. The Oregon Legislative Assembly passed Senate Bill 694 in 2005. This authorized the Department and Commission to develop a program to provide hunting tags for terminally ill children. The authority was fairly broad with very limited sideboards. Through administrative rule, the program was set up to allow 10 elk, 10 deer, 5 pronghorn, and 10 black bear tags to be issued to qualified children each year. The extended season tags had a neither sex bag limit and were valid statewide except for special closures such as federal refuges. Tags had to be applied for by sponsoring organizations with a maximum limit of 7 tags per organization. The annual allocation of 35 total tags was never fully allocated in any year. In 2018, the Oregon Legislative Assembly passed Senate Bill 1517, authorizing the Department and Commission to develop a program to provide tags to disabled veterans. This legislation is more prescriptive than the legislation authorizing Tags for Terminally Ill Children program and partially linked the two programs together. The 35 total tag limit and species limits established by rule for the qualifying children were set in statute as a combined limit for the two programs, with 20 of those tags available for disabled veterans and 15 for qualifying children. Tags remaining unallocated within 30 days of the start of the hunt could be shifted to the other program. This is July 1 for all tags except spring black bear. Statute also limited total tags by species, which through administrative rule was divided between the two programs as shown on this slide. Elk tags are the most requested opportunity, and the full limit of elk tags has typically been issued since this change to the program was made. Rules governing the two programs require that tags are requested by sponsoring organizations that provide outdoor adventures for qualifying children or disabled veterans. The organizations select the hunter they would like to sponsor and then gather and submit the documentation to demonstrate the hunter meets the qualifications of the program. These organizations are each limited annually to 2 tags per species, with up to 5 total tags for deer, elk, and pronghorn in aggregate. Additionally, an organization may obtain 2 black bear tags, bringing them up to an annual limit of 7 tags through their organization. Recipients must purchase a hunting license, but tags are provided free of charge regardless of residency status. Moving on to bighorn sheep. Bighorn sheep were extirpated from Oregon by the mid-1940s. Much of their historic range is no longer suitable habitat due to land use changes and threats of disease transmission, primarily through domestic sheep. Bighorn sheep have been successfully reintroduced in much of the remaining suitable habitat. Translocation of bighorn sheep from source herds both inside and outside of Oregon has been a major factor in the successful reestablishment of bighorn sheep in Oregon. But in recent years, there's been fewer opportunities for translocation as most current suitable habitat is now occupied. Reduced translocation opportunities has led to the development of limited ewe hunting to manage herd sizes in select areas. Translocation is not a successful tool to manage the mature ram component of a bighorn sheep population. Unlike young rams like the one shown in this picture, the size of mature rams causes handling and transportation challenges. More importantly, mature rams are more likely to wander from the release location than what we see with ewes or younger lambs or younger rams. This increases the risk of a ram encountering domestic sheep, picking up a disease and carrying that disease, such as pneumonia, back to the herd it was released with or to another bighorn sheep herd. As a result, the mature ram component of populations is managed almost exclusively through hunting. Overall, hunting opportunities for bighorn sheep are carefully managed. Controlled hunt ram tags are a once-in-a-lifetime draw opportunity. For 2022, this coming year, there will be 86 controlled hunt tags offered in 33 different hunts. This total includes 12 U tags. Additionally, there is one auction and one raffle tag offered annually, with the revenue dedicated to funding bighorn sheep management. Although hunting can be a successful tool used to manage most herds, there are some herds and locations where standard hunting seasons are not appropriate. An example is the herd in the vicinity of Interstate 84 east of Biggs. Translocation of ewes, lambs, and young rams out of this herd has occurred in the past, but management of the mature ram component from this population has been limited. The mixed property ownership consisting of Highway Department, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and private lands would create a challenge for hunters. Additionally, some of the sheep in this herd are often visible from the interstate, and social conflicts would be expected if hunting occurred near the interstate and within visibility within sight of the interstate. That being said, there are portions of the herd that are regularly on private lands, up near the flats on top of the canyon, with little to no visibility from the interstate. This provides the potential for limited hunting opportunities if the focus is on hunting in the right place rather than focused on harvesting one of the biggest rams. With this herd range in mind, staff is proposing to modify administrative rule to allocate up to one bighorn sheep tag through the Tags for Terminally Ill Children program. The hunt area would be required to be outside any other authorized bighorn sheep hunt area and in a location where normal sheep hunting or tag opportunities would not be appropriate. The bag limit would be one bighorn sheep to allow for either sex harvest. Total tags offered through the Tags for Terminally Ill Children program would need to remain within the 15 tag limit that's now set by statute. So staff is proposing a reduction in black bear opportunities in years that a bighorn tag is offered. Staff is also proposing additional changes to both the Tags for Terminally Ill Children and Disabled Veterans programs. These changes will help accommodate the addition of the bighorn sheep opportunity for qualified children and help us serve as many qualified hunters as possible, while ensuring that these hunts continue to be conducted as originally intended, even as we see new sponsoring organizations begin to participate. The first change is required that we're proposing is a requirement that representatives of the sponsoring organization accompany the tag holder on the hunt. These hunts are typically an event, so to speak. So often the landowner is joining the hunter and the organization representatives in the field for the hunt, if that hunt's on private property. This is what we'd expect with the bighorn sheep opportunity. We're also proposing to limit tags to only hunters that are not board members or employees of organizations, limit disabled veterans to one program tag in a lifetime, and limit qualifying children to one tag per year. There have been instances when qualifying children have not been able to participate in their planned hunt due to treatment or challenges due to their illness. When this occurs, the staff proposal would ensure that these children could participate in a future hunt if they're able, first of all, and second, if the sponsoring organization chooses to sponsor them again. This concludes my presentation, and I can take questions now or after public comment.
We have only one person signed up for public comment on this one. Commissioners, do you have any questions before we go to that person? Seeing none, Mike Toady, are you available? There you are. Go ahead, Mike.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioner Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission. My name is Mike Tody. I'm the Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association. And I will try and be just as brief as my counterpart was on the earlier topic here. So the Oregon Hunters Association specifically wanted to comment on the sheep hunting opportunity for terminally ill youth and express our support for that opportunity. As you know, OHA has been a longtime supporter of youth hunts, but terminally ill youth hunts are kind of a special situation. Typically, we look at youth hunts as a recruitment for hunters into the future, but this opportunity in particular is a very special and unique situation here, where we're looking at providing a hunt opportunity in an area where there is no other hunt opportunity. The agency is engaged with a very cooperative and partner landowner in this situation, and they designed the whole situation to insulate it, as Mr. Wolfer suggested, to kind of insulate it away from Interstate 84 and some of those conflicts that might arise there. So, with that, I'll conclude my comments and just reiterate that OHA is in full support of this.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you to both you and Amy for staying with us so long. It's great. Commissioners, any questions of Mike? Seeing no hands go up, commissioners, is there a motion on this one? It's standing between you and adjournment.
I think the one in my packet that we received in the mail, the draft motion, unless I'm looking at the wrong one, is a little bit different than the one we received on the internet, or on the website yesterday. So just make sure which one's right.
If you have the one that came yesterday, let's use that one, because Michelle sent the one that Michelle sent out yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, let's go with that one if you can.
Okay, I move to adopt OAR Chapter 635, Division 065, as proposed by staff in Attachment 3.
So, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt OAR Chapter 635 as just read into the record. Any last questions? Those in favor, can I get a thumbs up, please? Looks like everybody says yes on this one. Last thing I would do is ask commissioners and the director if you have any last minute comments, things you wanted to say today and didn't get a chance to. Seeing none, I think it's time to say happy holidays to all of you, and we're adjourned. So thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thanks, bye.
See you on the Zoom in January.
Thank you. I know, one more month